Good morning and welcome to December, traders. You may notice I'm missing my buddy Eddie. He's having a little bit of technical difficulties. We're going to get him in here as quickly as we can. But yes, today is Monday, December the 2nd, and this is the opening call. Welcome to you all. I see Slippers, Dan Trader, Adrian, Nick, Kingdom, Mazia, John Jones here. I see Theo. Good to see you, Theo. Man Caves, Jamie, and Pistol Pete here. Slippers, congratulations on succeeding in your trading combine. Wonderful way to start December. Wonderful way to start the week. All right. I hope everybody had a nice Thanksgiving holiday. It was restful and peaceful, and everybody is rested and ready for an interesting and challenging trading week this week. As far as any news is concerned, just going off of investing.com, looks like our equities are set to open mixed to a little bit higher here in December. And NASDAQ's looking pretty good here, up about 0.22%. S&P is pretty close to the bone. NASDAQ, Dow down just a little bit at 0.09% as we speak. And we're looking at some news, of course. We do have lots of economic data this week, and some Fed speakers ahead, of course. Traders and investors will be looking forward to those. Canada has promised tougher borders, tougher border control after the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau met with President-elect Trump at Mar-a-Lago, looking to stave off some possible tariffs against Canada, of course. Hopefully, that's going to be good. I mean, anytime they're talking, that's going to be a good thing. Hey, the Stellantis CEO resigned. That is the Jeep maker. Shares tumbled 8% this morning after CEO Carlos Tavares resigned abruptly on Sunday, citing different views between the executive and the board of directors. Dun, dun, dun. We've got crude on the rise a little bit this morning after some good factory activity came out in China, the world's second largest oil consumer. So looking good over there as far as factory activity in China. As far as earnings this week, nothing really. Of course, earning seasons are pretty much over. But as far as economic numbers are concerned, today, 8:45, we've got the U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI final due out. 9:00, we've got USM manufacturing PMI due out, as well as construction spending. 10:30 this morning, of course, these are all Chicago Central Times. The 3 and 6 month bill auction is due out at 10:30, and at 12:15, Waller speaks. As far as the rest of the week is concerned, most of it is about employment. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central, we've got the JOLTS numbers, job open, labor turnover number due out. A couple of talking Feds later on in the session. Wednesday, ADP employment report due out. We've got talking Fed at 8:45. Mausoleum is speaking at 7:45, actually Central Time. We've got PMI composite final at 8:45 Central, factory orders, and ISM services index on Wednesday at 9:00. EIA petroleum status report as usual at 9:30 on Wednesday. We do have Chairman Powell due to speak at 12:45 on Wednesday, and the Beige Book just after that. That Beige Book on Wednesday marks 2 weeks until the next FOMC meeting. So we get the next FOMC meeting on the horizon. Thursday, international trade in goods, jobless clams as usual, EIA natural gas report, but a couple of talking Feds, a 4-week bill auction, an 8-week bill auction. And then on Friday, of course, the unemployment situation, non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate due out at 7:30 a.m. Central on Friday, the biggest number of the week. By all rights, on Friday, we have Michelle Bowman due to speak. We have consumer sentiment to due out. That's Michigan consumer sentiment at 9 a.m. on Friday. A couple of more talking Feds through the day, and that's going to take us through the week as far as economic numbers are concerned. If you want, James, we can take a quick look at the tip of the week. And hopefully, this is something we all have coming into this morning after a long weekend and hopefully a lot of turkey and a lot of friends and family around. Having a clear mindset. Having a clear mindset means you are centered and ready and be feeling good and and um, and creative and humble and all of those things I talk about at the end of the opening call. uh, do things that make you feel good. If it's running, if it's riding a bike, if it's walking, if it's doing some reading before, doing some homework before, make sure that you have a clear mindset. Don't trade hungover, don't trade tired, don't trade sick. Make sure that you're really feeling at the top of your game when you are sitting down to trade. Hopefully, we're going to get Eddie in here soon. But one big announcement we're going to get into right now, hot off the press today, we are going to kick off this Monday by dropping a Top Step VIP scouting form today at some point. I don't know when. They don't tell me that kind of stuff, but at some point today, we are going to drop that link. Wanted to let you know at least it's going to happen sometime today. For those of you at home keeping track, this will be number 11. Number 11, but don't let that intimidate you. Each entry you submit is a chance at being placed on a Top Step VIP team. So tell your friends, stay tuned, stick around. And that is, I think, going to take us into our charts for this morning, as always, starting with the daily in the S&Ps. Let's take a look. All right. So, you know, holiday, the end of last week. Look at the volume on Thursday. Just no volume on Thursday. A little bit of volume on Friday, and the S&P is finally, during regular trading hours, albeit on a holiday, took out that all-time high that occurred in the extended trading hour session. Didn't take too long for that to be taken out during regular trading hour sessions. So, well, if we look at settlement on Friday, Thursday was a non-settlement day. Very low volume on both of those days, and we lost about 3,200 in open interest. No big deal. Relatively inert for the last couple of days. We're going to need new business. We're going to need new buying, new impetus, new something coming in order to continue to push this market to the upside. We're right up against the highs. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see what we're looking at for this morning. So here's that tiny little range on Thursday, Turkey Day. Hope everybody had a good Turkey Day. Friday, market opened and really just put in a trend day to the upside for the half a day that there was. Low volume again, of course. Not terrible volume, but still pretty low volume on that push to the upside. That previous all-time high, 6,053 and a quarter, taken out. Remember, that was during the extended trading hours. We took it out during regular trading hours. Mission accomplished. So
check.
We see the market opening, in essence, with very little overnight inventory. Market opened last night here at 6,051 half. It's trading 6,050 and three quarters. Very little overnight inventory. Very little to worry about or to get too excited about here early this morning. Remember, we do have numbers at 8:45 and 9 o'clock with no overnight inventory, inside range, inside value, suggesting trying to stay patient here on this second day of December, first trading day of the month. The profile yesterday, or Friday, was a trend day to the upside. In essence, there was very little price bar overlap all the way up to the top. We did see some profit taking probably coming in at the end of the day on Friday. No big deal. No big deal. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. Of course, we're going to start with the daily, and the NASDAQ is lagging, of course, behind the S&P, behind the Dow. It's having a little bit more trouble getting to that recent all-time high that did occur in the extended trading hour session. It's so far behind, as a matter of fact, We've left the weekly kickoff levels at the same level for the last three weeks. 3 weeks since we've moved the weekly kickoff levels because the market has failed to find any good opportunities outside of those levels. We lost about 3,200 on Thursday and Friday in open interest. Excuse me, and we added that was the S&P. We lost 3,200. We added about 4,400 in open interest on Thursday and Friday, which to me says, yeah, you know what? There were some buyers that came in this thing on Friday because we were very low volume on Thursday. The volume came in on Friday, even though it was very low. I'm interested to see why we were able to add that 4,400 in open interest. And of course, most of that was going to be on Friday. So the market is continuing to try and push to the upside. We've got some more work to do. We've got the weekly kickoff high at 21,100. Weekly kickoff low remains all the way down at 20,300. I don't see anything that's going to break any upside structure until we get to that level, of course, unless we look at last week's low, which is 20,675 even. Last week's high, 21,081, within 19 points of that 21,100 weekly kickoff high. So the market is continuing to try and push to the upside. Do we have any help off this 30-minute chart? Well, we may. The NASDAQ is actually holding overnight inventory to the long side and is probably going to be opening with a gap above the range of the day from Friday. So we're getting a little bit more nuance indicating that the market is attempting to continue to push to the upside, much more so than the S&P is. Overnight inventory long. We do have a gap to close the gap high. To close the gap, we've got to get to Friday's high, which is 21,017 half to close that gap. If we can't close the gap, gap rules apply, folks. We're looking for opportunities to trade in the direction of the gap. And again, that's if the gap does not close. Could see easily getting up to last week's high, maybe trying to get up to the weekly kickoff high to see some momentum or some continuation back to the upside. Is that possible? The profile on Friday was, again, another trend day to the upside. A little bit of a pullback, a little bit of profit taking near the end of the day on Friday, which would have been probably expected before the weekend. Settlement, 20,993 and a half. Take a look at crude oil now. Crude oil still really in the longer time frame, or at least the medium time frame, remains very range bound. We talked about this quite a bit last week and the previous week, how when the market is in range, the market has a tendency to trade lower, trade back to the high, trade to the low, trade back to the high, trade to the low, trade back to the high, and trade back towards the low. We're seeing some upward movement here. So last week's low looks kind of pivotal for support level for crude oil traders, at least early in the week here. So we're still seeing that rotational activity or behavior that occurs during range bound times. This market continues to seek any changes in the global picture, which it has just been kind of biding its time. Yes, there have been opportunities. Yes, there has been some volatility. But when we look at it, I mean, we go back to October, we're right back. We're still in that area where we've been for the last couple of months. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Well, let's see what we're looking at here. So here is Thursday's tiny little range. Friday, the market opened, looked to the downside, closed relatively close to the low of the session, and did create a late spike to the downside. Overnight inventory is long. It is in range and in value, potentially creating the opportunity for some sort of repair. Now, when we look at this volume profile, we have an accumulation of volume and time here. We have an accumulation of volume and time here. The market, regular trading hours, opened between those two distributions of time and volume. The market is going to have a tendency to trade to one or both of those accumulations of time and volume. However, we do have a late spike that was left at the end of the day on Friday. The base of the late spike, 68.50, is the base of the late spike. And that late spike was to the downside. The late spike is at the end of the day when the market drives away from the previous range and does not have time to show acceptance at that level through time. So we look at where the market opens the following session in relation to the base of the late spike. Well, the base of the late spike, we've opened above it, indicating probable rejection of lower pricing. Remember, there is nothing finite in trading. Everything is a probability. So we're going to be possibly looking to see if the market can come down, check into this lower distribution of time and volume, to find some basing there, and then perhaps rotate to the upper distribution from Friday's profile, which would leave support near or at the base of this late spike. So try and stay patient as the market did open in a potential repair type of area for crude oil. Now let's take a quick look at gold. Gold is such a fascinating market these days. All right, so here's the daily. All right. So gold is now ending rollover very soon. 4 days, 5 days of rollover range. Market has a tendency to range as the longer time frame traders attempt to get a cheap rollover or at least try and make a little bit of money on the rollover. The extremes of this area of balance: 2690 to the upside, 2630 to the downside. We've got 2639 as the weekly kickoff low, which was tested last week but did not accept below. We lost 9,800 in open interest on Thursday and Friday. That again is largely based off of rollover information, just evaporating of some of the contracts out there. And again, looking forward to the end of rollover because that clears up a lot of the information, makes volume and open interest a lot clearer to see. So take a look at the 30. Okay, small range. Overnight inventory was a little bit too short coming into this morning. Midnight was when we put in the lows. We also had the late spike base from last week, which has been showing resistant anytime the market enters that level. That's that 2640, 4960 base of the late spike. Every time it gets down below there, it's rejected. It was rejected again last night. The market coming back into the gap, very small range on Friday. The gap close takes us to 2674.60. Almost there. Looks like we just closed that gap by a tick. So gap rules apply. If we can't reaccept the range from Friday, that could turn the market back the other direction. But where are we? We're range bound. Remember, 2690 right up here, the high, 2630 down here, the low. We're right in the middle of it. Market kind of rotating back and forth. Be cautious in this area if you are going to be trading gold this morning. It looks like the opening range was left at the low of this session. I would look for this market to come back to trade, perhaps back to settlement to 2690, 2681, and then we'll see if we have any other opportunities once that is achieved. So, folks, make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace, and we are looking forward to having a couple of folks back here. We got Coach Dakota, who's number 2 on the list, coming back after a losing day, a couple of losing days in his live account. But new week brings new opportunities for Dakota always. And we also have Jerome D., number 37 on the big list. Lost about $3,000 last time he was up on here on his live funded account. Let's see if he can turn that around today. We are going to take a short little break. I'm going to get some more coffee. We're going to get Eddie involved here, and looking forward to having a great trading session. So give us just a couple of minutes. We'll be right back. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, new month, new opportunities. Let's get them in the gate. And say good morning. Good morning, Jack. I'm going to pass it off to Jack. Good morning, Jack. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie. Glad to have you back on the digital mic. We're about a minute and a half away from open right now. Somebody is back here. It's not our number 2 trader on the board. He's been here. It's not our number 37 trader on the board. He's been here too. But live in the flesh, back from Disney, we have Mr. Michael Patak. Michael, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm not even on the big board. Wish I was. Those are some hell of a great trading. I've been watching the big board while I've been away. Checked out as much as I could, but and I did not have internet on the Disney cruise. We can go on the Disney cruise talks later. Would love to know who all went to one of those things.
Well, you could pull a Bronny James or something. I'm sure you could get yourself on the big board if you wanted, Michael. Dakota, close to open here, about 15 seconds. Any thoughts right off the break?
I mean, yeah, I feel like crap. My Thanksgiving, I got, we had some family members that were sick and they passed it around to everybody else. So it's just one of those where you go see all the family and, someone loves to bring someone who's sick. And so trying to not get it. I think I might have already got it, but I did trade last night. I'm down $5,400 going into this New York session, and market's been going up.
What were you trading last night?
Sure has.
The Nikkei, the Japanese market. Nikkei.
Yep. How's that been moving?
5 seconds.
It's been a little bit choppy as of late. Okay. I mean, I had a really good setup for an overnight trade, and it was just chop me out.
All right. We are open. Off the bat, a little bit muted, a little bit of a sell-off in the NQ. Jerome, how you been doing? No Thanksgiving in France,
doing amazing.
But still grateful to have you here.
No Thanksgiving, but I was at Europa Park this weekend, so it was crazy and amazing same time. So I'm jacked up and juiced up for this month of December and the last month of the year. And actually, I forward tested the last 2 months of my trading activity, and I reflected on this big weekend on that. And I'm ready now to fully apply the Dakota's process over profits. And I'm ready to take losses when they come and ready to take the wins when they come. And I think that's the phase where I believe and I hope I'm going to go to the next phase of my trading activity. But the markets are moving, so we'll talk about it later.
All right, new highs.
Euro Park, huh, Jerome? I got to hear about that here when the market settles down, unless it's already settled. 80%? Are you guys seeing that? 81, 82% long buys until
NASDAQ gave us our best opportunity this morning. It opened with a gap and has been driving away from the gap close. Opening range in the NASDAQ is the low of the session so far, and the high of the opening range is 21,063. Low of the opening range, 21,026. Market driving above the opening range right now, leaving the gap. We've got 2,100 and 21,100 as weekly kickoff high. Last week's high was 21,081. So we're in kind of a critical area here.
Those 100s, 21,100s is the weekly kickoff high. Already touching that?
And it's been there for 3 weeks. It's been the weekly kickoff high. We're coming to it right now.
There it goes.
I mean, that's 80 points right off the open.
I was just saying there's long bias, and man, these longs are getting paid. Good job, traders.
I caught some on the London session, but that's a huge move.
Yes, NASDAQ moving north. We got the RTY dropping, dumping south. Sellers strong here in the Russell.
Bitcoin on the move.
What do we got? 96,200 Bitcoin, bouncing a little bit off of, traded below 95,000 in the spot market this morning. We're looking at the futures. The prices will be different. Well, what now, Hoag? The week, the high is out for the week. Now what?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if you're going to be focusing on weekly kickoff, you're looking for the market to make some sort of decision in and around this area. Will it continue and see momentum to the upside, or will it fail and come back into yesterday's range? Is really the question I'm asking. So, with the opening range of the low of the session, initially I'm looking for longs.
Yeah. It's wait for a pullback and try and buy a pullback. It's hard to trade, like almost very hard to catch that move, especially when we make that move the first few minutes of the open.
Few seconds and
Well,
gone.
this
Did any of you guys trade on Friday?
I did not. Did you guys?
No, but I was kind of
I did,
shocked
yeah.
to see the results
But
of it.
it wasn't well.
Didn't even
Yeah.
look.
All-time closing highs.
I did. I
S&P and Dow.
didn't trade, but I bought my first cryptocurrency, which was interesting.
Tell us.
It was XRP. I bought it at $1.60, and it's at like $2.50.
So did I.
Pretty close to doubled on over the past week. It's pretty insane.
I did that same thing too last week. XRP, it was just a small amount of money. I was like, okay, if this is a stupid rally, let's be a part of the stupid rally. So it has been ripping higher.
Wise
Well,
choice.
crypto is. I still don't understand it completely to the level that I probably should.
Who's that
We've been
guy?
talking
Mike
about it more.
Snyder, MicroStrategy dude. What's his name?
Sailor.
Michael Saylor.
Sailor. Man, I've never known a guy so convicted in his life on one direction trade to the moon house.
That's
Bananas.
insane. You see that some people, I don't know who it was. I seen it. I posted on Twitter or X where they're taking out loans and
Oh, good.
having it backed by Bitcoin and part of their mortgage.
Good.
So,
Want to know why I say it's good?
Dakota.
Because in the roaring 90s, I was first started trading in 97. I'm from a small town in Gretna, Nebraska. 3,500 people in there. We had farmer friends of ours that their dads were taking out. This is during the .com, the roaring 90s, taking out loans or whatever, maxing their credit cards because you could pay 17% but get like 40% returns. Is the whole concept. We were all talking about it as 18-year-old kids. Their dads would do. Everybody got smoked, of course, because the .com bubble burst. That was right around the highs of the .com bubble.
And you're right. People were leveraging their homes, borrowing money just to buy into those stocks. It was terrible.
Sounds like that's why I laughed about it. Well, perfect. Because it sounds like they're doing it right now. But speaking
pushing
of,
again.
I wonder how
21, 128.50, the high in the NASDAQ so far. Dakota, I'll have to tell you, I'm involved in a little trade in that stuff at some point. I've never seen anything like it with that micro systems or whatever. The at the money straddle for a year out, the put and the call together are worth as much as the stock. It's wild.
Hey,
Wild.
real quick here, as mentioned earlier, RTY just fell out of bed completely. Big sell-off here from Russell.
Got the Dow leaving the
Red-
opening range at the high of the session as well. A little bit of opposing information here as usual.
The
Getting
redheaded
Nvidia.
stepchild of indices, the Russell is.
Nvidia rallying here, back up to just under 140 right now.
I was just checking out the futures, micro Bitcoin futures. Yes, you could trade Bitcoin here at Topstep in the micro form of Bitcoin futures, not spot. And the reason why I make that point is because I have a spot order working at 100,000 because I'm just like, okay, if it's going to get to 100,000. I jumped on the train down at 55,000 and I've had it sitting there for like whatever since the run up to $170 away from it. And then I just looked at the Bitcoin futures and it hit it.
It did.
The
Yes.
high was 100,350 around there.
Yeah, it hit it a few times too.
Mm-hmm.
So you're one of those people that want to sell it at 100,000?
I'm just gonna say I sold it at 100,000. Yep, we got there. I'm not Kathy Woods 1.5 million. No, thank you.
Michael's back. We got our first Kathy Wood reference. We're off to a great start to this week. The first week of December. November was the best. We'll talk about this later. Best month in the S&P 500 since November of last year.
I'm not seeing anything I like yet. First 10 minutes still. I mean, we're not even past the first 10 minutes of the open yet.
Just a big old
Kevin,
green candle so far.
We do have some economic information due out here. Eddie, you want to go take a look at the economic calendar for us?
Certainly. Coming up here today. Let's see here, kicking it in. We got today is the 2nd. A lot of people thought this was December 1st, but we did have numbers. Coming up in about 5 minutes, we do have our global S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. We got construction spending in about 20 minutes. Scrolling down here, 10:30, 3-month, 6-month bill auction. And Fed Waller will be speaking a little later on this afternoon. I think that's all we got. Anything else you see, John?
That's about it. I mean, 9 o'clock U.S. ISM manufacturing PMI also, but there should be a good hint of that at the 845 number as well with the S&P manufacturing PMI final.
Coming up. Okay. Eyes on the prize. We'll hit this when it hits the wire.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you, John.
Eddie.
Yeah.
All right. Little pullback here.
I think I'm going to wait till that news comes out. What do you see, Jerome? How are you feeling about this morning?
As always, I'm personally locked out. I have less than 5 minutes before the lockout ends. I like to lock myself out with a new feature until 8:45 Central Time. So the 15-minute opening range gets built up and I don't get FOMO into trades. So I cut some longs this morning. Yes, because I lost so much during the first 15 minutes of the US Open that I lock myself out. So I like to trade the London session, sometimes the Asian, but today I got a winning trade, thankfully, during the London session. So I locked myself out. And I did a long because I really felt we could rip up. So we were down for long, and then we ripped up 2 hours ago. So I would be happy if we can have a 5-minute closure. So let me share the right screen.
I love the discipline, and I love you're using it to keep you out of certain windows that that you'd like to be out of, fully out of.
Well, thank you. I love that you built this feature.
I'm telling you, we'll be announcing here shortly on how much better pass rate Topstep X has than any other platform that we offer. And I'm just saying this because like I saw it. I'm like, holy shit, it's a lot larger than the other ones. They're like, well, people take advantage of the lockout features and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, that's excellent. That is great. That is great. So the feature of helping people get funded, stay funded, take payouts, that's all like by design.
As a reminder, now that Michael's back, we will get little tidbits that maybe the marketing department or whatever else doesn't want to know, but Michael is known to tease them. So you'll get it first here on TopstepTV.
Oh, yeah. I got a ton of stuff. I'll be dropping it throughout the week. Got to get it off my chest.
Topstep X is not even a year old either yet, right? It's
not even a year old.
What, 8 months?
Was it like May 24?
Yeah,
22nd.
There's like so many cool things that are coming out for it. It's really going to be the ultimate trading experience, and not to go into Topstep X like, because I'm not pitching this, because trade whatever platform, your most trusted platform, where you're most confident in executing your strategy, your skills, do the best on. If you're exploring new ones, this is a fun one to explore, because they'll have built-in trading league in it next year. When we launch a trading league, you'll be able to follow, you'll be able to opt into the league, you'll be able to see teams, and all be within there. So you have this like little community base, but it won't get in the way of your trading, because it's going to still, we have something that we're trademarking right now coming out around the ladder. Will be very cool. It's going to be, can't say, because I got to let the trademark, but it's going to be, the ladder is going to have more. You know what hasn't been happening? How about this? The ladder has not been designed or innovated. I don't know, since, what's the guy who did it? TT, Trading Technologies? What's his name? Johnny, you would know. I don't know, but he created
Don't recall his name, but yeah, TT and T4 were really the ones that kind of created the whole ladder or dome way back in the day.
Yep. You'll see it right here on my chart. I do know things like all these levels that are here right here on my chart will be coming into the ladder, same color.
All right, we got 1 minute here, traders.
So a bunch of things.
Here we are. Back to the weekly kickoff, high level. We're just under a quarter of an hour into the session. Hit like, hit subscribe, and we'll give you more breadcrumbs with Topstep X.
S&P just took out the low of the opening range. We've got the 3-minute anchored VWAP coming in right at that 21,100 level in the NASDAQ here. Very interesting spot there if we can hold there.
Trade life, thanks, buddy. Harry Brumfield, exactly. He is a legend. He also sued the hell out of everybody who used the ladder because he couldn't have a static ladder. He got like 10 cents a contract, wasn't it? 5 cents, 10 cents. If you wanted it to be static, if you wanted it to be static, your ladder, which basically you see how the ladder moves up and down. And again, I don't call it the dome. Depth of market is what kind of the retail community is pitched as, but the
number coming out here, manufacturing PMI final coming in at 49.7. They were looking at 49, anything under 50, still contracting here. So coming up in about 15 minutes, we do have our USM manufacturing PMI. So 49.7. Back to you, Michael.
Yes. Nice. Well, thank you, Eddie. No, so quick, long story. That's it. And he created the ladder formation. I think there's always been the charts, of course, but he created the prices in a ladder formation with the bids and the offers and the depth of the markets and seeing who's on the bids, seeing who's on the offer, how many, and then it just, I don't know. They all copied him on it. He sued him because he had a patent. He won the patent. The patent expired 20 some years later, so it's expired now. He's getting 10 cents a contract on anybody who uses a static ladder anywhere.
That's 500 on the offer at 57 in the S&Ps.
Let's take a look. And
we got to pull back to the 90s in the NASDAQ too.
Here we go.
Old sellers back in play.
60.57. We are taking out some. Eating up some of those contracts. It is gone.
There it is. Yep.
Jerome is unlocked now, ready to take it on.
I'm out of the lockout, so now my account is ready to trade. I would love to take a break of the opening range from the upside, so it's at 21,139 in the order, 0.75. So what I like is the opening range is the 15 minutes opening range, is 113 points, so it's very big. The thing is, the RSI is slightly overbought, and it has been for like 2 hours, and it's the same on the S&P. So it doesn't mean that we can't keep going up, but I would love to have like a flush and then a move back up from the S&P inside the opening range, and so the S&P and the Nasdaq can breathe a little, and then we can take a move back to the upside if we have one. So I don't think I will FOMO in this movement. If we break on the upside to the upside and it's a very aggressive move, well, I'm okay not to be in it. But yeah, I'm interested in longs until the market structure shows me that we should go short. What do you guys
I'm right
think?
there with you. Yeah, I want to pull back. We had to pull back till at 97, 96 here, the NASDAQ. But that was right before the news. So it was, I don't want to be hopping into a position a minute before the news. Now that we have the news out, we have another, something else coming out in another, 12 minutes. And so maybe that could be a cause for a pullback. I was really liking to see if we could get down to like, the 21,070s, maybe the 80s, looking for some type of a 3-bar reversal or some type of area to buy this. Now, yeah, buying these highs is valid. It's a breakout, like you said. It's a lot harder psychologically and mentally to buy it when we're already came so far so fast since we opened, but it's still a valid trade. I mean, just imagine the opposite, right? People are selling it up here and it just keeps going and going and, hitting everyone's stop losses, hitting the daily loss limit for everyone who's shorting up in this zone. It's the breakout trade where you can buy it up here and looking for this to continue higher.
Hey, John,
Dakota's full
Jay,
in.
what's
I love your
NVIDIA
70s.
look like?
Nvidia's up 1.2%.
How about Tesla? Tesla looks like it's up also.
It's up 3%.
Yeah.
All the Mag 7 is up so far today. I had to look over. I see in the comments every once in a while, Michael, someone will always say NVIDIA is dumping, and I'll look over and it will be solidly green for the day.
I know.
I saw that too.
That is the way it works.
Yeah,
It dumped 0.5%.
it's all about the time frame.
Taking out new highs, NQ. Also, remember, we have hashtag Power Hour. If you have anything amusing, inspirational, or otherwise worthy of attention, use that hashtag Power Hour on X with Topstep, and we'll show it later today.
If we get around 66, 70, as Dakota said, I would love a pullback, a strong back in from the buyers, and perhaps market buy this. We might do a week or not, but we might.
We're just going straight up,
Stops.
Jerome.
Yeah. Well, it's I'm okay with that. It's the risk I wanted to take, not buying this. But if anybody caught this long, congratulations, huge move.
Pull back to 21,100 was a pretty tasty little spot.
Yeah, it was.
One thing we need to keep our eyes on, since we got this Trump America First, a lot of investors are ditching international stocks and favoring U.S. ones. So probably going to be seeing a lot more movement here with our U.S.
short
stocks.
on gold.
Where you see that, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm looking at a short on gold as being a possible opportunity here, where gold's been pretty bearish for this month. We did get a pullback up to 26.72, and that was an area that showed as resistance, before a few times, and now we're kind of getting a very, very bearish candlestick here on the 1 hour chart where we rejected those 74s, and maybe we could look for a rotation right back down into these 40s or lower 50s here in gold.
Looks like a little 3-bar reversal, even on the 30-minute chart there, Dakota, in gold.
Yeah, I see that on the 30-minute. Yeah. Yep. Not yet on the 1 hour, and then on the 5-minute, of course.
Crude's getting smushed.
It's a little bit messier.
All right, so
Nice,
to
yeah.
have the first move of the setup I like. So we had a closure on the 5-minute time frame above the opening range, and then we are coming back inside the opening range. So technically, my strategy would say to go long right here, but I'm not because of this, and I'm waiting for a potential pullback till this level, the 70s, 66, 60, 60, 66, 70. So if we are lucky enough and we get a pullback there, I believe it's a pretty good area for buy orders. Let's see.
In the NASDAQ?
Yes.
Okay.
If we were not that slightly overbought on the 5 and 15-minute time frame on the RSI, I would have been in the buy right now. But I've got caught in so many times in such moves that I'm okay if it goes without me, but if it's waiting for me, it's a pretty good confidence level for the trade. So I'm going to be patient on this one.
Patient and waiting. We still have news coming out in 7 minutes, so that could bring some things.
Yes, sir.
Would you ever short this market, Jerome? You said you were waiting for a pullback. Would you ever short this while we're waiting for a pullback?
Well, we could, but as you said, we could be the guys getting caught and getting DLL and liquidate it if this rips up, right? So, of course, it's playable, considering we are kind of overbought, but Nasdaq is vicious. I mean, Nasdaq can rip 50 points up just to get us out, and then it will go back down. So any movement would be valid here, but it's a risky area for me. No trade zone for me.
You would need to be pretty wide there. As it's also interesting. Remember, we are coming off of an unusual week for the futures where we had kind of a low volume Friday in which things were drifting up. I was shocked by just how much the 10-year rate has moved over the holidays. Bond traders not sleeping. Looking at the 10-year yields, we came in all the way from 4.3, hit a low of around 4.16%, and they are rising a little bit now to 4.23. Either way, it's a pretty big move for low volume trading. That could be one of the reasons the stocks are kind of surging.
You know what's really interesting?
What's real interesting? It's like a knock joke.
The Chicago Bears
shut up.
have it's not been a good bet against them. They've been covering the spread every single week.
Been losing.
Yeah, but you saw me last week. Were you on, Dakota? I said my mortal lock of the year was the Bears plus 10.5 or whatever against the Lions.
You know what's so interesting? I think this can correlate to the market sometimes. You take the Chiefs team, and then you take the Bears team, and they're complete opposite of each other's. Where the Bears are playing really, really good, but they're still losing the games due to these little, like these big mistakes, and they're losing like by what,
Big
3
mistakes,
points,
yeah.
losing in overtime.
Yep.
And then you have the Chiefs who are playing really, really crappy, and then you have something like this week where the other opposite team just fumbles the ball and gives them the game. And so it doesn't really matter sometimes how good or how bad you play. What matters is kind of just win or loss, right? That's really
mind games, yeah.
They still lost.
Better draft picks.
It's like the last play. We're all sitting around Thanksgiving Day table, and like about a half an hour. It'll be the last play of the game. You know, they'll lose it on the last play of the game, and there you have it. Last play of the game. All right, we got 5 minutes here. Another coming up here, 5 minutes. Got numbers coming out, my friends. The alarm's going off. I would give you the official 5 minutes here.
5 minutes remaining.
We got ISM, U.S. ISM manufacturing PMI in a few minutes here, so stay careful. Last thing I'll say,
construction spending. Yeah,
there you go. How about this guy who's gone straight Littlefinger Game of Thrones and gone from the passing coordinator to the head coach in 3 weeks for the Bears? Incredible stuff. All-time heater.
I don't even know who our coach is. I'm just so glad he's gone.
3 months ago, he was a water boy.
Yeah, the floose is loose. Now Thomas Brown is in town.
God, who doesn't call it time? Who doesn't help? Who doesn't help their rookie quarterback call a timeout? And then kick a field goal and then take it into overtime. I mean, worst case scenario, or have one shot in the end zone. I was watching that on the boat too, in the pub section. There's like an old pub section of the Disney Cruise Line. And my 19-year-old nephew there buying him drinks, and then they finally asked if he's 21. I said, "These next two I just ordered for B."
I thought there were no laws at sea. What is that?
Well, that's what I go. I don't care what they say. I go international. I go by international law, Grant. And yeah,
Yeah, to pull
I
back
almost feel
here
bad.
in the NQ.
At some point, you just kind of want to watch a competitive. I mean, the division's already so freaking stacked with like the Vikings and the Lions. Bears just get the short end of the stick.
You know what? If those three, I don't want to get too sports on this on a trading show, but those Hail Mary, the block field goal, the poor clock management. I mean, those are 3 games we could have won. So that changes things. And Caleb is good. We're just at the verge of breaking him.
He is. NASDAQ not good right now.
Yeah, we're getting that pullback. Minute and a half till news.
Come on, give us 66.
another 70-point sell-off right here. If would you adjust where you're wanting to get in, Jerome? Like if this market just consolidates, maybe it sells off a little bit and consolidates, would you adjust, or are you going to just say, I'm looking for 66. If I don't get it, I won't trade, or will you adjust if we either go up and pull back, or if we just consolidate here?
Yeah, completely. If we don't go very quickly, markets are dynamic. They create sort of local support and resistance that keeps getting converted on a daily time frame. Intraday. So yeah, of course, you never know when you're right or wrong for your analysis, right? But I try to be as much flexible as possible, not to be married to a bias. But not willing to change every time sides, right? Because you lose your mind and you get confused. So trying to find this balance between very high conviction, and flexibility of mind and execution as well. I think when you get an almost perfect balance in this, and I'm far from that, of course, you are an excellent trader.
Here we go. Thin.
Ooh, this is
Hey,
a big
number
one.
going
So
up.
Jerome, that 15-minute opening range high,
the number here.
139.75. That's nothing that you would be looking for an execution near.
Sorry about that.
If
got
we
the number coming up.
consolidate,
Just hit the
Go
wire.
ahead.
Number,
here.
guys.
Yes. Construction somebody coming in at 0.4%. They were looking at 0.2. PMI manufacturing, the big number here, 48.4. They were looking at 47.6. And the ISM manufacturing price paid, 50.3. They were looking at 56. We have our 9 o'clock numbers coming up next, 10:30 numbers. Back to you guys.
That was the pullback for now. Okay. What do we got?
So Jerome, you were saying your 15-minute opening range high there, that 139.75, that's nothing that you would kind of be looking for an execution near?
I would be if we see a consolidation between, let's say, 180 and 140, and then the overbought situation gets exhausted, and then I'm going to be interested in this case. Otherwise, I will just wait. I mean,
you'd like to see some sort of basing at that level before getting along.
Correct.
Got it.
I noticed that during the US session, the more I wait, in general, not every time, but the more I wait, the more I tend to increase the win rate or confidence level in a setup. So my focus on December and onwards, 2025, would be to take maximum 1 to 2 trades a day if the setups allow me to, and try to have this routine and these habits being built up. So I have been able to build this patience of not FOMOing into a setup. Let's say if I'm willing to take an A+ setup and I have 3 A setups in a row, I'm staying patient. I mean, I'm looking to staying patient and waiting for this A+ setup. And if the previous 3 A setups were valid, it's okay. I mean, a couple months ago, I would have been frustrated, but today I'm ready to take it. And thankfully, I've been able today to be emotionally disconnected from my trading activity and from the profits or the loss, the outcome of a trade. And I believe that's one of the most difficult part of trading after execution. Of course, execution for me, it's the the hardest part of trading, to my knowing. So the emotional part is very interesting. So it's very hard. So now I'm focusing on the technical side and the execution side, and trying to keep math on my side. And let's see how it goes. I gathered for me sufficient data, enough data. So we'll see.
All right. You sound very healthy, and you have a very clear mindset, which is our tip of the week this week. So great patience.
Wonderful.
The short
Bring that
gold
tip
is
of the week
starting
up.
to play out. The short gold. I'm liking a short in gold, looking for us to break below 2660s.
Wow.
Bring that tip
That
of the
was a
week up.
huge
There you go.
move from
Chat
gold.
shouted out as well.
See what this
There it is.
see, guys.
Mindset.
Tip of the week.
Tip of the week. Tip of the week. You know what helps
Have
you
a
on all that?
Your mindset. What does, Michael?
That 15-minute. Take 15. You know, ever have one of those take 5 candy bars?
Yeah. Good stuff.
Okay, well, take 15. It's the lowest you can go. When you click on Matt, go to my chart real quick. Confirm trader lockout.
Okay.
15 minutes. You can do it right here. So you can take 15. You can go for a quick walk. You can go make a sandwich. Eddie, you've always said, make a sandwich. Oh, look out the window. Just gaze out the window. Whatever you
Enjoy
see,
life.
think about. Enjoy
Have a
life.
glass of milk.
15 minutes.
Have a ham
that.
sandwich. Go pet the
And
dog.
a ham sandwich.
Do something.
There you go. Tip of the week. Very important to take care of your mindset.
And you can lock yourself out for 15 minutes too. I love that.
Yes. It will help. That is our way of helping.
That is amazing. And I'm looking for the features with the contracts limit as well and the trades limit on a daily basis.
That's a fast
That's going to
follow.
be amazing
It's-
as well.
Yep. Contract limits. What's the other one? Also the very important one is I call it keep it in your pocket. High water mark. We call it that. Like when you reach a certain high point, you can set your own high point. Hey, if I make $3,000 today, I always walk away with $1,500. Basically 50% off my high water mark. Auto liquidate me, shut me off. I'm done for the day. You put that feature in a trading platform, bananas. Guys, you got to know what I'm talking about because you guys have had a killer day before. I'm just going to keep going. Okay, fine. That's great. But if you don't have I'm going to keep going. But if I lose X amount of dollars, I'll quit or stop or call it a day and lock in profits to keep them in my pocket. Then there's so many people and other prop firms. They don't have this, they don't have the lockout feature and things like that because you can bury an account like that. Like no matter how, hey, he was up 30 grand. Now he's down 3 because he hit his max loss. He lost 33 grand. He lost 30
hurts.
Yep. I've heard those stories 100 times here at Topstep since 2020, 14 years. John, and you've made calls. I've made calls. We've made calls. Hey, Chris out of Tennessee, you're up 40 grand. Never seen you up 40 grand. Your best day is 3,000. Well, I'm just going to keep going. I'm going to try to get it to 50 grand. I'm like, instead of telling them exactly what to do, we give them a whole, well, how about this? Tell me how much is you want to lose all 40? Well, no, I don't. Okay, well, how about you want to keep trading, right? Yeah, I do. Okay, well, how about 30, 20? How about that? 20 grand. Let's end the day at 20 grand if you catch a cold streak. Okay. You want me to help liquidate that for you? I can set it right now. No, don't let me. I don't want to be like, are you sure? It's going to be really helpful if I can help you. And then it takes us a while to get their head around it. And the next thing you know, they're locking in big days. The best day that Live Trader put up was $104,000 day. And that was the team talking to him along the way and saying, hey, you have a really good day going. And I'm going to keep going on this. Well, how about this? And I talked to Mick about it. I go, hey, how'd you guys work with that Live Trader? And they're like, well, we did this and this. It's, we can watch them and we know their average and we know what this is at bell curve. Jack, you're all about that kind of stuff. Stats way out there on the tail, aberration. Yep, way out there. You haven't had this ever before. We want to help you lock it in. Now, if somebody's like, you're getting in my way, then you don't trade at Topstep because you're not a coachable person. That's fine. It's fine. Just don't trade with us. But if you're coachable, we're here to help.
In gold.
Got it. We're here to help. And that's what that is about. So, Jerome, you're right. That is a great feature. The limit of the positions, but also my favorite one coming, which will be right packaged together with that one. And the next iteration of the lockout feature is that high watermark. Lock me out after.
Ah, he's back. The saltwater
That's
air
fast.
has done marvels for MP,
Island
and
Mike.
he is getting it out.
Jack, I didn't have a second to relax on that. You sit down on the deck to watch your kids, and then they start running around, and then they got a Disney movie playing 24 hours a day up on the huge Megatron that then you're watching with 3,000, 4,000 other of your best friends. It's
all right.
I did not have a relaxing week.
Well, we're going to dive into that further once things slow down a little bit, but the NASDAQ does not like to be far from its high of the day. That has been the story so far. We're looking around a couple different markets here. Our big numbers for the day are in the rearview mirror. All right.
I'm not seeing anything on this either. Just it's not a slow grind. It's just grinding up and to the right. But I had one comment on that, MP, myself included, is when you are in a great trade, it's one thing to follow your process and say you're up 30,000 and you start to trail a stop loss and it comes back and hits you and you close out the trade at like, plus 15,000. You gave up 15,000. But then there's another thing where you are flat up 30,000 and then you keep trading and then you draw down 15,000. Like both scenarios, you lost 15,000, but they're completely two different scenarios where one, you're following a trade, you're following a process, you're following unrealized gains. The other, you're flat, and then you just start to overtrade, and maybe you just think like, I just need a few, extra money. But I do like that. Is if traders want to go through and risk that money in a personal account, that's understandable, and you're just going to end up learning the hard way because I've done that. I've done that, more often than I really want to admit.
Yep. It was great, Dakota, and how your mind works. And you're a six-figure trader here at Topstep. And we've been talking, you and I have been talking in the background about seven-figure. How do we get traders to? We're getting a lot of traders to six figures, but we need those. That's why XFA. We're having some stuff that we're going to be announcing here shortly on XFA payouts to get you to move to live. Six-figure traders need to be, and seven-figure traders need to be developed in the live markets, and that is the ultimate prize, is to help have the best, most professional, leveled up prop desk in the funding space at the live level. So we're building that out right now. We'll be talking about that shortly. And we don't want the XFA to camp out. We want you to keep moving, which means we're going to support you when you get to the live level and get you that six-figure, seven-figure type of career or income that we all strive to be. But you don't get there unless you actually get conditioned through it. Not playing the sim game. Come up here, have 45x combines and 10 XFAs and rinse and repeat. Nope. That's the difference saying at Topstep's going to be taken, because we're trying to move you along. You can still make money at XFA, 100%. But you're making big money in live. And that's where we want big live money. It's a win for everybody. It's Topstep just trying to do a thing. No, it's not. It's Topstep trying to make a win for you. Yeah, you can say, well, a win for me is keeping you all in XFA forever. But a win for me at live, a win for a trader is to keep them better prepared for the live environment, whether it's their own capital in their own personal brokerage account, like Dakota, you just said, and doing that better, or trade with us on live and doing that better. So that is coming. That's really exciting. I've been kind of watching the Slack channel of that develop. And Dakota, getting your thoughts in there. Thanks. I appreciate them.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for that. Yeah, 100%. I'm invested in it. Obviously, I have that $370,000 account here at Topstep.
You're number 2. Yeah.
I mean, that's the correct direction. Where I'm a little bit biased though, MP. I'm like, yeah, give me all the money you guys want to give me. Give me all the
I know.
my account here. But within reason, right? Because I'm trying to think from, what it's going to be looking like from a lot of live traders here at Topstep. Like, why answer that question? I remember you called me and you just said, like why trade live at a prop account? And it's like, that is why. That's the question that needs to be answered. That's what
the question needs to be answered.
For.
Yep.
Yep.
And we
go ahead.
No, to that point, that's why there's this conversation, because we've been always doing things behind the scene, like, hey, would you like to? You can trade overnight, or you can trade bigger size. I mean, you've traded 30 lots in live, correct? Is that the highest?
Yeah, I've
30?
held 30 contracts overnight.
Yeah, so anybody's like, oh, I'll just go open a personal account then, blah, blah, blah. Go do it. Trade 30 lots. Good luck. You know what the margin is on that? Good luck. Good
overnight
luck.
too. Yeah.
Overnight,
that's
good luck, buddy. Mm-hmm.
Overnight, that's a lot of money.
It's all fun. Yeah, see, it's all fun. But you can't. Prop firms should be there to help the best traders get to their best level live. Then it becomes a win for the trader because you could help size that trader up. You could have a direct line to a prop desk dedicated risk guy. That's cool. Like Ben, like Jacob, like Brett, like Mick, the guys that come on here. And that team's getting doubled or tripled in size. Then you got that. Then you're like, hey, you want to trade 30 lots? Okay, I'll help you. Or you want to trade options on futures? We can make an options on futures happen, or FCM. We can trade futures. I mean, we're not trading stocks with you. We can trade options on futures. You want to buy a couple calls, all that kind of stuff, and S&P index, and there's your longer position look at that target. Stuff like that is what we're gonna. You guys know S&B Capital, Mike over there. Is it Bellafiore or Bellafiore? I had like lunch with him when I first started Topstep. He's on the professional, very, very professional. We get him to here, and we got 7-figure. I remember him telling me, 7-figure, 8-figure traders. Swear to God. I'm like, he's like, we don't really care about doing all that, like what you guys are doing. We're finding the best. And I'm like, okay, yeah, because I was like, well, maybe at the end of our end of Topstep's rainbow, like we could partner up and do that. He's like, yeah. He's like, and we had this conversation. I'm not going to get into that conversation, but we had a good conversation. Topstep's going to be having the most professional prop desk, live prop desk, than any other funding opportunity that's out there. So that is what's coming. So when you hear this, like, oh, they're doing this XFA, I don't want sim gamers. I don't want sim traders only for life. The ones that are good. Developing, 100,000%. If you're developing, creating, honing your strategy, developing your skills, trading combine, XFA is there to help you build your account and still get paid. And then live is where you Katie bar the doors, where my coach used to say, break it wide open and get yourself to the level you want to be. And we haven't developed that out well enough to say all these things that we are saying and doing in the background of saying, well, actually with Tom, with Dakota, we've done 30 contracts. With so-and-so, we've let them trade this and that. We don't really communicate that because we have our own little relationships with them. And I'm like, guys, we need to start communicating. This is the prop, but we're adding more to it at the same time. So that is what's going to be talked about here very, very soon on how great the live is. Yeah.
That's great stuff. Let the man cook. NQ still cooking, everyone. We've just been. People are saying in the chat, "Oh, stuff's moving." You're talking. It's doing the same thing it's been doing all morning.
Going straight up.
We're
Watch it right here.
I'm not seeing any opportunities yet. We're kind of just grinding higher. I mean, unless you're buying, 10-point pullbacks, which I want a deeper pullback and I want better price action. And I know Jerome is waiting for the same thing. That's part of real trading, though, where we're waiting and being patient and sitting and watching the market is 95% of trading. And, maybe one opportunity, maybe no opportunities that might present itself.
Right on. Well, call out anything you got. Right now, speaking of traders that are prepared, we do have JD in back with a little stat update for us. JD, how you doing? How was Thanksgiving?
What's up? Excellent Thanksgiving. Saw the fam, hung out, ate some turkey. Good stuff. Hope everybody else had a good one too. All right.
Sure did.
We got some good stuff. Top 5 live funded P&Ls from Friday. It was an abbreviated session on Friday, but we still had some big numbers flying around. Look at Yusuf there. $33,227 trading the ESNQ and the MNQ. He took $18,871 out of the ES, almost $13,000 out of the NASDAQ, and $1,400 out of the micro NASDAQ. Big day on a short trading day for use up there. Our guy Rips, look at that, $5,800 trading the NQ in his live funded account.
Yeah, Rips.
Rips is on the board.
Yeah,
Manavendra.
This was Friday? This was Friday?
This is Friday,
Okay.
yeah. Manavendra, almost $5,100 trading the NASDAQ. Pinson, we hear his name quite a bit. Took $3,700 out of the crude oil market and another $550 out of gold for a total of $42.81 for Pinson in the live funded account. And then Trevor, $42.49 trading the Nikkei. Big day trading the Nikkei for Trevor there. Is that one of your guys, Dakota? Did you train him on the Nikkei?
Maybe. I don't know. I like to see it. I love seeing that.
For sure. All right, yeah. Again, Friday was an abbreviated trading session, so these guys did pretty good in just a short amount of time.
Great on,
Yeah, that's great.
on abbreviated trading session. Love it.
All right, guys. I'll be back in a little bit with some payout numbers.
All right.
Nice.
20-point pullback.
I
I
know,
like a
Jack. I was
short
thinking the
at-
same thing. Is
Go ahead, Dakota.
do we buy this? I'm still waiting for a deeper pullback.
I like a short at 52.25.
Now we're talking. Jerome looking short 152.5.
I would like it short now if we're going to short it. 3-bar reversal will be confirmed if we get below 61. Risk is going to be 98.
Yeah, risk is going to be big, but we have a wide range down as well.
In terms of point value, yeah. Big in terms of point value.
All right. We are below, or not quite yet.
Jerome, I just want to ask, you've been kind of watching that 15-minute opening range high, 21,139.75. We start basing there. Is that another long opportunity for you? You're talking short now.
Yes, because we opened the 4-hour candle and we almost broke 21,200. And now we already flipped it and we have a huge range down. And in my strategies, statistically, when we reflip, considering the S&P is already somehow flipping in the red, it's more bearish than bullish. This can be a quick scalp, and we can even reverse the trade around the high of the opening range and 123.5. So I will watch out for how the market reacts. But what I'm looking at is telling me that if we break below 52.25, there's a high chance that we continue going down. Till which level, that the market will tell us. But that's why I would like to take this short, because we had a huge move up, right? A lot of people have been longing this movement, and we are still overbought. We are quite at the high of the overbuying sort situation. So we'll see.
Okay.
We might have a buying opportunity at the high of the opening range. So I will be watching carefully 139.75 and perhaps get back in long right at this level.
Okay. So the short would just be kind of a see money, take money, move back down to that level.
Sort of, correct. Watching the reaction. If we rip down the opening range and we don't hover around the high of the opening range, then I will keep the short on. But if I see an instant sort of weak rejection, I will hit the reverse button.
We got an anchored VWAP down at 135.5 also down there off the opening. So a little confluence there as well for you.
Wonderful.
Jerome, you're still flat at the moment?
Yeah, still flat. Still up $948.
Jerome up 948.
Yeah, I am wanting to short up here. I'm wanting to short this now. I mean, we got the 3-bar reversal, which is the last 5 minutes. The bottom of it is going to be 21,160. And so maybe we get a push back up to these 80s, and then look. I don't know. This is counter trend as well. I want to have a small risk in terms of point value. Right now, it would be at about 25 points worth of risk. I'm doing it. I'm short one. Short one. Risk is at 198, 199.
All right. Dakota short right around here.
Yep,
So
short
far,
one.
the tilt really hasn't given us much direction here. Pretty much close to 50-50 across the board.
Dakota, what's your entry level?
172 and a half. My CYA is 199 evens. And I'm making it a point going forward into the end of the year to keep points on this screen. So instead of looking at the dollar amounts, looking at points. I've had so many traders ask me, "Oh, how do you hold 5 contracts, and how do you not close out early? How do you not take profit early and let it come back against you?" And so this is kind of the mindset I have, is thinking in terms of points and not dollar amounts. It's hard to transition to that because everyone's focused on the dollar amounts. I'm up 1,000, down 1,000, and that allows them to make emotional decisions based off the dollar amount. So I'm going to try and make it a point this week and going into the end of the year to just focus on points. A point to focus on points.
Love it.
Wonderful. It's very hard to do the transition, indeed, as you mentioned. We are so emotionally attached to the dollar amount that for most of the people, it's very hard to get disconnected from that. I don't change to points or ticks, but I don't trade the PNL. I trade the charts, right? But too many people, I believe, try to pass challenges. They trade to pass the challenge. They trade to get a payout, which is great, but which leads as well to developing sometimes bad behaviors when you get out of your trading habits. And that's when you get lost. I've got lost for a very long time until I sticked to my habits and my rules, not over leveraging, not FOMOing, not over trading, etc. So it's by practicing that we learn, and that's why I'm very thankful for this prop firm environment that Topstep has provided us. Because I mean, if I put my own $5,000 in a brokerage account and I don't know how to trade, I take a couple losses and it's gone. But with Topstep, I can buy a 150K account, and for $149, I have the same amount roughly, and I can practice. I can backtest strategies and forward test them. So for me, it's been a real gift, and I always make the comparison with academics. So the more you practice, the more you learn, and the more you learn, the better you become. So keep practicing, keep jabbing, as Michael says.
Jerome, even astronauts use simulators to get to know how to handle situations.
There's surgical simulators as well for surgeons. There's been these studies that have been out. So they ask surgeons who play video games, and they select the surgeons who tend to play video games more. And they notice that there's a 30 to 32% efficiency rate on the surgeries, and they operate distance. So the surgeon is in China, for example, in Beijing, and the patient is in Arizona, and you have this whole technological magic that operates, and the doctor is in China and the patient is in Arizona. It's crazy. It's literally amazing.
Wow.
And that's how you operate.
It will allow doctors to be like I always use this, the Michael Jordan of the best, and scale their. I mean, like you can make $1 bazillion as a doctor now. I'm kind of like looking at it for a profession of a doctor. You don't have to fly there. You can still do it, and you can like scale your craft is more easily scalable because again, you can do it from remote. That's incredible. I didn't know they were doing
I
it.
added to the short. 3 contracts,
Kodesh.
average price 175.
Short 3 from 175 in the NQ.
Sim surgeons, huh?
That's
Sim
insane. That's
surgeons.
insane.
Sim surgeons. Well, have
We'll
you,
take
would you
naps
ever
as
hear a
well.
surgeon go, I don't ever want to get out of sim trading. I don't ever want. No, they're there to professionalize their passion, to get themselves to the best technology support team, whoever's behind all that, helping you get there. Hell, I'll take that. Sign
I
me
mean,
up.
even astronauts, NASA, military forces, like
F1.
any high level F1 professional practice or hunter jets, you need to simulate. You need to go through a simulator because your brain has to develop the synapses, the network. First, you need the knowledge. Then you need the imprint. You need to print this knowledge, and that becomes part of yourself, of your personality, your character, parts of your daily behavior. And then you're used to take 4Gs. Let's say you're an astronaut, you're used to take 4Gs in the simulator. Then you can go to practice. But if you go straight to the practice, I mean, you might be dead, right? So you need to go through the practice. And in trading, hopefully you won't die if you go straight to personal account. You will just lose money. But losing money is huge, right? I mean, you don't die, but you still lose money. So that's why practicing is important as well. And it's a very, very beautiful gift. I mean, the people who have designed these sim surgeons tools, the engineers behind it, they had a mind, a vision, right? And Topstep is the same. You need a mind, you need a vision behind it. You need to gather the people to execute and make this vision real. I already said that, but I'm going to say it again. I mean, Michael, you're a real leader for me. Your leadership level is very huge because you've been able to gather amazing people, amazing and talented people that work together and that are able to develop and execute a mission and a vision. And that's hard. That's very hard. I'm saying it again. I don't know if people realize what it takes to make this and to achieve this on a daily basis. We only have 24 hours. I don't know how much employees are part of Topstep, but think about the energy needed to manage all the operational side of it, the financial side. Like, there's so much things to think about as an entrepreneur. I can think, but of course the size of the company is different, so I can only envision it. So this is very huge. I mean, that's why we have a prop firm environment.
Yeah, thank you, Jerome. That's I think
short 5.
I mean,
nice.
Yeah, I think right now on this broadcast, right now, it's a perfect example. I looked at the bottom. It says Coach Dakota number 2, Jerome number 37. You got Jack, who I know is hell of a smarter than I am. John reads markets way better than I can. All these folks that I've always been wanting to put people around me that are smarter, more talented in their little swim lanes, and let them go. And that's kind of what we wanted to do at the Topstep experience anyway. When we created the funding industry, is the whole goal. John, you remember this, and Eddie, they're part of the founding team. Who's we want to find people that are better, more talented, more skilled than we are. Period. So when people are like, "Oh, Michael can't trade anymore," you can't do everything. Yeah, you're right. I can't do everything. That's true. That's true. I'm not trying to be all things to all people. That's true. But I can find the best people, work with them more closely. And that's kind of how I met Dakota. He rose through the ranks, proved himself. John met Johnny, and then he came in there and just proved himself by being like, holy shit, you're really good at this, this, and this. Jack's done it. James done it. Dolby's done on here. I mean, you got from Robert to Andre. Those are just that group. That's just the TV team. Danielle and JD. And I mean, I can keep going there. But then you got the 170 other team members we have plus and growing that, you got to have great people. And there's times where the company needs to get to a certain point to have that great team. Like, hey, who's still a part of this? Who's still looking? Who's still driving with us and getting towards that mission and vision that we're trying to go to? And it is to help traders become better. Because in the end, if you help a trader become better, 10% of 100,000 is $10,000. I'll take that over your $49 any day. So
it's how you put a championship team together. And I mean, there's no end to this championship team.
Yeah. Founding team guys,
Great
Eddie
stuff.
Horn, who just spoke right there, and John Hoagland back in 2010, 11.
Mhm.
Guys who said,
Right at the
believe in
beginning.
it.
All right, I closed out. Yep, I stopped out of that one. Minus 2,000, or no, I think it was 1,600 on that trade.
These markets are just grinding higher.
You know, for 5 contracts, that's not a bad loss at all, Dakota.
16 points. 16 points. We tried. We sat here and we tried. The market tried, and every single time you can see where it's just been bouncing off this. And then finally again, I mean, it might work out, but man, this market is way too strong. Every little sell-off in here, see where there's a lot of chop and consolidation. That's where I was adding. My stop loss was 199, I believe. But yeah, still same story. It's not clean price action where we're just going up or down or up and down, or where we have typical pullbacks and breakouts or reversals. Like this is very, very choppy, and yeah, I'm just not liking it. So flat done. I'm actually going to go ahead and click this button that says lock me out.
There you
For
go.
today. There we go.
Yeah.
Well, Dakota, if you'd like to trade vicariously, we can help you in that regard.
I mean, the trade's still valid. It's just I'm not going to risk anything more than 7.
Great discipline.
That's good.
Wonderful.
Well, really quick, I just want to run through a few market tidbits here. As I mentioned earlier, we'll do a couple quick news stories. James, November 2024, best month for the S&P since last November. Novembers have been raging. Look at those. These are the monthly candles here. What a year this has been. Yeah, 1, 2,
What do
3,
we have for the
4,
year?
5.
What percent?
Ooh, for the S&P,
30 or 24, 34?
something or close to 30, something like that. It's been
God,
way up. And you know where most of that money has been going. If we check out this next graph here, concentration is back. The top 10 companies in the S&P 500 as a percent of the total market cap is up around 36% this year. That is a big number. More than 1/3 of the market cap of the S&P 500, which is the price. It is a market cap weighted index, is accounted for by 10 companies. This also gives you an idea of why the NASDAQ is so much higher, because they have only 100 companies and they just get more and more concentrated. And lastly, we've been doing stories called Is This the Top? This is my Is This the Top for today. Chinese man sends $550K in family's life savings to streamers so she'd call him, quote, bro.
Look, man, we've all been there. All right.
We have been. Some of us only lose 10K doing that. I mean, most people, I would say, lose about 100K doing that. 550K is a lot. But who doesn't want to be called bro?
There's not more to that story, or is that just it?
Yikes.
The details, Dakota, are too sad for me to go into on this Monday.
Okay.
It's just, yeah. Loneliness, man. So that's all we'll put on that for now. Don't worry. The guy, I think, is fine, but not financially. So
The streamer's happy.
It's grind higher, man.
Y'all got my Venmo.
No.
I'll call you. I'll call everyone in the chat, bro, for like, I don't know, $5 a person. Bro. What's up, bro?
I Venmo you
Landon,
enough
bro.
$5 already, Jack. All those mute fees.
Oh yeah, you're my sugar daddy.
Oh yeah, Jack. What's their total? You're taking that buying the kids Christmas presents or what?
Collect and float. No, we'll tally it up when we get back to the new year. It's
I think this should be a tally that by the end of the year we are signed out to restart it. Maybe we do the end of the year each year. How much money we get, or how much money it's put in the jar. Guys, this is the mute jar. It goes exactly like this. Yeah. And then now I'm talking. I was muted. Got to throw $5 in there. I've given a cool 20 to 40.
Yeah, we'll do a what do you call it? Like a presentation on the status of the mute count jar
There you go.
in the last week of this year.
Yeah, those shorts came in now. That was a 30-point sell off right there in the NASDAQ. We went up, we peaked above 200. We hit what, 203, 203.5, and then straight back down into those 70s where we were consolidating a moment ago and where I was getting in short. Let's see where this plays out. I mean, now we're starting to see a little bit better price action, and we're starting to see things pick up a little bit. So maybe it was just right idea, wrong timing. That's been the story of the past week for me. I'm in a $20,000 drawdown over the past week and a half.
I feel you. I feel you. I've been on the same path, and you know, when you make a decision, you always have this dilemma between making the decision or making the decision to not make it. Right? It's kind of paradoxal. And when you make it and it doesn't work several times in a row, your mind tells you, look, stop doing that. But then you have this voice telling you, but the next time you won't do this, it would work. And then you're going to get frustrated. So that's why math is, for me, our best friend and our best enemy as well, because you need to find this balance. And Dakota, you're a professional, so you know the math behind your activity and your execution. So you're not even afraid of being wrong. You just know that it's a numbers game. And if you write, let's say, roughly 1/3 of the time, then you're ready to take 2 losses out of 3 days or trades, right? And when you win big. So it takes a lot of time to develop this emotional and tactical skills and level to be able to execute like a robot. I mean, I believe a very well-designed robot would trade better than humans because they would have no emotions, right? But that would imply a very powerful algorithm. But yeah, that's very hard to do. So props to you for doing that, and thank you for leading the way, because you're showing the example as well. So
it's the good, bad, and ugly. I think everyone sees me do this here every day. It's the same thing. It's the same, technical analysis, the setup, the risk reward. It's the same thing over and over and over again. Few traders asked me, why would I get short up here? Well, I mean, if we take into consideration like a few things, we take a look at the hourly chart. Let's look at this. Take a look at the hourly chart. There's a resistance here, right? It's not like this major resistance, and nothing's guaranteed in the markets, obviously, but there is a decent amount of consolidation and resistance around this zone. Now, everything's a zone. It's not exact, but the most recent one was right here on November 14th. There was a little bit of resistance, and then everyone knows I like the 5-minute 3-bar reversal. Well, we got one. We did get a little bit of a 5-bar 3-bar reversal, or a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart. So this is what I was looking at, right? We came up, we went up to these like 190s. We sold all the way off. We crossed. And typically a 3-bar reversal entry is the bottom of the previous bar where the 3-bar reversal confirms. And we talked about it. Well, the risk was going to be all the way up here at like 199. So I'm like, okay, I want to take this trade, but that's too much in terms of risk for points. So if we do get a little bit of a retracement, maybe back up to the top of like these 80s, I'm okay scaling in. You guys seen I got into one contract. And then as it started, I start to see it, more and more. I built into those 5 contracts. So I ended up getting into 5 contracts, average price of like 75, 76. And so I cut the risk in half on this 3-bar reversal trade, but it just didn't play out. And as you can see over here on the 100 tick chart, where I was getting in, where this is the consolidation where I was shorting. And I was shorting whenever the market started to show a little bit of weakness. Unfortunately, we just broke up and out. We ran up to these 220s. And this market is really, really strong, and like that's it. You don't win every single trade. Obviously, minus 7,000.
Wait a second. You don't win every single trade you traded.
I try to. I really do.
And I people, I think, don't understand that losses are kind of an ordinary, necessary part of becoming a good trader, and also trading. Because you're not 100%. So then how do you handle your losses? How do you do all that? That's a whole different thing. Keep tuning in Topstep TV all the time. We always talk about how to handle losses. and watching your downside, watching your six, preserving your capital, putting stops in, max. We're always watching downside. Money will come.
Dude, Michael, there's been a guy, I don't know if anyone, let me know in the chat if you've been following this, but I do dabble. I like to read for content and stuff in Wall Street bets. And there has been a guy on there over the last month who has done some truly incredible things as far as bonkers risk management. We might have to dive into this story at some point, but long story short, so far, this person turned and like showed all the trades, $1,000 into like $900,000. And then like lost $600,000 on weekly micro strategy options, and then rolled that into like an other way out of money. Like it is galaxy brain pureness at its finest. Yeah, it's interesting. Jerome, you talk about taking emotions out. Most people can't do that because, or even like a Dakota, for instance, Dakota, most people can't do what you do because it's hard to be reasonable when to make as much money as you had in this account, you have to be able to lose 10 grand, 20 grand in a day occasionally. Many people don't have that. But the flip side is if you're just completely devoid of any sort of like fear or risk, like you're like that Alex Honnett of trading or something like that. I don't know. Is that, man, who puts $900,000 into weekly options?
That's great as well. But yeah, forgive me, I mentioned it wrong. We're humans, right? So we can't not have emotions. We need to manage them, to learn how to manage them and to detach ourselves from them or just balance them inside of us. So yeah, it's very hard. Very, very hard. But incredible swing from this guy.
Sellers coming.
It's also about perspective, right? And everything's relative, right? Because I have $7,000. If you have a $20,000 account, $7,000 is huge. It's huge. You should never risk more than $7,000 if you have a $20,000 account. But this is still about 1.5%. Little, maybe, I don't know. Do the math. I'll do the math for you. It's
you have a
Eddie,
potential failed upside auction
please.
in the Nasdaq right now. Potential failed upside auction in the Nasdaq.
Thank you for that. You also mentioned fear, Jack. Fear. 90% of our thoughts are based on fear, and 90% of these fears will never ever happen. So don't waste your life for them. The day I realized that, my life changed. And I'm not saying this only about trading, right? Fear is global, it's general. And any fear paralyzes us, right? It brings us in a mental mood and setup that you can't do anything. You're unable to make any good decisions for the situation. And you get trapped, and then you get frustrated and anxious and depressed, and the fear becomes bigger, and then you develop PTSD, etc. And so that's how I try to manage mental health with my patients and the people I work with. It's going through what they go through on a daily basis and ask them how they manage this, how they react to what's happening in their lives, and how they can change it, modify it, become better. And I'm applying this to myself, obviously, of course, trying to improve myself on a daily basis. So it's very hard. Fear is a very interesting thing in the brain, emotions in the body. So
yeah, I think that's going to be like my goal for the new year. Is I totally intuitively feel what you're talking about of the 90% of stuff that you worry about not really happening, and yeah, definitely something that I want to, be cognizant, be more present of. Yeah. Fear and regret, man. Not helpful.
not at all.
That gold short's paying a little bit. That short gold, it's still looking pretty heavy for a push back down towards these 2660s, 2650s. But other than that, market's pretty quiet today.
I'm expecting a huge move after 9 a.m. 10 a.m. Sorry, because the last 30 minutes candle have been very quiet, as you mentioned, Dakota. So usually during the AM session, I noticed that if between 9 and 10 it's sort of quiet, it tends to, of course, it can be quiet for an extra hour. It tends to get more aggressive in the next hour. So I don't know what you think about that, John, but I think we'll see some volume in the next 15 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah, maybe Euro close 10:30 Central Time.
There is this as well.
Mm-hmm.
10:30. Yeah, it's in 45 minutes. But I expect volume coming sooner than this moment. We'll see.
The IB
potential
high
short in 12 minutes. I will take a potential short depending on how we close this 30-minute candle. And
the
it
initial
goes
balance
with the
high.
influence of your failed upside auction as well.
Yes. That would be the confirmation is at 10 o'clock Central. And the IB high is 21,196. We open the next 30-minute bar below that. That is a form of confirmation of the failed upside auction. Good call.
All right, we'll take a close look at that. But first, Eddie, I understand you have some announcements. Announce away.
I get some goodies to share. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't hear about this one, we hit 100K members in the Topstep Discord. That number continues to grow. So if you're not already part of the Discord community, come on in. The door is open. Inside our Discord channel, you're going to find a lot of like-minded traders trading the same product you are, talking about the same movements you are. This is a great time to get yourself some friends, a trading buddy, also coaches, and quick help when you need it from our ambassadors. There are channels there. So, hey, 100K, here's to 100K more. We're going to be dropping the link. I'm going to drop that link right now. If you are not a part of our Discord, join it, check it out. I mean, there is just a lot there for everyone, and I mean everyone here. And that's what I've got so far, Jack. And I'm going to pass this back to you.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Welcome back on this Monday. Remember to hit like and subscribe. That's how we know you like and or subscribe to us. Very important stuff. Choppy.
Oh, here we
Come
go.
on, guys, it's December.
There it goes. Isn't that just the crap? That's the crap sometimes.
I still have my 52.25 level ready to hit the trigger.
Hold.
This thing might keep going. I was targeting those 20s. I was targeting those 20s, lower 30s. 21, 120, 21, 130s.
Probably some stops here.
Well, NASDAQ 73% short here now. Probably the highest I've seen either or long or short here on our tilt. If you are new here to Topstep, go ahead, Dakota.
I was going to say, do we see this as a pullback to buy if we do get to those 120s, 130s, or 140s? Some of this zone right here.
Yes.
For those that are new here,
depends how we close
with our community, the tilt. I talk about the tilt here, jumping in and out. Tilt displays the aggregated trader sentiment analysis for all Topstep sim traders. Okay, and then please note this data is for entertainment purposes only, should not be used for a buy or a sell indicator. That is our tilt.
I'm short two NASDAQ at 53.75. And
53.75.
Money take money trade. We'll see. We'll see. Perhaps it's a very bad entry, but if it flushes, I believe it's going to be a great entry. Risk is going to be 30 points.
All right, Jerome in 2 NQ short. Risking 30 points.
Where's your risk, Jerome?
83.75. So it might be a very bad entry. Perhaps the move was the move before, but process over profits, right? So that's what I was looking for. A flush downside potential flip here, but we had an instant move back up. So let's see how we react here. If you have another leg down, I think we'll have some volume. But it can be a trap, so I can be trapped. I'm okay with that.
That was a good read on the short, Dakota, up there. I feel for you on this stopped out.
That's what happens.
Trade up to what happened? Yeah, of course. It's like 21,205s. It was a high.
That's what they're like a Bears fan, MP. Just so close.
Yes, I know.
You just never. It's you have to be right in timing and direction. Right idea, right timing. That's been the week and a half for me. I'm in a $20,000 drawdown, and it's been this. Like this has been the story of the week and a half, where I'm either a little bit too early, I have too tight of a stop, or just something where, yeah, I don't know. It's been tough on my end.
Yes, I hear you. I have been there.
Robert points out real quick, the NQ and ES are up, the YM is down. Whenever I hear that, I always go to the components and see that, yes, United Healthcare Group, Goldman Sachs, and Home Depot are all down, which are the top 3 components of the Dow. Why? Well, the answer is because their price, the actual price of a share, is higher than, say, Microsoft or Nvidia. Go figure.
I do like those shorts.
Around.
Yeah, I do like the shorts for a continuation down. Oh, wow, that happened fast.
I want to see a break of the previous lows and potential reintegration of the opening range. So we'll see. Potential target 112 if we get it.
Just looking at
Let the market do its thing, right? The market cooks for us. We order the recipe and it burns it or cooks it.
You're still short? Are you still short?
Oh yeah, I'm still short. Let me share my screen.
There we go.
That's the majority here in the tilt. 80% NASDAQ short. Thank you, Dan.
Really?
Yeah, shorts look good. Shorts look good for continuation down to 120s.
81%.
Jerome targets 112?
Perhaps
ish.
I will see how the market reacts. Because sometimes I get wicked and I don't have time to exit, and my initial target would be right, but I can't exit. So now I keep my first targets I have in mind. I watch how the price reacts, and sometimes I re-enter. Very rarely, I accept what the market gives me. It's it's the fate of the market. So sometimes I am unable to follow this motto, but I try as much as possible to follow it because that's how you build habits, right? Building habits build your routine, and building habits in trading is, I mean, building a habit, any habit is easy, but building habits in trading, it's very difficult. Building good habits, building bad habits in trading is very easy. I mean, you can develop 100 bad habits a day. It won't be a worry. But building good habits, that's harder. And the
Jerome,
tough
why is it
part
so
is
easy to build bad habits and so hard to develop good habits?
Because the thoughts process in the mind. So thoughts are charged with an emotion quotient, okay, an emotion capital, and thoughts that are charged with negative quotient, negative emotions, tend to pass through the conscious mind like in water, you know, like instantly. But the thoughts that are charged with positive emotions, paradoxically, they have a sort of barrier facing in the mind, and all of them do not enter freely in the mind. So it's easy to be angry, it's easy to be frustrated, it's easy to let yourself go, right? But when you're angry, why is it harder to take control back of yourself? Because your mind has an ability to catch the negative thoughts and emotions in an easier way rather than the positive ones. So the mind is somehow tricky, but once you program your mind, once you train your mind to be able to sort of negate, dispatch, be sort of blind, but not blind, but manage these negative emotions and thoughts coming in and try to focus on the positive ones, that's when you narrow your mind and you open your mindset. You narrow your mind and you open your mindset. So you have an open and positive mental attitude, and you are flexible. And I love saying, that's a sentence I heard: we are humans, right? We are not trees.
Yes.
So we can move. We are not rooted. So some people think
Be
they are
creative.
trees, I believe, and they stay at their position in life and they don't move. But life is very dynamic, you know. So you got to be
Jerome, we
ready for
just
that.
got to your 15-minute opening range high there.
Hey, 82% short on tilt. Hey, guys, speaking of positions, I'm going to go work on my CEO position. I got to catch up with work since I've been gone for so long. So you guys do your thing. Just
Nice
giving you
to
a heads
have
up
you
on
back.
the tilt. Very tilty on the short side bias, both in micro and NASDAQ. All right, guys. You guys all have a good one. We'll see ya.
Good to have you back,
Peace.
Michael.
Hey, thanks for joining,
Good to be
MP.
back, guys. See ya.
All right. How's it count as short 50? No.
It's been a while since we threw on size in the house.
And if there ever was a day to do it, it's the Monday after Thanksgiving, Dakota.
Well, so we've confirmed the failed upside auction in the NASDAQ. No other auctions in the S&P or the NASDAQ as far as failures are concerned. Gentlemen, I have to step away for 2 seconds. I will be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right here.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
If we can print a lower high, I'm good with that. We have a lower low here. If we can confirm a lower high here, that can be good, but will we see it? We've had huge volume, like, oh, that's the, okay. I got it. That's the opening of the new candle. That's why we have like volume coming in. And I won't be surprised if we have a huge flush or push up from here, because this is the zone where the market wants to take a direction, right? So we don't know if it's going to take it now or in 10 minutes or 30 minutes, right? But there's a high chance that it's going to take it soon.
Yeah, we got a 3-bar reversal to the long side now that we crossed above 171.
On the NASDAQ, 5 minutes.
Yeah, NASDAQ 5-minute 3-bar reversal would be a break of these 171s.
All right, the S&P is rejecting the opening range. So rejecting 52.25. If we can break the previous low on the S&P, which is 6,050 even, we can stop a lot of people that have been in potential longs since 2 hours and 1 hour. So there's a potential big flush incoming, potential, of course. Let's see how the market reacts. But this is a level where, again, I'm going to switch my screen so it makes more sense. Do you
All
do
right.
my trading view screen? Oh no. What is this?
Oh, Jerome, I think you're switching it right now in the mix call. Yeah, switch it.
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. Thank you.
While you're doing that, Eddie, I believe you're in the
Yes.
wings with an announcement.
Yes, real quick here. NASDAQ tilt 71%. So that sort of kicked reverse here real quick. But anyway, what everybody is sort of waiting for. VIP? What's this VIP?
These VIP invitations.
Really?
Players and VIPs only.
Oh,
I feel like a VIP.
Oh my. Yes, folks.
Topstep VIP.
It is time.
I demand more.
Demand more, yes. It's time again.
I need it, and I'm gonna have it.
We were talking about earlier. It's time for another VIP Top Step Scouting form to drop. The form is going to remain pinned until 11 a.m. And for those that are wondering, what's this Top Step VIP? Well, the Top Step VIP experience is designed to give you a shot at funding on us. You're going to be trading with a team of like-minded individuals working towards the same goal, obviously, guided by one of our trusted and lovable Top Step Performance coaches. So it's an elite group of traders who will receive personalized support, free resources, and exclusive access to our coaches. Now, what does this contain? Well, you're going to be getting a trading combine for 3 months, no charge. You'll also be getting 2 free resets per month, no charge. Access to the Discord channel. This is going to be to a specific dedicated Discord channel for you and your team. And, activation fees are all waived. So the link is up above. You can click on that link, fill it out. We can do that. We got that. There it is. And we're going to pin that to the top. Thank you, Topstep. We pin that to the top over the levels. Click on that link, fill it out. This is number 11. And remember, this is going to go all the way until January. January is when we're going to be picking our teams. Got that. We could pin that. That would be great. Okay. So there it is. It's a wrong link, bad link. All right. We got something else. We will get the correct link in there for you. Presto changeo. But there it is. That's our VIP. Put it up there. Is that correct? Let's get to it. We need the form link. But that link that we had posted is going to give you a little bit more direction. For those that are new here wondering what VIP is, the link that had been posted here, it's going to give you the breakdown. It's going to give you our coaches' bios, lots of good things. It's going to give you a question and answer, frequently asked questions regarding this. And there it is. Top Step Scouting. You click on that now, pin to the top, and go from there. I think that is what we've got so far. And I'm going to pass this back to Jack. Remember, this link is going to be up here till 11 a.m. So we've got it's inside an hour. Fill it out. You only need to do it once. This is number 11. And the best of luck to you. So back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Beep, beep.
We got the right link in there now, everybody. It's all good. Coops
Yes,
11
right.
for 11. Oh, Coop,
Wow.
you were asking. JD texted me over this break, informing me that at Bond Vino or something, they released these $500 and $1,000 Super Bowl squares, and we saw someone named Coop had a few. Are you that Coop? Don't have to tell us if your wife or girlfriend doesn't know, but
We want in.
Coop,
Jerome,
Coop
you
the
still in?
whale. You might be on mute, Jerome.
Send me your Venmo. Damn. Yeah, I just got stopped out.
All
Okay.
good.
So PNL is minus 268.
So,
All right.
Jerome, that 15-minute opening range high, 139.75. Man,
Yes.
that was the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Thing
the
is,
zone.
I mean, I don't regret it. That was the trade. I was speaking, so I didn't see the week on the high of the opening range. And when you mentioned it, it was already like, it already bounced. So I was like, okay, let's see how it reacts. But it's okay. But yeah, it played out very, very well. Twice, actually. It played out once here and again like here, sort of. We didn't touch it, really, but still, we came close to it.
Close, right? You find that
Very
sometimes
close.
if it doesn't actually touch, it means something?
Sometimes, yes. So let's say, for example, with the 200 EMA, sometimes it looks like the price wants to reclaim it, but it's unable to do it. I compare it to a failed upside or downside auction. So I tell myself, okay, if we fail to reclaim it, that perhaps means, let's say the move is on the upside. We fail to go to a certain level. That means perhaps the buyers are exhausted, the sellers are in control. And so I'm looking for perhaps a move back to the downside. So yeah, it takes a lot of mental capital to trade and to be able to react with the market. What is very interesting, I found it interesting, it's that when you swing trade, let's say you make a trade, you take a trade once every quarter or once every 4 months or whatever, you do swing trades. You care about, I would say, at least 4-hour levels, right? Or daily levels or weekly levels. And you would look for supply and demands and try to position yourself there. And what I learned so far is that day trading and technical analysis on a day trade basis helps you to find better entries for that. So as day traders, we are already scalpers, right? We scalp a market that is very big. And on a daily basis, whether we take 10 points or 50 points or 100 points, technically for me, it's a scalp. And it's very hard to find the right zones and levels because nothing is like art in trading, right? You have a level, let's say 200.75. Perhaps price will go to 198 and half, but your idea will be valid. So I used to be very much married to my levels, and I'm trying and I tend to detach myself from that. And even if I draw levels, for me there are zones. So price moves between zones, and you get your zones. You give us your zones every week, right? And there's different zones to price, and price moves between these zones. And our job as day traders, is to understand the movements between these zones and the motion. And it's very hard. Some days it's easier, but some days most of the days it's very hard. If it was easy, everybody would do it, right? So
True. Yeah, very true. So we're back up near that failed upside auction in the NASDAQ now.
Yeah,
we were unable to get all the way to low of value or low of the initial balance. So this thing's pretty firm, isn't it?
It is. 3-bar reversals were paying. I took the one that was the loser, but after that pullback, once we got that 3-bar reversal above the 171, we were right back up to these highs. And if we zoom out, one target I do have in mind to the long side is going to be up here around these 240s, Hoag, where that was a major resistance level on October 7th and October, maybe October 8th as well. And then again, or not October, November, and then November 11th, and then again on November 13th. This is a big resistance area. So I wouldn't be surprised if we can hold above this pivot from November 14th and we break through that, the next level I see is going to be starting into those 230s to about 250, this zone.
All right. Last week's high, top sub levels 2160. Oh no, the wrong one. That's a I had another red line. That's the one I drew about where Dakota's talking about.
Okay. So a buy of any pullback here is valid for to play of a break of a new high of day.
All right. While we let this play out, JD, the Super Bowl squares man, is in the back. He's got some more stats for us here.
Big squares guy here. Big squares guy. All right. Who wants to take a guess at last week's total payouts? What do you think? Got an over under?
Ooh. It's tough because
Over
Thanksgiving.
7.
7.2.
Okay.
A million? I'd take 6.
Say again, Dakota?
I'd take 6 million. 6 million.
All right. It was a short week, but it was not short enough to stop us from paying out 2,880
right.
traders for a total of $7,465,000.
Wow.
That's a big
7.2
week of
wasn't far
payouts,
off.
guys. Not a record, but a pretty big day, or a pretty big week, I should say. I have the monthly total too. I'm not sure if I should say this or not, but for the month of November, over $30 million in payouts for the month.
Holy smokles.
$30 million in payouts last month.
It's
Fantastic.
amazing.
Life-changing money, right?
Insane. Absolutely insane. Hard to
I
wrap
do
your head around
have, I do have our live funded payouts, but I need a minute to update, and I think we're also going to get a phone call. So give me 1 minute, and I'll drop back in. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Take your time.
We have some traders asking me, what is my definition of a 3-bar reversal? A 3-bar reversal is when the price crosses above the previous bar on a trending move, right? We're on a downtrend right here, and then as soon as price crossed above the previous candlestick, which, as you can see on this candle, this is to me the reversal bar, and I've explained. I don't mind explaining this so many times, but yeah, this is the main reversal bar. As soon as price crosses above that bar, which on this candlestick is that 3-bar reversal, and that one played out pretty well. And sometimes it's just hard to manage risk on the 5-minute because the point in terms of risk, I mean, right there, you'd need to have a 30-point stop loss. And that was the same for the one that I was trading earlier, which was right there. It was like 35 points, and I took a loss on this one. But the other ones played out pretty well. The other ones played out really well. We had one right here that was a cross and a breakdown that worked out extremely well. And this one worked out well. So it's like 2 for 3. I took the loser that was at the start, but that's the very basic definition that I look at for a 3-bar reversal.
There we go. We will explain that every day.
Or
Paranormal, great name.
Video link.
It's worth
Why is it
it's
called
worth
3
discussing
bars?
every day.
Yeah, it's worth it. I mean, that's a big part of how I trade. It is something so simple, but it's how I trade. That's how I got to 370,000 in profits this quarter, and that's how I trade on all my personal accounts as well.
All right, JD's back in the saddle with more payouts. You ready, JD?
Here we go. Last week's live funded payout leaders. Here they are. Here are your top 5 live funded payouts from last week. We have an anonymous raccoon up there, $31,482. Michael T, 21,577. Faye, our gold trader, 19,560, Benjamin 18,000, and Carter 15,260. Those are all payouts from live funded accounts last week. Those are our top 5 live funded payouts from last week. And if I'm not
Very nicely
mistaken,
done.
we reached out to one of these traders and looking forward to hearing. Right on time.
JD's
Hello?
landline.
Yeah. Hello.
It's my
Yeah.
Virgin McCaskey rotary phone right there.
He's old.
Hey, stop making fun of older women, okay? It's not cool, man.
Except for Virginia McCaskey. Come on.
What's
Yeah.
up, Anonymous Raccoon?
Yeah, call me whatever you want, raccoon, catnip, I don't care, cheetah. All I know is that today I woke up, crushed 5K, meditated for like 10 minutes on basically how amazing I am, and then turned to the screens. But the market didn't stand a chance so far today and basically begged me to take its money. First trade of the day, perfect entry, obviously. You think the Fibonacci retracement work? When I step in, the market saw me buying and reversed on a command. Coincidence? I think not. Caught a breakout so clean today. My God, it deserves to be in a textbook. Now, someone get me the CME on the phone. They should be paying me for this kind of precision. Now, what I did is early trade here, made my money. I'm closing the day up huge. Numbers, don't worry about it. Just know it's more than your rent. How about that? So, I don't trade the market. I move the market. Honestly, it's exhausting being this good. Maybe tomorrow I'll take it easy so the rest of you can have a shot. But don't get your hopes up. So, what else you got for me? Any questions? You got JD. I mean, I'm here while you got me.
I think we're all good. Thank you, our market moving Anonymous Raccoon. Try and save a few ticks for the rest of us, please. All right. Thanks for dropping in. We got another drop in coming in just a few minutes.
All right, man. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that guy's got an ego.
Rightfully
Backing
so.
it up, I guess. That man is no Matt Eberflus. I'm trying to figure out who it is. It's not Eberflus.
No.
It's not MP.
I don't know. Well, they know in the back office. They just doesn't want to tell us. I mean, which is fair, you know. I guess it's fair. It's cool that he comes on, right? Comes on and talks.
Oh yeah.
Traders want me to be
moron.
a little more proactive and explain this. There would be a 3-bar reversal now if we break below 182. So you see this is the reversal candle. Oh, we just crossed. So that would be where my entry is to short. Yep, that's the entry to short. My stop loss would be on the opposite side. So my entry would be 182 evens. My stop loss would be, say, 198 as an example. And I mean, that right there is a 3-bar reversal. Now, some traders, it depends on, there's some discretion. Some traders like to wait for the candlestick to close below it. I don't. I like to get in a little bit early. I like to have a better risk reward. And then also, it depends on context, right? It depends on where we are at in the market, how long the trend has been, how strong the trend is, and whether or not you take that individual 3-bar reversal. But that is technically a 3-bar reversal on a 5-minute chart when we broke through 182.
So to go to by preempting and getting a better trade location, does that reduce your probability of success?
Correct. Yeah, you have a lower rate of success, but you have a higher risk reward. That's why you
But
guys
you get better trade location, so lower risk.
Correct. Yeah, that's why you see me lose so often, where typically I'm like about 35% of a win rate. This past 2 weeks, I've been closer to 20%. But yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's no hindsight capital. It's simple. It's straightforward. And whenever I see a setup like that, it's right there. I mean, it's as simple as it gets. It's not complicated. It really is not.
Not complicated. Love it.
Watch this thing play out now. I love 3-bar reversals so much, Hoag. It's even on my right there on my coffee mug. I'm drinking.
Oh, I thought you were gonna have like a tat on your
Is it
neck or
really on
something.
there? Oh, look at
No, no, man, I don't know. Maybe this time next year I might have a tat somewhere of a 3-bar reversal.
Did you buy that or did you have that made?
This was a gift. This is a gift for my girlfriend, where she
Huh.
knows how addicted I am to trading, and I talk about it so much. So she got it as a reminder. It was a pretty cool thing.
Cool. Bless her.
Yes.
All right. Right at the volume point of control.
Hmm.
If this one plays off, it'd be 3 for 4 if this one plays out. Looking for us to rotate back down into these 60s. I can see us getting back to 65, and then 50, 55 would be the two areas of take profit.
Are we inclined to play this range here since the we took off like a rocket ship on the open that have been pretty range bound in here? I still maybe look to buy it.
The bias is long, obviously.
Yes, I see the bull.
No, the bias is long. Long should have XRP, XRP crypto trade. I'm pretty surprised MP took that trade as well. I don't know what got him into it, but everyone was talking about it.
If there's something that's being talked about, MP is going to get in there.
It's just so insane. Let's just double the market cap of like 20 billion in a few days, and we just keep going up. We just keep going up. XRP is almost $3 a coin now, or whatever it's called.
Well, I'll come begging to you when Bitcoin takes over the world or whatever it's supposed to be. Few minutes. We got. Sorry, I got something in my throat right now. 1 second. Live TV in the morning.
Reversal thing. Who took that short? Anybody in the chat?
Hey,
We're
London
good at
close.
That's a
calling out
beautiful one.
minutes.
That's a
London
beautiful one.
close.
5 minutes.
It's like a lot of people did. Everyone. And
I'm
Marie
tempted
did. And
to
Marie
buy
did.
this pullback.
Look at everyone taking the short.
Yes. Now I am contractually obligated to say don't do that unless you saw it and were like, hey, I like this trade independently of whatever's happening on YouTube.
Yes. Topstep risk disclosure.
I'm long
Copy
2
paste
on the
everywhere.
Nasdaq at
Here we
77.25.
All right.
I didn't see a huge sell-off. I mean, a continuation of the sell-off. So perhaps this is to trap me. But I'd like to play the break of the previous highs. Let me share my screen. Yeah, I like to play the break of these highs. So stop would be, yeah, right here.
That's a good trade.
51, 151. Stop is at 151. Perhaps too tight of a stop. I will see 151. No, 151 is okay. It's fine. Let's see.
Looking good off the bat. We'll keep that. So Jerome is long 2NQ. From what price did you get again? It's like 70 something?
77.25.
From
You see my
What's your target?
Yes.
What's your target?
If we are able to come around this zone, I will see. If we get some wicks, I will exit. See money, take money. I couldn't do on the previous trade. But if we have a strong push up, We might play the break of the highs, and I love your previous targets around 230. I have a limit at a level, sorry, at 234 and half. So I like the zone between 234 and 272, averaging 250s like you mentioned. Let's see. If we have a strong push, I will hold this above 206 and half and see how we react. Otherwise, see money, take money. Let's see.
Yeah, Long's target. I like that target for 240s, that zone.
All right, we'll follow along that trade. We got just over 2 minutes until the London close, but we also have Coach Paul and JD are going to do a little VIP update real quick. Boys, you ready?
Ready to go.
I don't think we have a choice, do we? Yeah, let's do it. Coach Paul from the Profiteers. What's happening, Paul? How are you doing today? How was Thanksgiving?
Great. Very long weekend. Enjoyed it. Got some rest. Stayed out of trouble. How about yourself?
Same. Yeah. Always love those long weekends. They never seem to be long enough, right? You get 4 days.
What did you have? What did you have for dinner on Thanksgiving?
We had turkey. We had ham. We had all the sides. It was actually a very wonderful meal. A lot of people put in a lot of hard work, and it paid off. We had a good time. How about you? Do you do a traditional Thanksgiving dinner?
Yeah, turkey, barbecue, smoked it.
Yep.
With cherry wood this time, and it was delicious. Big fan of cherry wood.
All right. Well, let's get cooking with this VIP drop-in. Coach Paul and the Profiteers, high-level overview. Don't have we're having a little trouble with our stats boards this morning, so I don't have a visual for this overview. But Coach Paul, Profiteers, started with 38 team members, 14 active trading combines as of Friday. So should have 14 active today. Also 9 have moved on to greener pastures, meaning they 9 traders have passed the training combine, moved into the XFA, and are now no longer in the VIP experience. Well, you're sitting on a nice 24% pass rate right now. Here are the top 5 Profiteers. If we could pull that up, please. All 5 traders in the trading combine currently no XFAs on the Profiteers. We got Micah, Matry, Herschel, Francis, and Cameron, all working their butts off trying to get into that XFA account. Some pretty decent
Just
winning.
saying
trade
I'm
percentages,
break even. Sorry to interrupt. I'm risk free in case.
Beautiful, Jerome. Thanks.
Sorry to interrupt.
Jerome is out.
No, I'm the stop is at break even.
Stop is at break even. Misunderstood.
Yes.
My apologies.
Sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting again.
No problem.
No worries. Coach Paul, what's going on with the Profiteers? Have you talked to him at all today?
Yeah, we had not today. We had a short meeting last week with the broken week. And our focus has been about taking calculated risks, following the trading plan that they've developed. And with that is keeping the account alive, instead of focusing on just making money. I think that's been working for a lot of our Profiteers. The main problem with running a trading system is not following it, right? So once we get into how we get into trouble is when one trade doesn't work. Our mindset is, excuse my language, darn, I have to make some money instead of following our plan. What I found is if we focus on taking calculated risk, that means I know how much I'm willing to risk on every trade that allows me to stay alive, to keep the account alive. I can focus on trading properly. And that seems to be working. We have Profiteers that are, chugging along. Trading is a series of wins and losses, right? I mean, this isn't new, but being able to handle that variation is, I think, the biggest hurdle in proper trading, because it's just hard. I mean, you don't know when 3-4 losses in a row are coming. So being focused on executing your plan by taking calculated risk, I find that really works for me, and I some of our profiteers are starting to really get into that groove.
What were you telling your traders about trading on Friday? Going into speaking to the calculated risk topic, were you telling them to stay out of the markets on Friday? I know we can't force people to be out of the markets, but
No, I told
on a
them
day where
to size down. It
Mhm.
was actually very good, some good trades Friday.
Oh yeah, did you see? I don't know if you saw our live funded P&Ls from Friday, but one trader had a $30,000 day in an abbreviated trading session in the live account.
There you
So
go.
there were people in the market. There were traders in the market pulling out some decent sized money.
Yeah, and I'd say, one thing is I found more opportunity in the currencies. There were some really good moves in the euro currency, the Swiss, the yen. Those are going to trade regularly. There's no Thanksgiving in Europe or Asia,
Very true.
so it's very localized, but there is a large section of money, the states, that's not involved for the most part. So size down, but still, there's opportunity. Um, so, but that goes back to taking calculated risk, following your plan, executing your plan. When we deviate from that, we literally lose our minds, and we chase money.
hmm
And when we're chasing money, we're not executing a plan. I think every trader has been through that at one point in their career, and getting over that is the key to consistency over time. Um, Love your losers is one of our themes that I've borrowed from a very successful trading group at the Board of Trade.
hmm
Um, and when I first heard that, I was like, "This." I won't say the exact words, but they start with an F and a Y. And I didn't understand it. I'm like, "Here, you love losers. Here, I've got some losers for you to love. I can't love them like you do. I'll give them to you." But what I didn't understand why they had that mantra is that when you have good losses, you're trading well. I can't guarantee anything, but I have a good idea when people have a blowout day, what happened. They wouldn't accept the loss. I know that's in my career. that,
hmm
that was it. So when I finally realized, like, oh, lose well, you can't avoid loss. It's going to come. So when you lose well, you can survive and then do well when your trades are working for you. So our focus, like on Friday, focus on, you know, taking calculated risk, thinking in bets. So
Very good.
that's where we're
Well, we
at.
still got a few minutes left. We're going to take a look at a trader here who has been taking some calculated risk. We got a trading card here for Micah E on the Profiteers. So this trader, he's been in this trading combine for 19 days now, and he's got an 89% winning day rate. Only lost on 2 days, but those 2 days, I got to say, uh, were pretty big hits. One day was a $1,500 loser, another day was a $350 loser. So average losing day of $934 for this trader. But they're still putting up some decent numbers. Look at that win rate, 75%. Inverted risk to reward. Average winning trade, $63. Average loser, 135. Inverted, almost 2 to 1. But with that win rate, would you say this trader's taking calculated risks?
Oh, absolutely. The level for improvement, you can't take a $1,500 hit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I preach you shouldn't take more than 15% of your risk capital and lose in one day. You need to stop. 50% is beyond the pale. But 15, I cut mine at 12%.
Mm-hmm.
Now with that, I mean he's very very disciplined, take calculated risk. So there's always room for improvement. Don't take a 15. I'd imagine that got away from him that day.
Mm-hmm.
Um, And then, the beauty about Topstep X is you can cut it off. You don't have to rely on your emotions to do it. You can just say, hey, I would just cut it off at 12% of the equity and stay alive. Because,
Very good point.
there's days, it's the beauty of it. I think I would tell, I don't think, Micah, look at that day, and it looks like an aberration, and don't let it happen. And wow, that's good trading. That's almost robotic. So
Sure is.
good work.
Big shout out to Micah, number one on the Profiteers, about $3,300 away from getting into that XFA. All right, that's about it for today's VIP drop. And Coach Paul, any words of wisdom for all the traders out there watching and listening?
Calculated risk. Follow your plan. Stay alive, and you'll get over the hump. If you don't, you're going to be randomized, and you're going to be relying on your emotions, and that's usually not a good place to be. So, calculate your risks. Trade on.
There you have it. Coach Paul from the Profiteers and the VIP experience right here at Topstep. All right. We'll catch you next week, Paul. Have a good one. I'll see the rest of you guys in just a few minutes.
Thank
See
you,
you, Paul.
Paul.
Thank you.
Jerome, talk to us. I got to know how this concluded. Oh, you can jump off the mute now. What a stop. I'm glad to see you're still long those two there.
Yeah, that was close.
That's when I like my discipline and patience, So I added some contracts, one in and one out. I did that twice or three times. So I was down 268. I'm up 447. And I'm now long 2 from 94.50. And my CYA is at 214 in the orders. Potential final upside target 234.50. And
Beautiful.
I'm protecting this here. So I'm securing and locking 1,500 profits, whatever happens here. So that was a beautiful trade. I'm so happy. We've been patient.
I'm so happy too, man.
Great trade.
We've seen the free bar reversal, the wonderful free bar reversal of Dakota. But I've seen an exhaustion of the sellers, and instantly buyers stepped in. So that's when I like to take opportunities as well. I like to be wrong very quick or right very quick. You don't get what you want every time, but when it happens, it's very satisfying. So I'm out and up 14.39.
Nice work. Great trade.
Rang a
Great
dang.
trade. There it is. Yeah, I see this going to those 240s. I see that
Great
upside
job.
potential target you have at what, 234?
234.5, yes. I could have, I was adding, so I could exit 2 and leave 1 as a runner, but I take what the market gives me, right? So I won't complain. I was down, I was up, then up more than what I was up before. So it's all good.
So Jerome, your initial target was at 34, wasn't it? Why did you get out early?
Because I was trailing the stop because we had a huge move with volume up to the upside, and sometimes when we have these moves, you have the opposite moves. You have the opposite move happening right after it. So
100%.
because I was down, and this is the third trade of my day, I like to secure some profits and not end the day red. So green for the discipline, not the profit.
Great day.
Process over profits.
Love it.
Great trade.
That's a beautiful thing. Yes.
New highs. Meta leading the Mag 7 up just over 3%. Amazon 1.8. Tesla 2.6. The laggard is Nvidia up a mere 0.9% on the day. Underperforming.
Underperforming.
So I caught 60 points on this trade. I exited at 234.50. So
there we go.
60 points is 60
13.
points.
60 points
They
is
say.
60 0 points. Let's see.
Question
if we
for
can
you.
break the level.
Do you
Yes,
look
sir.
when you're trading? Do you look at the points or the dollar amounts? And how do you determine your contract size?
I try to trade the chart. So the contract size is a very interesting question. So I found myself doing very bad when I enter more than 2 contracts. So sometimes I enter 3 contracts, 3 lots on Nasdaq, and I'm right. But most of the time, when I enter 3 contracts, I don't have a great entry. And if I had entered with 2, my trade would still be valid. So now I try to follow this discipline to enter with this contract size, but it's very hard.
Okay, and
It's very
why
hard
that
and it's
contract
dynamic.
size?
So
Is it your account
uh,
size? Is it the trade setup? What makes it
account
2
size
contracts?
related to the daily loss limit as well. So I have a 3,000 daily loss limit. So maximum I could take with 2 contracts is on a daily basis 75 points. And all the data I gathered from my 2-3 previous months of trading, like properly gathering all my data at a very intense level, I found out that I tend to catch well ranges from 50 to 150 points. So I scalp well as well, like 16, 25 points, but I found that I do better with the big ranges. So that's why, for example, this trade was a 60 points trade, and it worked out for this time. It worked out, but that's what I aim for. I'm better with big ranges, and I think it makes sense. It will make sense on the math as well. Actually, it doesn't make sense on my actual stats because I've been testing few things, right? But now, starting today and December onwards, 2025, I'm gonna apply strictly like a robot my strategist plan, and I'm going to try to follow it. So I called actually the risk team the very first day of my live funded account. I called the risk team and asked to reduce my lot size from 15 to 6 lots because I told them I never trade more than 6 lots. I mean, I perhaps did that once or twice on the express funded accounts, but it's not my strategies, and I don't want to either fat finger a 15 lot trade or be tempted to add more, right? So I instantly called the risk team and asked them if it was possible to reduce the lot size so I'm not tempted. So I very rarely put 6 or even 5 lots on, 4 rarely. Usually it's between 2 and 3. And sometimes I start with 1 lot, but I like to go with 2 now because I tend to have either very good entries or very bad entries. So I like to be wrong or right very quick, as I said. So now I enter with 2 lots. So if we have a strong move like this one, I can protect the trade. I don't always protect my trades, but in this kind of situations, I got a trade. It was a win in the morning. Then I got a trade in the US session. It was a loss. I don't want to risk too much. So I want to protect these profits. I've lost too much profits trying to get more. I won't call it greed because it wasn't greed. I would call it bad decision making. I mean, sometimes you have luck on your side, sometimes you don't. I made bad decisions, but I reflected on that, right? The most important part, I believe, is reflecting on your journey. It's like
Learning
being
something.
an athlete, right? Sorry?
Learning something about everything.
Exactly. When you win money. But when you lose, you win knowledge about yourself. And this is very important. And in business, for example, in entrepreneurship, there's a saying I heard years ago: when you win a customer, you win money, you win green. But when you win a yes, but when you win a no from the customer, you win discipline, you win personality building, you build your behavior, your resilience, being resilient towards the market. The market is here to slap us, right? And institutions and banks are very smart people and they have more money than all of us united, right? So we are competing in a very, very, very highly competitive environment with people whose job is to take money from us and we want to take money from them, right? That's basically how the market works. So I'm not thinking I'm the smartest in the room. I'm thinking I'm the dumbest. And I'm trying to think and trying to understand at first how the smart people operate. What is supply? What is demand? What are they looking for? And So I'm trying to learn from people who've been in banks, institutions, and trying to share knowledge. And from you guys who've been in the pit as well, there's so much golden knowledge you deliver and share on a daily basis, and that's why I've been on the show and following it. It's beautiful. So the market is I have a huge passion from the market for the market and its behaviors, and it's very interesting. So I don't know if I answered the question well. Sorry if I deviated a bit.
That was awesome. Thank you, Jerome. Well, guys, we got about 12 minutes left in this segment here. I want to hit a few call-ups, and then I have like a 1-minute rant because this question will not stop being asked in the chat. And I will ask when MP's on tomorrow, but I'll give the overlay of it. Anyway, let's do some call-ups first. During the shortened week from, I believe this is the 26th, we only had 3. So I went ahead and made them some certificates, some pretty yellow certificates. First up, we have Carlos B. And I see a Carlos B, who on this day, November 26th, successfully showed his risk management, got a live funded account trading the NQ and the micro Bitcoin. His starting balance will be $41,635 out of Chile. Mr. Carlos also took $62,000 nearly in payouts. Next up, we got Roby M out of India, trading the bread and butter, the ES, the NQ. He'll be starting with $13,670. And last but not least, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Amrit out of Virginia. James is from Virginia. He knows what we're talking about. Starting with Virginia is for lovers and for GC NQ traders. Amrit will be starting with $8,500 in a live funded account. Great job to those 3. And now, just like the 30-second rant, an individual who I very much, I think is great in the chat, has been asking the same question for like weeks about how why don't we get if we have 5 XFAs, like 150K XFAs, can we not trade 75 contracts in the live account? Okay. There's a few reasons for this. Only one is super important. Those are the rules in the terms of use. They are the rules. Even if I wanted to, which I don't, I could not snap and make that a reality. Second, if you think about like the risk management, 75 NQs is $31.5 million worth of nominal risk to the NASDAQ. All right. You can only trade one live account at a time. That's live futures back and forth. Do you know the risk we're taking? If the very fact that you ask the question, why can't I trade 75 contracts, means I wouldn't want to give you 75 contracts to trade in the NQ, because with slippage, everything else, you could go below zero real easy. I mean, could someone trade 75 contracts? Dakota's traded 30. If you had, a couple $1 billion in your account, yeah, probably, but that's still way too much. Way too much. $1,500 per point in NASDAQ. So when you're in a live account, you can negotiate, depending on your performance, the amount of contracts you can trade. That's how it works. But no one's trading 75 contracts anytime soon. But I will ask this but basically it's the rules. It's risk management. Anyway, with that, we got just under 10 minutes left.
Get her done.
Love that. I agree. I think a key thing that you said there, Jack, is once you're in a live account, you have access to the risk management team. And if you continue to show that profitability and consistency, you can have that conversation with the risk team, and they could easily open somebody up to 75 contracts if they deem that the risk, consistency, and the profit is there. I imagine. I know there's been period of times where I could probably call the risk management team and be like, hey, I've been showing good consistent trading. Let's bump up the size. Like you said, 30 contracts, and that wasn't my full position, but I could have easily done it. But that's, to me, Who needs 75
Mhm.
contracts on some of the account sizes that you see here?
75 contracts. And when they ask 75 contracts, they mean 75 NQ. You can trade, 75 micros. Wouldn't really recommend that. Maybe if someone was a big swigger, we'd let them trade 75 ZN or something. That's still a big position, but
I mean,
75
that's
NQs, as I said.
$1,500 a point. That's
Yeah.
$1,500 a point on the Nasdaq.
$31.5 million. If you had $1 million in your account, that'd be 30-1 leverage.
I mean, could you imagine, like, you're sitting there with 75 contracts on, $1,500 a point, and some breaking news pops off, and you get, 10 points of slippage, which happens in the Nasdaq, and you're getting a market fill order, 75 contracts, then you're getting even worse fills because you look at the DOM, there's not 75 contracts worth of orders for, maybe 2-3 points if you're lucky. And yeah, that's like 50K.
That's a very good observation. We talk about managing how much you lose each day in your account, but the amount of reasonable slippage you can expect should not be a large percentage of your account. As you said, 75 contracts. Yeah, you could lose 15K, 30K in slippage, no problem.
Yeah,
you need a pretty big account for that to make sense.
So
This
my account,
234 worked well as resistance. Sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, $370,000 account right here in a live, and I'm fine with 5 contracts. 5 contracts.
So a lot of people have asked why I had this level, whether it's working well right now or not. The thing is, I trade mainly price action. I watch what price did in the past, so the left of the chart. And so the last time we visited this area, I'm watching for the places we have a lot of wicks and resistance and support level. So you can see here, sort of, around this level. So I'm gonna put all my drawings. This is like a zone. So this zone, you can see we have resistance and support, right? Price rejects here, rejects here, rejects here. And we have a lot of wicks in this area. So this is the 4-hour time frame. Then I break it to the 1-hour time frame. So I go back to the left. And then I try to see what happened in this 4-hour time frame. So you had a lot of consolidation within this zone, then a sort of fake out, and then right back down. Then we came back here, we pulled back, we broke below, came back in. You see, there's a lot of activity. And here we break out, we go upside, and then we break down again. And then price comes back again in this zone and rejects here. So when this happens, I draw this level, 234.50, and the 272 is drawn on the same basis. So it tended to show me in the past that the levels I draw with this methodology tends to be right. I mean, the zones. So right now we have a rejection of this level, but perhaps the market will want to break it, right? So we're going to come back to it and break it. But that's why my potential upside target was there, because I had this level, and 272 would be the final upside target if and only if we have a bullish PM session. But yes, for the 234.50 level, that's the breakdown of the analysis, if it makes sense.
We did just get another
Great
3-bar
stuff,
reversal
Jerome.
on the Nasdaq.
Thank you.
Well, awesome trading today. We've almost run out of time for 3-bar reversals here, but really quick, we just wanted to mention again, see the countdown timer in the bottom right-hand corner. That is for the Topstep VIP scouting form, which is in the chat right now. You have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get it. Eddie, anything you want to add on that?
Yes, let's get it done here. We got a new segment coming up, Morning Recap with the Hoag. Hoag's going to be talking about news, other factors moving the markets this morning. Peter Tuchman is back for real this time. Also, we got Pierre B going to be on with us for Trade with Topstep. And that's about all I got. But like you said, Jack, you got about 3 minutes here for that VIP.
VIP invitations.
Yes.
I feel like a VIP.
Get it done. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you very much. In the chat, start doing your appreciations. It's a great day to do it as a Monday. I'll get to ours, but first I just want to plug the next segment is going to be the morning recap with Hoag. He'll go through about what we did here today, what's moving in the markets from both. Wait 1 second. I can't read anymore. It's Hoag. He's on for 15 minutes. It'll be fun. Speaking of which, then Peter Tuckman is back for real this time. We're going to see what Peter's been doing. I believe he was abroad. We'll see how that worked. And then Pure B is back for Trade with Topstep at 11:30 or so, right after we get done with Tuckman. It's going to be a great day here. But first, we're near the end of fast markets right now. Let's hit some appreciations. Jerome, what do you appreciate today?
Always appreciative for God and breathing an extra day today, especially because I've been to Europa Park this weekend and I thought I would be dead a lot of times because it's very intense. So I'm thankful to have survived that. And also very appreciative and grateful for being invited, as always, on the show. It's been a very happy Monday, very interesting trading day. We developed patience and mindset and also technical skills and analysis. So as always, grateful and thankful for being with you amazing individuals and professionals and always learning from you. So thank you.
$5, Jack.
$5.
Uh-oh.
It's $5.
Uh-oh.
That's my favorite new bit to do there. Jerome, thank you very much. We're happy to have you back anytime. We will get to the bottom of Disney when Talk's around and Europa Park. Dakota, what are you thankful for on this Monday?
Man, Jerome said it best. I'm also thankful for Topstep. I mean, giving a platform for people like yourself, Jerome, being able to spend that time with you and do kind of an in-depth analysis of how you see the market, how you view the market. Everybody sees and views these markets differently, and we're in a unique situation where we can see it.
Good stuff. And Hoag, you're getting ready for the recap. Anything you want to appreciate before then?
Well, yeah, of course. I always appreciate my my God, my family, my country, and nice long weekend, and always appreciative of coming back and hanging out with you guys. Full week this week, so we're gonna have some fun and hopefully make some money.
Yeah, I'm thankful for that as well. Always tough coming back at the beginning of a week, but you know what? You guys made it enjoyable. Eddie, you got any final buzzer beating appreciations here?
Yes. You know what? Thanks. I really appreciate the time we had for Thanksgiving with the family. Really knowing, what you're grateful for, what you're thankful for. And once again, here, I tell you, there's millions and millions of people out there that wish they had half of what you have. So be appreciative, be thankful, and keep a smile on your face. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you very much, Eddie. That is the end of Fast Markets. We got a hell of a day coming up here. Thanks again to Jerome and Dakota for joining us. Andre, hope you're having fun in Margaritaville. We'll keep the fort down here. We'll be right back with Hoag's recap. This is TopstepTV. Let's do it. Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Welcome back, friends and traders. We apologize for the delay. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. We got a fan favorite here, Pierre Luigi. He's been on the leaderboard. He's been on our P&L list. He's been all over TopstepTV, but now he's here live with us. We had Peter Tuckman in the green room, but we kept losing connection with him. If he gets back in here, we're going to shoot over to him. We all love hearing what Mr. Tuckman has to say about the markets. But Pierre Luigi, how are we doing today, my friend? What's going on?
Doing great. Thanks for the introduction, JD. You're gonna overhype me this way, but I appreciate very much, Looking forward to trade live with you guys. Last time I went on a yacht marathon, but today I'm locked in. So even if it's getting a bit late here in Italy, I'll try my best.
There we go. That's all we can ask for, right? What's going on for you in the markets today? No open XFAs at the moment. We're in a couple of trading combines that we're looking to pass through.
Yeah.
How's it going?
So it's going well, actually. So I'm doing the same thing Topstep is going to do, because I was in a set on XFAs. I was going well, and then I stepped on the gas too much. Then I went on a combined set and I blew it, and it's part of the game. I know, So what I'm doing is right now I'm trading one combine. I have to pass it in at least 1 week. I cannot take less than 1 week because it helps develop discipline. And after that, I will move on and add more XFAs and, aiming to get back into the live account and into the Topstep leaderboard. I'm trying to take it slow. Last time we chat, I was coming from a couple of months of drawdown, getting red day after red day. So it was a bit of a pain, being here. But right now I'm coming off a couple months of green. So I'm happy. I'm doing well in my personal account. I'm doing well also trading cryptos and looking forward to be back on Topstep's leaderboard. So
excellent. Love
cannot complain at all, Trying to take it slow as much as possible, because once you build your balance, once you have everything set, it's just a game of repetition. You just keep doing what you've been doing. And if you've been doing things well, then just keep doing them.
Awesome. And we appreciate you coming on here with a positive attitude on a Monday morning. This is awesome. All right, Mr. Dolby, we got the house account open. What kind of trades are we looking at? Vroom, buckle up. Here we go.
Probably long, to be honest. I mean, unless Pierre Luigi has a crystal ball and knows when the top is in. Already shaking his head no. So if he likes any trade locations, please let us know, Pierre. I have a question, though. How exactly does one get into the Washington Redskins, a.k.a. the Commanders?
Very good question. Very curious about that myself.
This is a good question. This is an old sweatshirt that I stole from one of my cousins, which is maybe 20 years older than I am. So it's pretty rare. All my friends are like, oh, when are you going to sell it to me? When are you going to sell it to me? I'm not. So, and now that they did change the logo, I think this is even like more rare than it used to be. So it's like my lucky sweater. Anyway, going back to the market. So I just wanted to point out, this is the type of day where I just close my eyes and buy the pullbacks. So since we opened here, I have the 30-second opening range. We just went up. We didn't do anything but go up. Here was our retracement. I was looking to engage around here. I didn't get it by a couple ticks, and I chose not to chase. So this is the type of day where you either are sidelined or you close your eyes and buy the pullbacks at this point. I had some notes here because this is the zone of the previous ATH. So if we got a rejection, which we didn't do, I would have been looking for short. If we go above, I will look for a retracement to buy, but it's still kind of a hard spot to be in. So I'm looking maybe for a retracement around the 200s, 120s, something like that, with a really tight stop, 10 points, 15 points. In my trading, I try to look for, taking 25, 50 points, something like that, and, get paid and close it as fast as possible. So the thing you want to do, and that comes from my experience, once you have your standard, once you're doing something and it works, you just scale up. So what I'm doing, I was doing it with 3 micros. Now I do it with 5 micros. Then I will move to 1 mini and so forth and so on. So
very good.
No,
Hey, sorry to interrupt. It looks like we have Peter Tuckman back. And
hey guys, can you hear me?
Peter's ready. Here he is. Mr. Tuckman
Awesome.
from Wall Street
Yeah,
Global
baby,
Trading
how you
Academy.
doing?
How are you? We got your connection.
Good. We're good.
Andre, he didn't move to Mexico, but he's gone for a couple weeks, so it's me and you today, it looks like.
Okay.
What is
let's do
happening
it.
though? We're hitting we're on live
ready
now.
to go.
We're at new all-time highs. And what's going on? Tell us everything.
Sure.
We want to hear what you got. What's your take on it?
I'd be happy to tell you what's going on. So, look, there's a couple of interesting things going on. Some really good, solid dynamics. So, there's a wonderful little bit of historic data that says that 8 times out of 8 times during a presidential political cycle, that you have into the election, you have a beautiful rally. This has happened 8 times out of 8 times in a presidential election, where you had a rally into the election. We had, no matter who won the election, you had a follow through for a couple of days after the election. Then you had a pullback coming into around November 21st or 22nd. And then you had a rally back again, market reversed one more time, a rally into the Black Monday, Black Friday, Thanksgiving rally. And then we had Santa Claus come to town and we had the rally into the end of the year. All right. This has happened 8 times out of 8 times over the last political presidential cycles. And if you look at the way the market is traded in this cycle that we've had over the last 3 weeks, it followed the same exact pattern, right? We had that really solid rally coming into the election. We had that follow through rally around the election, right, which was either a relief rally around the fact that the election was done for, right? It may not have been. I'm not a firm believer that the 1,500 points that we saw on the day of the election was all about Trump, although the follow through has been a bunch about Trump. I think it was more of a relief. It was more of a relief rally that look that we did have a president. Didn't take a week to decide that we had. Look, the market can handle anything except unknowns, and so we do know now a lot more that he is elected. We know where we stand now. So I think that's what contributed to the rally into it. We saw the follow through rally. Then we saw last week, which was, that those days after post-election, like from November 11th until the 21st, the market traded kind of sideways, right? It didn't have a direction. So that kind of followed that historical little tidbit that I just gave you. We sort of traded sideways, a little bit of a pullback. That's because the market just didn't know what to do. We were hitting up against record highs, but those record highs were not resistance, right? It would we needed the next catalyst to either hit uppers against resistance and sell off, or to have some kind of a catalyst to take it higher. And we haven't had that yet. Now we're post Thanksgiving. The numbers were blowout numbers, right? We do have one thing that's super important, is that the one fear about Trump becoming elected and the effect on the market was the tariff, the China story that was giving people some angst, right? Now, what ended up happening by Trump coming in and bringing Elon Musk into the inner circle, into the family, that gave them some kind of look. We now know, with him there representing a company that's in the Magnificent Seven, that Trump is probably they're going to carve out the Magnificent Seven in whatever deals made around tariffs and China. That kind of protects that sector of the market from getting slammed. That was everybody's fear, right? He's going to come in. He's going to, wake up one morning after, a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken, get really angry, throw out some crazy tariffs and start attacking the Magnificent Seven. Now, with Musk in the inner family, I don't think that's going to happen. So, you guys, I have this show with Dan Ives, who's the #1 tech analyst. That was his explanation of the solitude that the market's feeling and kind of happiness around Trump's presidency. That one bit of anxiety that we thought Trump may bring to the market is not going to happen because of that. And so we're now in the beginning of the Santa Claus rally, right? We do have some unemployment numbers coming in at the end of the week. As of this morning, there was a 66% chance that we are going to get one more cut by the end of the year. Market likes that. That's just pouring gas on the fire. And the great numbers about Thanksgiving were good. What the only bad thing that came out was that some of the numbers that came out for November were a function of the hurricane and some strikes, right? The only problem, the only wrench that was tossed into the employment numbers came as a function of, if you'll remember, in November, we had that week where there were these major strikes, which really threw a wrench in everything. And then we had the hurricane, which threw everybody off. So that was if anything was the only negative in November, it was strikes and the hurricane. Otherwise, November was a really good month, net, except for that
we are
little week.
We're expecting to add 200,000 new jobs to the economy. Anything's better than that October 12,000 new jobs report. That was it was brutal.
Yeah. Exactly. So I think we're now in the mode. I think we're going to probably get some the numbers. We need to look at them with a little, some sort of pink colored glasses, because we know that one of the problems was the strike and the hurricane. And I think what's more important is to really look at the solid retail numbers that came out of Thanksgiving. And then I think you just get a little Santa Claus rally, and then we close out the year at the highs. We're going to start the year with a lot of enthusiasm. There's still a lot of money on the sidelines. Once people sort of put down their fear about Trump, and I don't think he's going to look. You never know. I mean, he is an unknown, right? He is a wild card. Mm-hmm. So, but my gut is that he's going to surround himself with, and this is not I'm not saying whether I'm a fan or not, but I just know that he's going to surround. It seems like he's going to. Not cabinet-wise. Cabinet-wise, I think he's out of his mind. But I think as far as economically, he's going to surround himself. Look, Elon Musk is a wild card. But I think having him in that inner circle is going to be good for the market. I don't think Trump wants to come in and, I'm sure he wants to take credit for the great market, right, which he doesn't have any right to. But I also don't think he wants to diffuse this incredible rally that we've had over the last 4 years. I mean, think about it. 2020, we were up 20%. 2021, up 28%. 2022, we pulled back because of interest rates and COVID. 23, we're up 18. 24, we're up 24%. I mean, this is a long-term bullish market that's extraordinary, right? And I don't think anybody, even as wild as he is going to want to throw a wrench in that story. You don't want to go down as the person who diffused one of the greatest rallies in Wall Street history.
Speaking of which, we're 2 weeks out from the next Fed meeting. You mentioned it already. There's a 65% chance of a quarter basis rate cut. We've got a blackout period coming next week. Fed blackout period starting next week. And this week, we've already got some unscheduled Fed announcements or Fed speakers coming in. Bostic just jumped on unscheduled a few minutes ago. What would a bombshell do to this market right now? What would be considered a bombshell, I should say? Would a 50 basis point rate cut be a bombshell? What would it do to the market?
Look, that's a great question. I'm going to use that question because, look, at the end of the day, if you had talked to me, and we probably did speak a week before the last cut, which everyone was hoping for a 25, and we did get a 50, right? And that was a function of the fact that they probably missed an opportunity in July and were trying to make up for it. I think everybody would have said, the way we spoke about it before that 50 basis point cut, if you said, what do you think is going to happen in the market if we do 50? We would have all said that's going to have a negative effect on the market because people are going to think that the economy's in worse condition than we think, right? Why else would he do 50? But the market loved that 50. I think that caught everybody off guard. We were up 1,000 points on what would basically historically be actually kind of interpreted as a negative cut. You're like 25's in line, 50's like, oh shit, they must know something we don't know. But the market loved it. So at this point, you know what? I think we still may be a little bit behind the 8 ball as far as cuts go, because think about it. We had 18 consecutive raises. You know what? There are some people in the school that we should be cutting them as aggressively as we raise them, so that we can get back to even. There are people who think that we should be getting back to even as quick as possible. So, the market, think about it. The economy and the market have really been acting quite well, I got to admit, right? Obviously, there are people struggling and whatnot, but let's just kind of pigeonhole it. People who are in the market and people, net, where still unemployment rates are really reasonable, right? There are a lot of jobs available. If there's still people who don't even want to go back to work anymore. How crazy is that, right? So I think and the market is even, think about it. 2024 has been an amazingly crazy year for everything. 2 wars. We're in the middle of 2 wars. Market never sold off. We've had 6 chances. We've had 6 times in the last year where the market's done anything that you could construe as a pullback, right? April, a little bit, 7% pullback. July, a little bit of a pullback. August 5th, right? Black Monday in Japan was a pullback. September, the first week of September, a pullback. August 5th, a little bit of a pullback. And then maybe last week, a little bit of a pullback. But that's it. Everything else has been nothing but a bullish rally. So the market just, market tells me what it thinks. I know I look like Einstein. I'm not that friggin' smart. The market's telling me that it wants to go higher, that there's still money to be put to work. There are still people who still don't believe it. And they're on the sidelines. Eventually, look at crypto. Did you think crypto's trading at 95, right? Everything, the Russell, crazy rally, beautiful rally in the mid cap, small cap, right? People are looking for value. They're desperately trying. I just spoke to a buddy of mine who's in the art business, blue chip art. And I asked him how business was. He said, it's terrible. And I asked him why. He said, because people buy art when the markets are a little sketchy. Right now, there's so much fast money being made in crypto, in gold, in equities, in NASDAQ, that people don't need to go anywhere else. It's like the Wizard of Oz. You don't need to look anywhere further than your back door and make some quick money, right? So anyway, listen. Next Wednesday, December 4th, Wall Street Global Trading Academy is it's our last live free masterclass of the year, talking about technical analysis in a Trump world. Okay, it's live, it's free, WSGTA.com. Go to the link in my bio. Please register, everybody. It's the last limited space. We already got 500 people registered, a couple hundred spaces left. So please come and join us. We're going to be giving away the course at a discount. A lot of good stuff's coming on, maybe a guest speaker. So please, everybody, come join us on Wednesday, live free masterclass on technical analysis.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Tuchman. Don't miss that one, guys. I've said on these webinars before, they're excellent. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, Mr. Tuchman.
We're going to be talking about Topstep and futures, so giddy up.
Awesome. Yeah, everybody get in there. Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We're going to drop the link in the chat. Thank you, Mr. Tuchman, the Einstein of Wall Street. Always a pleasure. We're going to see you on Friday. We're going to have a lot to talk about on Friday. We got the jobs number coming out and a bunch of talking Feds throughout the week. So we will be doing. Thanks, Mr. Tuchman. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Bye.
JD, we got action, baby. We got action.
We're
long 21,234, one lot. We're going to add one at 21,220. We have a stop at 213 and 3/4. This is from Pierre's recommendation. We were in the green room in the chat, chopping it up. Little sidebar.
Oh, nice. Can you repeat that one more time for me, Mr. Dolby? Long at 21,234?
Correct. Yep. We're going to add another one at 21,220, and our stop is at 213 and 3/4. So we're going to add in here. And I believe, Pierre, let's get you back in here. You're long some micros, right? This is your trade idea?
Oh, that's a $5 fine for Luigi.
€5, buddy.
Send me your Venmo. I'll have to install that thing.
You're not a power player until you get fined for the mute button, right?
You guys accept Solana or PayPal or whatever? Is there even Venmo in Europe? I'll pay, I promise. Anyway, so I was trying to say the logic here is that we're basically trailing the M1 market structure. What we're doing here is we tapped into the previous retracement leg here. We had this like 30 points, 40 points pullback, 30 points. And so it was good enough to try it. I like it nice and tight here because this is not my best entry. My best entry will be here, this previous leg on the 15 minutes. And I believe if we hit my stop and we confirm below, we could get a better entry around the 70s, maybe even here in this VWAP zone. I would like to, oops, I inverted my chart. I would like to have a large stop around here to better follow it. Then again, right now, it looks like it's going. So my plan with this trade is if we break above the 260, so here's my way of reasoning. I'm going low to high, always thinking in ranges. So if we break above this one, we move our stop. If we break our high, we move our stop to the new low, and then we keep trailing structure, and maybe we add as we go. Then again, the move might start to get exhausted as we are getting, around lunchtime. So I do not expect to have a big explosive movement here.
What's your profit target on this trade?
Oh, I'm just trying to go for 25 to 50 points. It depends, honestly. It depends on what we do when we reach the 260s. Because if we break above with strength, then I just want to add and trail my position. I'll add on a retracement and keep trailing. But if we just tap and reverse, then I'll just close it and wait. It depends on what the market is giving us. So, the best long was like 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
So we gotta work with what we have.
Cool. Well, I mean, so far so good. The trade's kind of playing out. We have a little bit of a 15-minute range, with that range low maybe being around like 20,215. But our stop is nestled just below that. So hopefully NASDAQ doesn't do a little stop run. But so far so good. Nice momentum so far. I like the trade idea.
Yeah, I try to look always for cheap trades to trade market. Mine is mostly discretionary, but sometimes where your thesis is right and where your thesis is wrong. If we hit 250, 215, my thesis is wrong. I have no business going long again here. And look for a reversal in our previous leg and meet the cheapest trade to consider. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. A lot of people in chat, this was the thing that I struggled with when I started. And I think a lot of people in chat might find it useful. Let your edge play out. Don't tinker with your trades too much. Know when you're right, know when you're wrong, and respect it.
Okay. It looks like your charts got disconnected to improve your connection, according to the producer. There might be the old. Do you remember the old mouse move issue? If you're on your charts and you're moving your mouse for whatever reason, it creates lag out of nowhere. The gremlins in the machines don't like that very much.
The gremlins.
Yeah, I don't know why.
We'll get those back up in a minute, though.
All right.
Yeah, if you're paying attention to Mr. Tuckman, dips have been for buying. We're in the middle of the sale, or we're just starting the Santa rally right now. So he sees no reason to be short this market. So waiting for those pullbacks, get on the right side of the market, and keep rallying into the end of the year, unless the Fed drops a bombshell on us. That was the other thing. Fed meeting in 2 weeks, going into a Fed blackout period next week, and we've seen some unscheduled Fed speakers already this week, and it's really early on a Monday still. So that aside, pullbacks are for buying, right?
I would say so. I mean, who wants to call tops in the NASDAQ? That does not sound like a winning recipe, unless you're on like a super short time frame.
That is a dangerous game.
Yeah.
Calling tops in the NASDAQ right now.
Good luck.
Never bet against the USA.
Yeah,
as somebody said before me.
Damn straight, Pierre. You never bet against the USA.
This is not the train to step in front of, right, guys? All right.
No,
we're on the right side. We got a couple tickies into this trade right now. Everyone's long. Pierre's long. House count's long. We didn't get that second. We didn't get the ad though, right? We're only long one. Is that correct?
We're only long one. Yeah. Pierre, is there a opportunity to add on bullish price action here, or do you not add it at all once you're into a trade?
You like buying new highs?
Add as the trade. I do. I do. But the thing is, I like to add as the trade goes in my favor. The thing is, until we break above the 260, and I want to see a closure above the 260 on the 1 minute, then I will not go. We're working with. Let me mark it out. This is the range low, and this is the range high. Can you see me? Or my
Bring our charts back. You just
We have
can't
your
move your
charts, yep.
mouse while you're talking. You just can't move your mouse.
All right. I was trying to do some drawing. So I marked on the 1 minute the low and the high of the range that we've been dealing with for the past 20 to 30 minutes. We're talking about a 50 points range. So what are we doing here? First of all, we retraced into our previous range, and since we're going high, we assume we keep going higher. My system is reactive. I don't predict what price does. I wait for price to show me his hands to do something, and then I react accordingly in a algorithmical fashion. And I don't mean any algorithmical blah, blah, blah. I mean, if we do X, I do Y, and then I do Z. That's how I reason. So if we go above 260 and we break above 260, then we can add on a retracement. If we don't hit there, considering the time of the day, considering everything considered, I wouldn't add unless our conditions are fulfilled. Right now, our conditions aren't fulfilled yet. We could easily go back and deliver price all the way to the previous leg on the 15 minutes. So around the 170s. And we want to keep that in mind.
Yep. That makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, we are way up here, and if you go to like a larger time frame as well, it gets a lot of very wicky candles up here, right?
Mhm.
All of these, this is a daily chart, and a lot of wicks. So that means we're testing highs, pulling back, testing highs, pulling back, and maybe we're doing that again, but I still like trying to go long versus trying to call a top here.
Yeah,
Makes
yeah.
sense.
I mean, even if we went short, I don't think we go all the way back to the opening range. Look, no, I will not use my mouse, but we have 250 points, so we have 1,000 ticks. It's like, yeah, we did a good run, so it kind of feels, natural or logic to say, the market is about to exhaust its strength and we're going to retest the lows. But in reality, the market can be irrational more than we can stay solvent. So we trade with the trend. We have our defined stop. And if we hit our stop, we're wrong and we wait for the next setup. The market is always giving us setup. I'm talking about taking 25 to 50 points every move. So there is something you get basically every hour. There is something you get basically every hour.
I don't have my edge.
Oh, yeah,
I don't have edge full up right now, but I know the probability is very unlikely of retesting the opening range low after a move up like this. There hasn't been a break of the initial balance high. There was. It almost looked like a failed downside auction to begin with, but that didn't play out, and now we're trading back above the initial balance. So, I mean, all signs are really pointing higher at the moment.
Yeah. JD, do you like more ads in here? I know you and I kind of like adding on pullbacks, even if that means the trade is in the red. Do you still like the added 220, or do you want to add any more? Maybe there's
as long as the zone is as long as the zone is still valid, which it is in my opinion. I see no issue with adding onto a trade.
Yep.
So I like that bid that you have in 220. 213 stop was 213. You said?
Yeah, 213 and 3/4.
Okay. Yeah, this is a nice cheap trade setting up.
Yeah. Yeah, we had the 1 hour is a little bit, a big wick it left up there. So I'm kind of curious to see how much of that we end up retracing into the close here. We had Euro close. Is that 10:30 or 11:30, JD? It's been a while.
10:30 Euro close.
10:30. Okay.
But I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, and yeah, I see no reason to be on the short side yet. We're putting in higher highs, higher lows. Got a nice series of little bull flags all the way up.
It is the higher lows that I do appreciate. with this trade so far, and then even trying to bid those up. You know, if the rest of the market's bidding up higher lows, why not throw in an order and join them?
Yep, exactly.
You know, and it looks like it's really maintaining that too. I mean, we couldn't even get below, you know, Pierre, you could probably see this too on your chart, the 21,225s. You know, we still found buyers to come in 4 points higher than that. So that means buyers are still strong, and they're getting ahead of price a little bit. Like they're anticipating price to go higher, so they're putting in their bids a little bit higher. They're not waiting for a test to come back. So let's see if this keeps on pushing. But the 5 minute now looks even better. 1 minute looks great. Nice big range. It's kind of just sit on your hands and wait for this to play out. Is kind of the situation to be in right now.
100%. At this point, we have everything we need. It's like we could try and add, but as I said, I don't like to take on too much risk because, at least for me, and this is also something I'm sharing with Chad, they might find it useful. Most of the time, when I'm putting on more risk than what I feel comfortable with, I'm over leveraging and I'm going to mess up, you know? So I have rules for ads and I have rules, to scale in and to scale out. So if we go above the 260 and we close above, then I will just add and keep trailing, add on retracement and keep trading. I will let the market stop me at that point. You know, if
on what time
I don't
frame?
see the type of action.
Sorry, just to clarify, what time frame do you need to close?
So I use the 15 minutes as my higher time frame and the 1 minute as the low. So now I usually like to trade from the 15 minute using reversals on the 1 minute. That's my sweet spot. Trade with the trend, look for the reversal on the lower time frame. In this specific case, we basically grabbed along from the lower time frame. So we're just trailing the lower time frame. Realistically, the spot I will feel comfortable putting my stop in will be 140, but I will not with 100-point stops here, of course. At the end of the day, it makes no sense. So we just keep it tight, let price action do its things. If we go above, we add. So if we break on the 1 minute, we keep using the 1 minute as our reference time frame here.
Cool. Perfect. And I wanted to ask you a question, Pierre. You said, us as kind of going back to the beginning of the segment, you were talking about not over managing your trades. Is that something that you learned through journaling, or is just using your eyeballs and just kind of paying attention?
I do journal a lot in different ways. I love writing, so it helps me distress. I do it for trading. I do it for myself. So it is something I do. I am a very reflexive person and I like to keep my data. Topstep X helps a lot with that, So for example, this morning in my account, I was in a trade for like 3 or 4 hours, and it's something I'm not used to. But I know from my data from Topstep X that I have a good win rate when I hold for long. So it means that I'm good at finding the direction. So the thing is, I know this basically from what I like to do. I like to review my trades. Sometimes I also like to film them when I can. And I know for a fact that many times, side by side, I can see a trade where I started tinkering, adding, getting stopped, going into the other side, then getting stopped again, losing money in the chop, and then basically hitting the DLL because I wanted to play around with my trade, and that is something you shouldn't do. It is something you definitely shouldn't do because trading gotta be boring. Last couple months, trading has been really boring me. I traded most 1 or 2 hours and I want to get out. So that's how I know I'm doing well. So I go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna ask JD. I was like, JD, did you also find that over managing trades ended up being far more costly than just letting trades play out?
Absolutely. The more you tinker with a trade, I think the worse off it gets. You got to give your trades room to breathe, let them play out. Don't move your stops too soon unless you get that windfall profit immediately. That's my take on it.
Yeah, good call.
If I'm trading the NASDAQ, I get long and it gives me 30 points in the blink of an eye. I'm covering half that trade and I'm probably moving my stop up to break even and possibly looking for re-entry at a better trade location. NASDAQ, when you get those very easy, very fast windfall profits, it has a tendency to come back and try and steal back as much of it as it possibly can before it really starts going your way. So beware the retest, take your windfall, see profit, take profit, and leave a runner for the long term.
Right.
That's
Save
my
one
take.
for the risk manager.
Save one. Yeah. Save one for the auto liquidator.
Oh, good Momo here. Pierre, nice call on this trade here.
Very nice.
Really
Some
really
follow
stuck
through
your
now.
neck out going long on the NQ. That was a ballsy call there, Pierre. Really taking big risks.
Yeah. You know, I got this thing going on my Twitter where sometimes I try to call tops and bottom, and then I just say, if I'm wrong, I will delete. So if I was wrong, I just would have pretended it didn't happen. Just playing. It is risky, you know. At this point, it is not a trade I love, but it is a trade that I think can work out. And we have defined rules. That's what makes a good trade, in my opinion, is when you know your setup and when you know what you're doing and how and when. That's what makes a good trade. It's not about the money. The move is more important than the money. The process is more important than the money. The money is literally side effect of doing things well in your life, not necessarily and in trading.
Sounds like you've been listening to Hoag for a while. Yes, profits are a byproduct of making good trade decisions. I think that is a direct quote from John Hoagland, the GOAT.
Well, 1 minute range bound, but at least we're testing highs.
Yep, not much happening. We got 10 points into this. We got about 6 minutes left to go, 7 minutes left to go. Looking like we'll probably carry this trade into the next segment. We'll keep checking in on it during the shoulder tap. We do have the shoulder tap coming up next with Jack and Mick, and then group coaching with Hoag and me. Myself and Hoag will be here for group coaching. Make sure you stick around for that. Not a whole lot of follow through just yet. We got about 10 points in this trade, like I said. Trying to push higher, but volume has really fallen off the cliff, I should say. Volume drying up. We're going into that lunch hour. Things just slow down. People walk away, take a breath.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll see what happens.
Just wait. Nothing wrong with a little wait.
Pierre, how long will you hold this trade? Will you hold it until your stop hits your profit target, or will you consider abandoning it if nothing happens within a certain amount of time?
I'm not really used to time stops, so this is not something I usually do. I look more at what the structure is doing. So basically, one reason for me closing early or moving the stop to even early will be the failure to break above 260s. Then we might go and retest lower. So I'm always thinking in terms of, if this happens, I do this. So if we go there, then and this happens, then I might consider closing the trades, take my 25 points, and I'm good for the day. Doesn't matter if you're using 1 mini, 5 mini, one micro. You know, it's the process that matters. Then if we keep ranging and maybe we start printing lower lows and higher lows, then I might consider closing it. But as I said, I like to let my edge play out. So I'll just leave it there. The risk is in control on my account. It's just $100. It's not much. If we go above, I just wait for a retest to add. Otherwise, I'll let it play. Accepting risk, it is a big part of trading. This is what I learned in the last year, you know. I always found it hard to accept the risk totally, you know, and I was surprised when I moved to micros and when I started sizing down, how easier it was to hold trades, you know, and how well and how good, you know, it translated into my trading, because now I can build positions, I can stay there, and I can be wrong without being gutted if I'm wrong, because if I'm wrong, it's $100. I could risk those.
Yep. It does something to your confidence in the trade. I understand that completely.
Yeah.
We just had a pull up in the chat a few minutes ago. Eddie posted the results. Have you traded today? 53% said yes, and they are up money on the day. Nice job to 53%. We do have Eddie in the back right now. Eddie, if you're there, what happened on this day in history?
I am here, my friends, on this day in history. Let me see. I'm going to do a little trivia here. December 2nd, 2001, this company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Do you know who it is? Put it in the chat quick. I'm going to give you a couple seconds here. Who filed for bankruptcy 2001, December 2nd? Well, this was a bankruptcy protection in a New York court. Oh, yes. Way to go, Chad. Sparking one of the largest corporate scandals in U.S. history. Energy trading company based in Houston, Texas. Giddy up, mofo. Enron was formed in 1985 as a merger of two gas companies, Houston Natural Gas and Internorth, under the chairman, Kenneth Lay, and rose to as high as number 7 on Fortune's magazine of top 500 U.S. companies in 2000. It employed 21,000 people, posted a revenue of 111 billion over the next year. However, Enron stock price began a dramatic slide, dropping from 90.75 in August 2000 to 26 cents. I don't mean to laugh. I apologize. Closing November 30th, 2001. On this day, December 2nd, 2001, Enron. And that is my story, Your Honor, and I'm sticking to it. Back to you, JD.
Thank you, Mr. Eddie. Yeah, we'll talk about the smartest guys in the room at another time, but yeah, I'm sure more than a few of us remember that disaster, right?
This was a big deal. Big deal. So we got a little bit of a pullback off of, what is that, 21,247. You know, something that's interesting to look at when you get all-time, like a candlestick that makes an all-time high, like this 5-minute candle here. I like looking at the base of that candlestick to see if we can end up piercing it on the way back up. And in this case, it ended up rejecting. It's something, I don't know if it works every single time, but nothing really does. But it's always a mark that I leave on my chart is the base of the candlestick that made the highest high, like of the day or of an uptrend or reverse for a downtrend. Use my pen. I learned how to use this little pen, JD. This is pretty cool. Look at this.
You can write. Dolby has writing skills.
That's about how good my
I'm a big fan of the pen tool on TradingView. I used it a lot too.
Yeah.
I always joke with my friends that my strategy is drawing squiggly lines on the chart and waiting for price to respect it.
I mean, honestly, you're not wrong. That is kind of what it is.
Well, we're still drifting sideways. Just got a little bit of a pullback. We're right back to our entry price again, and the Nasdaq entry price one more time is 21,234. House account is long 1. Pierre is also long. What was your entry price again, Pierre? 5 micros.
235 point quarter. Yeah, no
235.
I'm looking at what's happening now. But if we keep putting higher highs, I mean, it's a decent trade. This is something that I normally wouldn't hold into the. Let's put it like this: if it was my live account, I wouldn't hold it until the end of the night, or likely I wouldn't even take the trade. But so this is a combined. The best entry here, just for future reference, will be around 170s if we get there for a long. Because if we start going below the 250s here, I think we could easily deliver into the previous range, because here on the lower time frame, we are going up, and then we started ranging. So, and we have our two sides of the range. We either break above and we add, or we break below and we deliver into the previous range of the higher time frame. I hope this makes sense. I know it's
Makes
a little
perfect
bit
sense, yeah.
complicated. I wish I could draw some lines without messing up with my connection, but it is what it is. I'm sorry about it. But yeah, so here's the logic. So at least when I'm not with you anymore, you guys know what was the logic behind this trade and if you want to keep it or not.
Well, we're going to get some action here into close. It's testing the bottom of the Dorito. Looks like it didn't like that Dorito that I drew. But let's see if we can make higher lows here. We have done the lower highs, which means we are now in the Dorito formation. So pretty big
Dolby
consolidation
Dorito.
here.
All right.
The old Dolby
We're gonna
Dorito,
keep
right?
we're gonna keep you updated on this trade. House count is long. We're also working a secondary bid to add on to this trade at 21,220. Stop is down around 213. House count's long. Pierre's long. We have to take a break though. We got the shoulder tap coming up next with Jack and Mick, followed by group coaching with me and Hoag. So make sure you guys stick around for that. Again, one more time, I'm going to keep repeating it. House count is long. Pierre is long. We're going to keep you guys apprised of what happens with these trades. Pierre, thanks for joining us. Stick around on the chat and let us know how this trade plays out. Always a pleasure having you on. Can't wait to see you again. Dolby time.
Bye.
Keep your charts up as we move into the shoulder tap. All right, taking a short break, folks. We will be right back with Jack and Mick on the shoulder tap.
I like the idea, and I'm biased because this is how I did it myself. I like the idea of having a full-time job and a full-time career while I'm learning trading and while I'm developing my trading skills. It takes so much pressure off. It also gives you a fallback, if the trading doesn't work out. And it takes the pressure off if you go through a period where you're not making money in trading. It's not all of a sudden like your family doesn't have money. So I think there is some wisdom in what the questioner is asking, to have a secure base and then use that secure base to work on the trading over time.
Ahoy, mateys! Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by the man in black, the wrist man, Mick. You got the black on, so do I. Hopefully, nothing too grim going on in the wrist department today.
No, nothing too grim. I mean, we're here in Chicago. I have Italian in my blood. I feel like we just tend to wear black, from both those demographics. So I'm usually in black myself.
There you go. Yeah, me too. It's
Look
very
at this.
fitting.
Black with black underneath, and I'm all black. All black. It's a little chilly here in the office.
Goes with everything. Well,
Yeah.
Mick, from the chilly office, do you have any updates on what our live traders are doing today?
Did you say chilly, Jack? Did you say chilly? Happy post Thanksgiving, by the way. Before we get into the traders, I got to
Please.
ask, and I was talking about you over Thanksgiving, as a matter of fact. I had brought up that you and your family do the White Castle sliders as stuffing in the turkey. Did you
We
guys
sure
do that
do.
this year?
We definitely did.
Nice. You told me about that years ago, and I had brought it up at the Thanksgiving dinner table. And I guess now it's become a popular thing where like that's been circulating around online. Not that I've seen it or anything like that, but I thought I was sharing some like unique information that you guys have, this special sauce, secret sauce. And I think you started it all, but I guess it's getting widespread now.
Yeah, we've been doing it for like 15, 20 years now. I would highly recommend it because then, too, early in Thanksgiving, you go play your turkey bowl or whatever else, which, by the way, I don't know the trophy, but we friggin' won. For the first time in 25 years, we won this turkey game. And let that be a lesson to all of yous. Nobody beats Jack Pelzer 26 times in a Thanksgiving turkey bowl. But yeah, you can eat a few sliders afterwards. It's great.
Awesome. That's great. Well, glad you guys did it. I still want to try that. And, obviously people are jumping on the bandwagon these days. There wasn't the social media presence 15, 20 years ago, like you said, for how long you've been doing it. So certainly a trend setter over there at the Pelzer family. All right. But for trading, I got some shout outs. Just going to list off a few of our live traders because we got a lot of people up money, but some of the big dogs are Allie up 10,000, Andy up 6,700, Prince is up 5,400. We're going to talk about Prince. He's our one and only trading card today. I really like his stuff. Again, up 5,400. We'll get to more of his statistics here in a little bit. Jake up 9K, and then Kai Chun up $4,000. There's a lot of other people up money, like I had mentioned, a lot of other people down money too. But those are some of the big ones today on the live boards. So
Awesome
with
stuff,
that,
all of them. Go ahead,
Jack, before we start talking about Bonavino and $1,000 squares, should we get into the cards and talk about that later, or should we get into that right now?
Let's talk about, we have one card today, so let's get through that, and then we will get
Okay.
down our strategy when we're meeting at Bonavino.
Sir, yes, sir. All right, let's pull up Prince, one of our live traders that we're featuring. Prince is in 50K. He has been in this account for, do you have his trade report up?
I do. He's been in for 18 days.
18 days. And we don't have the most stunning metrics here on winning days and winning trades. However, Prince is able to take down $830 on average per day of those 18 days. So he's doing really well. He ended last week on his account balance highs, new account balance highs today with him being up 5,400. And Jack, one thing I love the most about him is 50K. So that daily loss limit, his downside is limited to $1,000. Now, last week he did have a little bit of slippage. Actually, not last week, the week before, a little bit of slippage with a $2,000 losing day, but he's not trading huge size. He's not taking a ton of trades, and the trades that he is taking, he's spending quite a bit of time in those winners, and he's cutting the losers relatively quickly. I think probably the sweetest thing on this card, though, is that risk reward on a per trade basis that he's putting up. He's risking $271.52 to make $1,940.40. 38 cents. So it's about a 7-to-1 risk reward ratio, which is really, really nice to see for someone trading the NASDAQ. We don't come across those very often. And when we do, there's usually a correlation between very high risk reward ratios and the winning trade percentages that we see. So here we have low winning trade percentages, right around 22%, but a very high risk reward ratio. That is very common. You will see higher percentage winning trades for traders that are, taking more trades or have a 2-to-1, a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. It's the people that are looking to risk very little to make a lot, 7 times as much. They're not going to have the high winning trade percentages. Typically, there's always exceptions, but typically that's not something you see. So this is in line with metrics we'd be familiar with for someone who's got a 7-to-1 risk reward ratio, and they're making over $800 a day. This is really good stuff, and this is a huge shout out to Prince.
You know what separates Prince? I know we have Price there. Love Quebec, Canada, great place. Been to Montreal, I think 4 or 5 times. Would love to get to Quebec City. Done some ice fishing. Great place. Great trading card too. One thing that separates Prince from a lot of these cards I see, where the winning days, I don't know if we have it up there. Yeah, his average winning day is 7,600. Average losing day, of course, is the DLL. That happens. Is that Prince, I would say, has a reasonable expectation. I feel like there's a lot of people that with this card, it would be like all losing days and maybe the 120 or 30K day. Prince does not seem afraid of leaving on the high or near it. There's only one day in these 18 that I kind of have a problem with, and it's not even that bad compared to what we've seen. He was up maybe 3,300 and then hit the DLL.
No,
on his other big days, Nov 21. On his other big days, November 27th, $7,900 leaves on the high. November 19th, I love this one. He was up and flat 9,600, close to 9,700. Leaves flat up $8,200. That warms my heart. All right. Took one loser, lost $1,000, $1,500, something like that. Killed it there. I see the same thing on a lot of the other days. Just not giving it all back, trying to get the one massive big day. And I think that's what showed up in his report here.
Yeah, I like what I see on the daily management, with the exception of that one day you mentioned where he was up 3,300, ended down 2,000. He took pretty much double the trades he normally takes and traded double the contracts. So he was definitely a busy boy there on that day. But this is just great stuff. I mean, I want to rattle off, we talked about the losses being capped at 1,000 for the most part because of that daily loss limit threshold. But, this is someone who's not only up 5,400 today. We've got an $8,000 winning day, and a $10,200 winning day, an $8,300 winning day, 4,000. The days that they are putting up big numbers, they're big numbers. And it's all while, trading smaller and, it's just that risk reward ratio is real nice. Real nice.
Real nice. I guess not as nice. We got stopped out. That house account trade from the last segment stopped out down $386. Prince, we're sorry we did that. Also, I know it says Price there. Prince has, we only say first names, but Prince has got a pretty cool name too. So Prince is doing well. This is very nice. So great job, Prince. Keep it up.
I would love to see him take a payout. I would love to see him take a sizable payout, but nothing too crazy. 18 days, though, is a pretty good sample size. And like you had mentioned, for each of these losing days, which is limited, there are, big winning days. But and this is someone who got off to a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-day losing streak for $9,000 to begin with. And then they just started, getting in tune with that NASDAQ. So while it's uncommon that you're going to have a 9-day losing streak, when it comes to taking a payout, Prince, let's be conscious of, what could happen. And you don't want to take a payout to put yourself in a position where, you'd get hurt badly by 9 days. Now with, this account balance being around $40,000, even if he took 20 out and then had a 9-day losing streak of $1,000 a day, he'd still be, pretty healthy. Take half of his account and payout, get cut in half if he had a 9-day losing streak. But I think those days are behind him, Jack, or at least I'd like to believe so. But yeah, take a payout. I mean, $5,000 doesn't hurt too much. 10% of your account's $4,000 right now at this point. So do be considering that. And, I like it.
Somebody asked, by the way, how many contracts is Prince using? A couple, like 2.
Just
November
really
27th made $8,000 on one trade, 2 contracts in, 2 contracts out. It looks like
Ones and
overall, like he's
twos.
entering trades with like 1s and 2s.
1s and 2s, yeah, that's it. Which is nice.
Don't get fidgety with the size.
You can make or lose $1,000 really easily trading one lot.
Oh yeah, like something I've pointed out before is everyone's trading the NQ, right? And like, look at your chart. I think everyone gets too jumpy to get into trades. Let me take a look at this right now. Like, what's the average true range on the NASDAQ? Let's take a look.
It was like 300 points or something like that.
It's like here we got here. It's about
260.
260 to 300. Okay, so that's how many points can move. How many points? 100 points is $2,000 on a one lot of NQ. So there's a lot of movement.
Oh yeah.
Well, with that, Nick, I guess we can finish up this card and get to some strategy for it. These squares. What do we want to do? Are you in? I don't know if you answered affirmatively or not.
No, I did not answer affirmatively. I got the text from JD yesterday, was it, or Saturday? Saturday, I think. Yesterday. Asking if I wanted to. It was you, me, JD, I think, right? Maybe Dan was included in that, talking about these big squares, $1,000 a square. And it's funny that the chain text that I have with these fine gentlemen on there was the most recent pictures were like pictures of JD's room from our offsite over the summer. It's cool rooms. And I'm laughing to myself because they're talking about these expensive squares. And I'm like, I was just at that place. I went to get a massage from this resort that we stayed at this summer. But on the way to the resort, I got pulled over doing 30 miles an hour over the speed limit, going 85 and a 55. So I got a steep $300 speeding ticket. And I was like, between the $200 massage and the $300 ticket, it was an expensive day for me. I'm like, I don't know if I, have any disposable income to throw at squares. But if we're pooling if we're hedging our money together, I could be interested in that. And if it's an excuse to get over to Bonavino and have some pizza and beers with the boys, there's, that much more reason to throw some bucks in and see what happens. I remember these $1,000 squares floating around the floor back in the day. And, it was incredible watching how many people, put their names down for these things. And it's like, whoa, $1,000, that's what I make in a week kind of thing. And I just pull it out and, I'll take 2. I'll take 3 squares. Wow. Awesome, guys.
I think there's a risk management lesson here. Hey, we got to prove risk management with you driving the vehicle. Second, I think you can have a little bit of capital you put towards frivolous things. To my knowledge, neither you or me are really big gamblers. Not really my not my thing.
I don't gamble at all. The extent of my gambling is, and I haven't even done this in a while. It's like, I'll buy in $20 to a poker game or something, but I haven't done that in 20 years. And then, I got enough excitement from assuming other people's risks in the markets that gambling is not my thing. I don't have any apps. I'm not even into sports too much these days.
That's what my friend still thinks, that I'm like hustling them, mainly because when I used to have a Kentucky Derby party, and I would just purely act as the house. If anyone wanted to take a bet, I would look at what my risk was on it, and I would just take it at the line. And they should know the house always wins, or rarely. But that's my idea of betting. But we're going to do these squares this year. We'll post whatever our square is live, and we'll see what happens in the Super Bowl. Maybe something, maybe we can do something with that on Topstep TV. And with that, Mick, that's about all the time we have right now. Any last second thoughts?
No. Other than I want to go over to Bonavino and let's do it. If there's 4 of us going in on a $1,000 square, that won't, hurt too much if it doesn't happen. But got to put a little skin in the game to win.
Let's do it. You know that this is going to end just like that. What was it? The Baltimore 49ers Super Bowl where they kick a ball out for a safety at the last second or something. Bound to happen. So we'll be on the right side of that, hopefully.
Risk reward at $1,000 a square, 100 squares. I mean, we're talking about risking $250 to make 25,000 a piece if we do it 4 ways, right?
Yeah, let's do it. So if Mick and I don't show up for Shoulder Tap the Monday after the Super Bowl, you'll know that we are in Aruba or something, and we'll come say hi sometime. All right, Mick, thanks. This has been Shoulder Tap. Coming up next, we got group coaching. JD and Hoag are in the house, I believe. Yes, I see it right there in the bottom of the screen. So stick around. We'll be right back with that. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It's that time of day. You know what time it is. It's 12:30 in the Central Time. That's 12:32 Chicago time, I should have said. It's time for group coaching. I'm JD behind the scenes. I'll be feeding questions to John the Goat Hoagland, who you are looking at right now. We've got your questions. There's still a form pinned in the chat. If you have a question and feel so compelled to ask it, go ahead and click that link, type your question in. We'll get it. We got a couple good ones. But Hoag, what's happening in your world? House count's down a little bit of money. I see you marked up those trades nicely. That's a good idea.
Those were Dakota's and Jerome's trades earlier. We'll take a look at those for the afternoon recap. But a couple of interesting things. We just pulled back to the initial balance high in the NASDAQ. We first traded to the original high after we broke out of the initial balance. The failed upside auction up here that provided a pretty decent opportunity to the downside where Jerome's level was waiting for us, and we've been seeing the market continue to try and push higher. Struggling a little bit to that effect right now. We'll take a look at all of that later. Just really interested in seeing what we've got as far as the questions are concerned, JD. It's always a pleasure to be here with you, and always a pleasure to be here with everybody. Let's see what we've got going on.
Thank you, sir. The pleasure is all mine. All right. As far as your questions go, Wheels BT, he's becoming quite famous in the question realm
Wheels?
for group coaching. Wheels, what's up, bud? We see ya. All right, Wheels says, I'm accustomed to trading one lot at a time, and I seem to lose money when I add to a winning trade. So I'm missing something here. Can you explain right and wrong strategies for adding to a position? All right, so Wheels BT is trying to add to winners, and they're turning into losers. You think Wheels BT might? You think his risk might be a little too tight, or are we just adding into trades at the wrong place? What do you think, Hoag?
Well, it's always been a challenge to me to add into winning trades. For a long time, I was all in, all out. We've been, trying to add into positions over time. I've been at this a long time. Seems I should be much better at that, but it is always a challenge, and it always seems like, if I'm in a winning trade and I think it's going to continue to go, and I'm looking for an opportunity to get in, that of course is going to change my risk parameters, right? So, let's say I get long at 10 and I add to that long at 12. Well, now my average price is 11, and that's going to kind of, tighten up the risk a little bit. Maybe you're going to be more prone to closing up or tightening up your risk maybe a little bit too soon after something like that, and it ends up turning into a loss. Wheels, one of the things that I would certainly consider before adding into a position, and I'm in a little bit longer time frame than a lot of traders is, am I expecting this market to continue in that direction? Am I looking for a trend day? In other words, is the context set up? Am I aligned with the bigger picture? If the bigger picture on the daily chart or a 4-hour chart is saying that the market is putting in higher highs and higher lows, and I'm long and I'm looking to get in and continue to add to longs to that would encourage me more than if I were contrary, right? So, if the bigger picture or the context of the market is the market's been driving higher and I get into a short, that's probably not going to be a position that I'm going to be adding into in my time frame. There are traders that trade in shorter time frames that are seeing those that are recognizing those pullbacks. They're able to add into those and then get out at decent levels. That's never been me. So, Wheels, get used to the idea of if you're going to add to that position, it doesn't change the risk or the invalidation level of that trade. It increases the risk, but doesn't change the invalidation level for that trade until you get to a certain amount of profit, or you've added to it. It's continued to move higher. you get a pullback. Now you've got a level to move your stop up to. So let's just use, for example, the NASDAQ today. The NASDAQ left the opening range at the dead low of the session. If we took that long, we might be, we might be looking at being tempted to trade into and add to this long, which would have been a good idea, which we know now, but we don't know that in real time. So if we're going to be looking at the bars, okay, we got a little bit of a lower pullback here. So if we were to even go a little shorter time frame, then maybe this is a little bit difficult because we have these profiles on here. Let me take this off for now. So here's the opening range in the NASDAQ. If we bought the opening range and we added to that position, well, if we initially added to it in this first 5-minute bar, there's no real pullback. There's no real area for me to move my stop to shorten up that risk. So my risk still has to remain below the low of the opening range. Now, if we bought it here and we added to it here and we have the price up here, now we've had a pullback. We've got a level where price pulled back to and buyers took over again and began to move price even higher. That gives us the opportunity to limit our risk on that trade. Okay, to below this level. This is a 5-minute chart. That level would be below 96.25. All right. Well, it also lines up with the weekly kickoff high, which we broke through, came back to, found support at, and continued to push higher. So there's a decent level if we were to have added to a winning position in this first 5 minutes in the NASDAQ. Now, maybe we decide, all right, well, we're going to add again. So we buy another one here. Price comes up here, pulls back, leaves another swing low. We can move our stop to there. Maybe we add again and we find another swing low. Well, this swing low pretty much is it until we put in this swing low down here. Then we can move that stop up below that swing low and continue to kind of trail our stop below these little pullbacks, right? All below these little pullbacks. Finally, we're going to be out of this trade. What was this? I've got that written down. I'll double check that. So adding to a position is always a little bit different feeling, different idea because we're adding to our risk. But because we're adding to our risk doesn't necessarily change the level of invalidation for the trade. So hopefully that's going to help Wheels BT. As always, great questions.
Always. Hoag, I don't know if you are looking in the chat, but Wheels BT is in there, and he said he passed his trading combine last week. And he credits you and all the coaches.
Awesome.
Crucial parts to his progress.
Great job.
And he says, thank you. Keep it up, Wheels BT. You've been a great contributor. We appreciate you in here. Appreciate your questions and everything you
100%.
contribute to the community, for sure. Keep surprised your situation. Onwards and upwards. Let's get through that live funded account.
Good job, Wheels.
Yeah. All right. We got a follow-up question here from Bob Podala. We just answered it, though. I'm going to read his question anyway, though. Bob says, when is a good time to increase the amount of risk you take in a trade? Bob, we just spent the last 10 minutes talking about that. I hope you were paying attention. Hoag, is there anything you want to say personally to Bob? I know we just covered.
Yeah.
We basically just covered his question.
Well, Bob, in case there's a little bit of a difference in your question as to when do I increase my initial trade size in a trade? Maybe I'm used to trading 5 micros for my entries, and I'm comfortable trading 5 micros. I'm comfortable with the risk trading 5 micros, and I'm becoming profitable trading just 5 micros. When would you double your risk and go from 5 micros to 1 NASDAQ contract? Well, we've always kind of said you don't really have any business adding to your trading plan or adding to your positions until you're profitable trading the number of contracts that you're comfortable trading on. Before micros, everybody had to trade 1 mini, and that was the smallest amount of risk you could take. And you should trade one mini until you get so good at it that you can almost do it with your eyes closed, and then you can add to your position. Going from 5 micros to 1 mini doubles your risk. It's also going to it's also going to change your decision-making process because now you're doubling the risk. It's the biggest jump in risk that a trader should take, is going from 1 mini to 2 minis or 5 micros to 1 mini. Doubling your income is the biggest jump in risk a trader should take, especially as a new trader, because it is going to change your decision-making process. It makes things a little bit more difficult to make those same decisions when you're used to the risk that you're trading. So do it ad nauseum until you're so good at it that you can almost do it with your eyes closed during your sleep, and then add. You get your process so solid that your process doesn't matter if it's 5 micros, 1 mini, or 5 minis. It's not easy to do. Every time you add risk, you're going to be adding a little bit of change to your decision-making process. But if you do it over time and you're profitable over time, trading 5 micros, then go to 1 mini, and then go to 2 minis, and then go to 3 minis, and hopefully you'll remain profitable. And we'll look forward to that, Bob. Keep in touch. Let us know how things are going for you, if this is really the answer to your question. And we're looking forward to your success. We're looking forward to all your success.
We want to see your wins. Keep posting them. Thanks, guys. We got another one in the chat. Zura just passed another trading combine. 50K.
Beautiful.
Done. Says, I can't feel my legs. I'm so happy. Well, passing the combine. That's a big accomplishment, Zura. Congratulations to you.
It's great.
Just the beginning. Don't forget, a couple of words of encouragement for Zura entering their first day in a brand new Express funded account.
Yes. Well, if this is your first XFA, get your head wrapped around it first. It's, even though it's going to look just the same on your platform, it's going to be the same. Things are going to be a little bit different. You're going to be able to make money on it. So, usually I'll suggest just to get your feet on the ground and to get yourself centered and making good trading decisions, is just look at the platform for the first day. Don't do anything. Just look at it. Just kind of absorb the fact that it's the same thing that you've been doing. And if you can bring that to the trading, we always say dance with the one you brung. And if you can dance with the one you brung, you're going to be fine. It does change the decision-making process just a little bit. So make sure you get your feet on the ground, get your head wrapped around the idea that it's the same thing that you were doing. Just keep doing what you were doing, and we'll look forward to seeing your success in it. That'll be great. Congratulations.
Keep posting in the chat. We want to hear more about what happens in the future. Thank you, Zara. Wheels BT, I see you in there also. Congrats again, my friend. All right, let's move on to the next question. George Kyra says, hey, have a nice month and a nice week. Well, thank you, George. You also. So here's my question. This comes from George. Do you think that corn market, as one of the 3 kings of commodities, drives the overall prices of other grain markets? Thanks. Well, in my humble opinion, I don't think a single market drives other grain prices. There are factors that affect all grain prices. So, depending on what I suppose you could say, majority crop is that year, farmers tend to rotate crops due to nutrients in the ground. Certain products dilute the soil of certain minerals. So you can't grow corn every single year. You have to rotate between corn and soybeans and wheat, or however you do it. I'm not a farmer. But I know depending on that, grain crops differ from year to year because certain zones are only growing a certain crop and then they rotate the next year. But those are all affected by the same thing, which would be weather. What is the weather looking like in the region where you are growing crops? And that will likely have the most effect on the prices for the grains that you're trading. Oh, what's your opinion on this? Is there a king? Is there a king of the commodities, or
the king of the grains? I don't know. I always thought it was soybeans. was the king of the grains, the row crops. But I don't think that any of them really could be like coronated the corn king or the soybean king. It depends on plantage, yield per acres. It's difficult to know. It's a really interesting question. I guess it depends on what pit you ask the trader that used to trade grains on the floor, because I know Mixed Mr. Ironimo would say wheat was the king. I know a bunch of people that traded soybeans. They would say soybeans were the king. Grains, corn. Somebody in the corn pit would probably say, yeah, corn is the king. But you also have soybeans, which is also meal and soybean oil. So there's 3 soybean pits. To me, the king of the grains would be soybeans, because not only do you trade the whole bean, but you also trade the meal and the oil. What an interesting and entertaining question, George.
And if you were to spread soybeans, soybean meal, and soybean oil, that would be the crush spread. So they take the byproducts from the soybeans, crush it, and it becomes soybean oil. And the meal is the leftovers, and that's basically turned into feed for cattle or something along those
lines. A lot of protein.
A lot happens with soybeans. For all you tofu eaters out there, that's a soybean byproduct.
Yes, you eaters of edamame.
Delicious. All right, hope that helps you out, George. All right, next up, we've got a question from Tony. Tony says, Coach Hoag, on market profile, every section is 30 minutes. So do you take your entries and profits using market profile, or do you zoom in on a 5 minute or 1 minute to get your entries? Basically, what criteria do you use to get in and out of trades and trade management? Thanks. So trade entry based off of market profile. There's a couple ways to look at this, but you are the master of market profile.
Well, when I'm actively trading, I try and keep my charts on the 30-minute chart and the market profile. Using a shorter time frame chart sometimes to get in, the lowest I would go to is about a 5-minute chart to look for one of Dakota's famous 3-bar reversals. To trail, I would probably look at a 5-minute chart, or maybe a 1,000 tick chart to trail a stop if I'm going to be trailing a stop. But by and large, most of the decision making when I'm actively trading is based off the market generated information off the market profile. We had a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ today that if we reacted to it quickly, we could have risked maybe 10 points, and we could have realized maybe about 80 points of profit in that. It's just a matter of recognizing when the opportunity is fresh. Sometimes you can't wait until confirmation from some of these things that you see in the market profile, because confirmation usually costs in trade location. But most of the time, when I'm actively trading, most of the information is coming right off that profile. A lot of the time. Good question, Tony.
Excellent. Thank you for the answer, Hoag. Nice question, Tony. All right, we got time for a couple more quick ones. Leon, how can I keep my runners, keep my losses short? Well, if we had the real answer to that, none of us would be here talking about it on TopstepTV. But a couple, I don't know, I suppose there's 100 answers to this question. There's 1,000 answers. There's an infinite amount of answers to this question. So how do I hold my runners and keep my losses short?
Mm-hmm.
And a little more context never hurts. What type of risk are you playing with? What size of account are you trading in? What kind of time frames are you looking at? But honestly, my humble opinion, how do you keep your losses short? When the market tells you you're wrong, you get out of your trade. The market will let you know when your trade setup is invalidated, and you should listen to it. You should know what your risk is before you're getting into a trade. And don't play around with it. But Hoag, what's your take on it? Letting the runners go?
I mean,
keeping the stops tight.
GD, you went at it the way I would have gone at it. First thing is knowing you're wrong and get out. That's the first thing. And when you do have a trade that's going your way, be thinking about, is this congruent with the bigger picture? What is the context of this market that I'm trying to remain in? Is it possible? Is it probable that this runner can keep going? Learn how to trail stops behind runners. That's probably one of the best ways. But Leon, I think, one of the things that every trader kind of fights with is nobody likes to take losses. So we go into avoidance. We say, well, the market will come back and make me whole again. And that ends up basically creating bigger losses. And then the other side of that coin, when we have a winner on, it feels so good just to take that winner, especially after sustaining some losses. We just need that winner. So we may lose 500 on trades and make $50 on trades and feel really good about that, but that's not the way it's going to work for you. So first, manage your risk first. Manage your risk first. Always take trades in good trade location, close to points of invalidation. And then just, keep your hands off your mouse for a little bit longer every time you put on a trade. And maybe some of those runners will continue to go for you, and you'll kind of build that muscle to be able to stay in runners for a longer period of time. It's a very hard thing to do. I wish it was as easy as it sounds, Leon. But again, we'll look forward to hearing, hopefully, some progress on that for you and to your success eventually.
Thank you, Leon. One more, Hoag. I really want to get to this one, Billy. Billy's a fan. He says, "Hey, Hoag, I love watching your morning routine and thought process, and thank you for taking my question." Billy goes on to ask, I've heard of few people referring to their ability to sell on the ask or the bid and vice versa. This was coming from former floor traders. I can't seem to wrap my head around what that means. Does this make sense to you? Buying on the bid and selling on the offer.
Yeah, Billy. Back in the pit, there were some traders that were making really big money, and they didn't look at. They never looked at charts. They didn't know how to trade. All they know how to do was to bid the bid and sell the offer. If they bid the bid at 40 and they got hit, they tried to sell 50s or 60s. If they couldn't sell those, they'd hit the bid at 40 and scratch the trade. That was the edge for a lot of traders on the trading floor. They were the true scalpers. They were looking to buy 40s, looking to sell halves, looking to buy halves, looking to sell 60s, looking to sell 60s, looking to buy halves. And that's really what they're talking about. Now, as far as electronic trading is concerned, I think there's a big argument going whether you should always get in on the bid or the offer, or if you should just use a market order to get into your trades. Because if you think about it, you take 1,000 trades in a month and you buy the bid or sell the offer, you're saving yourself 1,000 ticks by doing so. But you're probably also going to miss some trades. So, as far as, trying to work the bid and work the offer, talking about floor people, they were scalpers. They weren't necessarily even actually traders. A lot of them never even looked at a chart. That's what made it so difficult when they tried to move from pit to screen to actually learn how to trade, because all they were trying to do was buy the bid, sell the offer, buy the bid, sell the offer, work the order flow, see the big orders. If there was a big order behind me and it was, there was 1,000 at even, well, I could sell 10 at 90. And if I got 10 sold at 90 and it went 80 and 70 offer, well, I'm making money on that. But if the market turns, I can turn to the broker behind me and say, buy 10. If he sells me the 10, I know I can just lose 10 ticks, but I could make 40, 50, 60, 100 ticks if the market went my way. So that's really what kind of working the bid, working the offer. And again, there's that big argument then on screen trading, whether you should always try and buy the bid or you should always try and sell the offer in screen trading, because, over time, over 1,000 trades, it saves you 1,000 ticks. But again, you might miss some trades as well. It's all depending on you. Great question, Billy. makes me long for the days back in the pit. But great question, and I hope it helps.
Yeah, there was a huge difference trading from pit trading to screen trading. You knew when commercial paper was coming in. That was your edge. If you were trying to buy the bid or sell the offer, that third party coming into the pit and placing those orders through a broker, that was the scalper's edge right there. When they were coming in with market orders, then it was effective. It would help the pit traders effectively buy bids and sell offers when that third party was coming to the pit with market orders. Well, you don't really see that when you're screen trading. So it was obviously two different animals, but yeah, I think Hoag nailed that one. So thank you, sir. All right, with that, I do apologize, but our time for group coaching has come to an end. As all good things must come to an end. Hoag, been a pleasure. Thank you for answering these questions. Thank you to everybody in the chat for submitting your questions. Congratulations to everybody that passed their trading combines today. I see a whole bunch of people scrolling through the chat real quick. A whole bunch of people passed their combines today. So best of luck to all of you in your funded level accounts. Coming up next, we got Anne-Marie and James D is back. Canada's favorite son, and Anne-Marie. She's feeling better. She's back on the show. Let's see what she's got cooking. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. We're going back to the futures in just a minute. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Time to get back to the futures. I am Jack, and I'm joined by Anne-Marie, back from her sick cot. Glad to have you back. Also joining us is James D., our man. I believe the first person to pass on Pass with the Pros. Is that you?
It wasn't technically me because I didn't pass that first session, but I inspired the segment. I was a few bucks short of passing on there.
Love it.
Inspiration is key. Hoag has
right.
got the cardigan half on. He's ready to go. Well, let's take a look at the markets. James, I understand you have a position on right now.
Yeah, I'm in a sort of a tester long from 21 to 04, 2 micros. I was telling Anne-Marie just before we came on air here, if my stop is right at IB high, which is 21,196, and if we do come down there, my expectation is we'll roll through it and see lower prices.
Excellent. Anne-Marie was talking in the green room about call walls and all sorts of financial voodoo. I love it. What are you looking at right now?
Well, that call wall, which is very close to that IB high, is really pretty big. I'm on the same page as James in saying that if we fade through this, we could get ourselves a pretty big dump. Breaching that call wall was huge. I do have a trade in the opposite direction. I have the short from about 216. Yeah, I didn't know. I was thinking to myself, "Ooh, maybe I should cover that." But my thought is that it comes into that call wall again, and it could get a little messy, especially since it's converging with that IB high. We'll see what happens there. My suspicion is that lower highs are what we're likely to see. And so I've got some positioning up short the bounces, but we'll see.
So you are preempting that move down, Anne-Marie, is that correct?
Pardon me?
Are you preempting that move because you shorted above the call wall, right?
Yes, I did, because I believe that we're exhausted. Now, I have on one of my other platforms this place where it fires off where really big trades are. It's like Bookmap, but not nearly as noisy because, as you know, I have a very short attention span, but it pops off. And when there are a lot of buys and we can't hold the traction, we normally move back to the floor, which is the call wall. So I took the short above, expecting that it would test that call wall again.
Nice.
Now, which platform are you using? You mentioned something like, is that where you're seeing your call data?
Mm-hmm. I'm using Motive Wave.
Cool. Are you looking at the actual trades or like monitoring the open interest or volume?
No, it's an actual, what it goes off is it measures any time anything larger than a 50 lot has fired off, whether it's a 50 sell or a 50 buy. And so that's what it measures.
That's interesting.
And
sort of like time of
this
sales
case,
with the filter.
Yeah.
Is that...
Yes.
And you're
And
looking
that's for
specifically at
NQ.
the options on the NQ futures?
For the call wall, yes.
Okay.
For the call wall. I get that data from Mentor Q. So yeah, that's kind of a big number.
So it seems we're kind of basing what we're looking to do somewhere around the IB high, whether it's a bounce off of it or a breakdown through it for a potential short.
Exactly. I have the short, so I'm looking to cover it at the test of that call wall because it bounced the first time. And so we'll see what happens there. If it falls all the way through, I miss some of it, but it should have a reflexive bounce again that sets up another trade. As long as it doesn't get past 2130, I think we've got some short action playing out. I'd love to hear a contrary idea to that. Yes.
Stocks go up.
Yeah.
If we can make a higher low here,
Mm-hmm.
and in relation to the previous test of IB high, that to me would be a double bottom or higher low and a long signal. I would add to my position.
Agree. Yeah, I totally agree. That's why I've got it set to cover at that first test. So it is really a matter of, do or die here.
I agree.
So we're watching to see if we can put in a higher low,
Exactly.
kind of above the IB high, to look for a potential long here, right?
Correct. And it could be a little noisy.
Yeah.
It could be a little noisy.
I've sort of adjusted my stop so I don't get wicked out on the IB. Who was that? Was that you, Anne-Marie?
That was
me
Anne-Marie
getting covered. Yeah, that was me getting covered. Mm-hmm.
Great trade.
Nice trade, Emery.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that looks like we touched IB or missed it by a tick, and we're starting to get some engagement there.
What
Where's
would it
your
look
stop
like
at,
if you were-
James?
I'm just waiting for a 1 minute close below IB.
That makes it the short?
Yeah. I might look for a retest so I can enter my short at IB instead of below it, because we are now below. But obviously, like Anne-Marie said, there's a lot of noise around here, and we could just wick and close back above IB. So I just want to see what. Looks like a lot of selling coming in here, though. I'm out.
Pretty good volume here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think a reflexive bounce into, I use a 1 hour TPO that, and I measure the 1 minute frame. And so if we get a bounce here that doesn't get above 21,210, it looks like, the short has a continuation event.
We might be getting that now. It's possible that we could even come up and test the pivot area where it came and touched IB the first time. So if you're looking at this area right here, we came right through IB, come back up, test that, support becomes resistance, and then move back down, maybe using the RTH VWAP or regular hour VWAP as a target.
Are you long again?
I'm short one. I didn't want to miss the move, so I just
short. Yeah, sure.
One
Okay.
short, and I'm gonna add 3 at 96 if we get back up there.
Okay.
And Hoag, you're the trigger man today. So, are you on mute there, Hoag?
Yeah, sorry.
Boy, everybody's got that going today.
$5. We all got the mute thing today. I was trying to get in there, and it just ran away. Trying to get a little bit of a pullback, not as deep as James was, but well, we sure got a nice drop off there.
Yeah.
I had a feeling that was going to happen.
Yeah, and that's a good point that you brought up. The first pass test, which is why that 1 minute looks really, really good in terms of positioning a trade. That first pass reflective test usually does give us that break, but the failure to break higher is always something that makes me go, uh-oh. So let's see. 70s. 70s looks like the floor there. Where's your target, James?
Hold on. So it looks like we're about to close the first 5 minute candle back inside of VWAP, back inside of IB in about 30 seconds. And so I was going to use the 930 VWAP as a target, but that just got hit.
Okay,
So
what is that moving average? What's that moving average you got?
That's the 930 VWAP. So I've anchored it to the 930 AM open candle.
Great.
Which actually might be a great spot to long if we think today is a bullish trend day higher. That could be a good entry for a long, depending on how we react here.
Yeah, 30-minute support is all the way down at 21,150. So I think the stop might need to be a little wide there. I mean, you could jump in right now. Wow, it's coming right off that 930. Nice.
Yeah. So I'm in for 2 at 84. Obviously, IB high I think is going to be the big area of resistance mixed with your call wall. I think it's unlikely we'll get through that in one push, so I'll be out there. And then if we do break through it and come back and retest it, I'd be very bullish again.
Interesting. Okay. I like that.
Hoag, maybe you could shine some light on this. Is there a time of day at which you would no longer be looking for a failed upside auction? Like, if we broke below IB high now, would you consider that a failed upside auction?
Well, I mean, the selling tail at the top of the range, I would consider to be more of a failed upside auction than anything around the initial balance right now. Because, I mean, if you look at the profile, the point of control is the IB high. So the market has been spending an awful lot of time right around that IB high. So it's attracted price, not necessarily offered opportunity away from it. Opportunity towards it, yes.
Okay, another little piece of information that is worth noting: Nvidia is now red on the day, down just 0.1%.
The only of the Mag 7.
Yes. Meanwhile, Tesla's up 3 and change. So,
I feel like Tesla's its own trade at this point.
I know it.
All right.
Tesla's the pro America trade, and that's coming from a Canadian.
I still like short below the IBI for just out of habit.
So you want to see a bounce to enter the short?
Yes.
Okay. I'm with you on that one.
I would like that too. I've got my take profit right at IB high. I don't know if I would flip and go short. Well, now's the time.
Doing a real life reversal challenge here.
Missed it by
an anchored VWAP is the only thing that says don't.
Yeah.
What are you anchored to? Oh,
the opening bar. Same spot, 178.5.
They had a short at 196, but it didn't fill. So let's see if it comes in and gets it now.
I didn't take a picture, but I don't know if you remember last week, you guys had another Canadian trader on, Min. He was on Monday as well. And Dolby connected us, and we got together this morning at a coffee shop, and we were trading in person together. So that was
really.
I love that.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Like man.
What time?
He's a great guy.
Where in Canada are you?
We're both based in Toronto.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. I got a lot of Canadian relatives, but they're in Hamilton and Mississauga.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Not far.
Yeah.
Not far. Well, if you consider our traffic, it's actually quite far.
I was just about to say. Yeah.
I do like the short on the 5-minute here. We sort of almost like an inverse or a bear flag, where we sort of blew right through the call wall and IB high. We came back up, tested it. I missed my out for my long by a tick, and now it looks like we're kind of fading back down. Same thing with the IB. If we come back and re-engage the 930 VWAP, my expectation is we'll come through it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of support at that VWAP. I mean, there's like a lot of trades that went off around 170-ish.
Yes.
So, it missed my short.
Yeah. We were trying to get it there too, Anne Marie. We missed it as well.
Crudsicles. All right. I think it might give us another. I think it might give us another shot.
I like the short here. So I'm short 5, and my next target is going to be the overnight VWAP, which is 21,126.
What price?
I'm in at 21,184.
All right, we're short one with you there. One NASDAQ 185 half. Where's your risk, James?
It's going to be the swing high at 21,196, which is just above IB high.
And that's where I'm set to enter if it comes to
That's
me.
where we're looking to go short, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a chance we don't get there. There's a chance we come up and then reject IB. So I might adjust my stop just a little bit to not get wicked out there. But I won't give it more than maybe 10 points above IB. It looks pretty heavy.
Yeah.
All right. House count short 1 NQ. James is short 5 micro MNQ.
I'm trying not to move my mouse when I'm talking because I was watching Pierre earlier and it kept cutting out every time he was moving his mouse. And everyone was like, when you're talking, don't move your mouse.
So let me enlighten you some on that. That's not for everyone. If you got a good, sturdy Canadian connection or whatever, you should be fine. Sometimes with the web-only browsers, we found that if people download a desktop, sometimes it works, but you're good. I don't hear you cutting out.
Okay. Sure.
It looks like
that pattern to me looks very good.
Add to this below that anchored VWAP.
Is that the target, or you're thinking all the way down?
I want the 24-hour VWAP as a target now, which is going to be 21,127 and change.
Okay. I want to jump in, but just not feeling it right this second.
That's fair. We still have not re-engaged the VWAP, the 930. We've only technically touched it once.
Yeah.
And it bounced. But we got within 1 tick. That seems to be the theme today. We missed.
Well, did I just get my math wrong?
Missing by a tick.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. I would potentially add to this if we get a strong close right through it. Actually, scratch that. Well, don't scratch that. On the 5-minute. If we get a bearish close through the 930 VWAP on the 5-minute, typically that's a continuation pattern. So
then we add.
But so far,
big
if, yeah. I had such a hectic day today. I had to try and, I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but in Canada, when your passport is within 6 months of expiration, they can refuse you travel. Yeah.
Really?
That's
Canada
true with
and-
the United States too.
Canada and the US have a partnership. So if you're going to the US within that time frame, you are not likely to get rejected. But if you're going internationally, there's a strong chance that they will refuse to let you leave the country. And mine's within that window, and I'm only going to Florida, but it was a big reminder. So I had to go pick it up, and I was there waiting in line. You'd think like picking up your already completed passport would take 5 minutes. I waited in line for 20 minutes, didn't get anywhere. That was at 1:20. I left there, hopped on my bike, biked all the way to my office to be here for 2, and I'm still like, the coffee is still kicking in, so I'm trying to keep my hands away from the mouse so I don't do something I'll regret.
Where are you going in Florida?
My grandmother lives in Orlando, just outside of Orlando.
Very cool.
Prime Florida.
That's where I would send my 5K payout hat, by the way.
We send a lot of them to Orlando.
There you go.
I'll tell you that much.
All right.
No, James, I knew someone who flew all the way to China and had to turn around and fly right back because with the passport stuff, it was something like that. So like they don't mess around.
I'm surprised they let them get on the flight and then sent them back. Like, did they come from China to the U.S. and got refused there, or did they leave the
Came
U.S.?
from the U.S. I forget if it was something either with the visa or that, but it was one of those two things. And they flew to China, got there, they're like, no go, and they had to come around and fly back, which has to be a very embarrassing flight back.
You know, I'm headed to Geneva, and I think my passport is within 6 months.
Get it checked out.
I need to get it checked out.
They're pretty good. At least here, there's an expedited feature. You have to pay more, obviously, but
Of course.
you have like a 2-day option, the Express or something. I'd be
I
surprised
did
if
not even know that.
neither did I. And I was like, oh, I should get my passport renewed. And everyone's like, did you know? I was like, no. Who knows that? Nobody tells you that. I guess the thing is, maybe they do tell you that when you get a passport, but the last time I got one, I was 12 or something. So why would I? Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. Oh,
Here we go.
There it goes. All right. Let's see if it'll tick up. Oh, Wimposaurus Rex here does not jump into the trade. That's me.
Well, can't catch them all, and we ain't out yet.
Yeah.
Eddie, we should do the Pokemon Gotta Catch 'Em All. I feel like that would be a great audio for the show.
Oh, there's one. Oh, there's one over there too. Who grabbed this one?
A little trouble with that view app down there.
40 Paul Wall graphics to make for the next time Anne-Marie is on.
A call wall.
Call Wall.
Yeah, call wall.
Get it right. Get it right. Get it tight. We're still in this trade here.
Yeah. Sounds
We're
pretty
kinda just
hard.
stuck between the 930 VWAP and IB
Yeah.
high. To me, that's bulls and bears.
Yep.
Being torn between two lovers.
Who sang that song?
I knew you would know.
James is like, what are you guys even talking about?
I'm 27.
Yeah, the song
I'm
is older
37.
than you.
I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Mary
All right, so
McGregor?
let's see.
Never heard of her.
Who?
Wow.
Torn Between Two Lovers, sung by Mary McGregor.
Yes.
It's a 70s tune or something, right?
Yes,
It's
it is.
a
One hit wonder, yeah,
70s
one hit
ballad.
wonder.
All right,
Feeling
so
like
here's
a
that-
fool.
Speaking
Pull out
of
the
great
guitar.
For you and breaking all the rules.
Yeah, lucky. Make a choice.
You know how sometimes
remember
songs will
that.
just kind of come back into your life after a long time?
Yes.
I guess the vintage classic that just came back into mind was When Doves Cry by Prince. Every time I'm getting in the car now, just to the max. Great song.
Love
He
us
was
some
quite
Prince
the
here.
musician. Yep. He was something. All
I'm
right.
not liking this price action here.
So I'm going to leave my entry where it is right there.
96.
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm being greedy doing that, but
We kind of just got a second doji on the 5 minute. that.
Yeah.
So what I notice around these call walls is that the range, especially with the NQ, it can be 20, 30 points wide.
Okay. What would make the boundaries for that then?
Well, I think because we broke about 25 points to the downside off of the call wall, then the retest of the call wall is either going to be a do or die. It's either going to be a breakdown and it rolls over, or it's going to break out and the slightest little dip will give us another buy zone.
It's definitely going either up or down. That's for sure.
Mark my words.
Oh, yes.
Good percent.
Well, with that, we'll see if we can hold in there Kitty right now. Looking a little dire on this trade, but Eddie, you are there.
I is here, yes, indeed. And it is time for Jab, Jab, Jab. And in this corner, logging into TopstepTV every weekday, the trader who does the work, strives to be successful, and keeps on jabbing when the opportunity calls. Yes, this can be you. In the other corner, wearing the Pauly Shore G-string, never using a game plan or a stop like a damn fool, author of the book Cooking with a Hairdryer, The Bachelor's Guide to Survival, Clarence T. Bone Hopper. Let's take a look and see. Yes, let's take a look and see who these traders are who are making these jabs count. On this one, Angel, up $500 locked out. Monday's usually not that good for me. Well, $500 lockout, that is a good Monday for anybody. So good job. Way to make the right decision. Dr. Robin, hello, guys. Good morning. I just bought a brand new Mac with my very first payout. Thank you, Topstep. Happy holidays. You earned that, Doctor. Thank you for sharing that with us. John Martin, Topstep TV Plus, Topstep X features have been a game changer for me. Many thanks. You got that, John. Thank you for letting us know that it has been a game changer. Harvey Gordon, Topstep is always about the trader succeeding. How do you beat that? You can't. Thank you, Harvey. We love hearing things like that from you. Keep on jabbing. Jacobo, thank you so much. This company is amazing, worth every damn penny. I appreciate the value and time. Keep jabbing away, Jacobo. This is Vic V. Vice. Took a 15-minute break away from the market before the market opened. Got back at 9:25. Took a buy and passed my combine. Very good, Vic. That's what you got to do. Take a break. If it's not working, walk away. Markets are still going to be here. They're not going to leave you. And got the right idea. Got back a little bit later. Put a trade in and passed the combine. Well done. Wheels, who's been here before. I passed my 50K combine last week. I'm up 215 total, not just today, so far in an XFA. Way to go, Wheels. And Orange Hosier, Robert Cooney, I just passed all 5. Hopefully those weren't kidney stones and those were combines. Passing all 5, that is something great on a Monday. Looking forward to a week of success. And that is what we've got here for our jab, jab, jab. We're going to pass it back here. Remember, we have this every day. If you got something good to say, payouts, passing combines, post those in our community chat. All right, back to you guys. Thank you.
I'm long 5.
Long
All right,
5.
We're slapped out of the short, and you're long 5 now.
Yeah, we closed above IB high. Hold on, Anne-Marie's short. I thought I heard 2 order fills when Eddie was doing jab jab. Did you add to your short?
I did, up above it.
Gotcha. The last 1 minute candle at 233 pierced IB high and closed back above it, and now we seem to be sort of like bull flagging upwards. That to me, mixed with today's just bullish sentiment and the 930 VWAP bounce, tells me we could see higher prices here.
5 minutes certainly telling that story, I think. Again, my premise is we've got a sort of a wide range around that call wall. It could be all the way up at 220 for the move. So if you're long and it gets into that space, that'd be fantastic. But we've got the employment numbers coming Friday. We've got Powell speaking Wednesday or Thursday. I suspect a little bit more of algorithmic sideways trading. And since we've moved up so much today and we're so far away from the Globex VWAP that the bounces should continue to sell. Where would I be wrong? If we get up above 220 and we spend any time up there, literally more than 5 minutes, then, it heads back up to those higher zones.
I'll be the devil on your shoulder here.
Love it. It's my
First
favorite.
thing is what Peter Tuchman said earlier, which is all of the data suggesting post-election will be bullish into the Santa Claus rally, so end of December. That to me, bullish. 2, on a day like this, a lot of people are going to want to be short because of the huge bullish move that we've had. So in conjunction with what you're saying, if everyone was short, where are their stops going to be and where could we see a squeeze?
Certainly. And you know what? We saw that this morning. What we saw were sellers get in and get in and get in and get in and just get absolutely smashed on that upward move. But again, this formation that I have that shows what's going on in terms of these big orders, it looks like up at around 250, 260, they all threw the towel in. They were like, all right, I got to get out of here. And so they bought to cover, threw it up, and then a bunch of shorts came in. So right now we just had, what is this? We had a total of 222 contracts go off at around 21,196 or so. And so that is going to tell me, all right, if they can hold up above that area, I definitely don't need to add to my positions. But if the buyers that came in there can't see higher prices, they're going to run for the fire escape, which is why I put the short on there. Also,
one more thing.
for new resistant. Sorry.
I am wearing the rally sweater. That's one thing.
All right.
And historically, when price centers around the IB high or the IB low, I get cut to ribbons.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I really wouldn't be playing in this personally.
And what is exactly that IB?
198.
IB is
196.
96 half.
Okay. And so, yeah, that call wall is sitting right there with about.
Right there.
Yeah. So, it's a matter of wait and see. There's certainly, there is a fight. It's a rock fight here. They're really trying to, not that I've been in a rock fight. It'd be horrible to be in a rock fight. I'm just saying.
Pretty sure you've been around one.
Probably. But yeah, so definitely. So my thought is I see a resistance all the way up to 220. So I'm willing to sit around in small size if something like that happens. But my gut still is in the
short.
It's still in the short. Now, holding 85 is, I definitely don't want to see that at the close of the next 15-minute candlestick or the next 5-minute candlestick for that sake.
So the other interesting thing that surprised me was today, when we were just trending higher and higher and higher, we stopped a few points shy of a daily wick going back to November 13th, which is the 266 level. And we got up to like 260 today. And I really expected that we were going to come up and break that, because if you institution, if you were short here, you would have your stop probably between 266 to the all-time high potentially. And it looks like we're bouncing off IB high right now.
Mm-hmm.
I like that. I'm long 10 micros from 199.
Very nice. And
James.
where's your target?
I'm gonna Tom Hoag this one and just hold it until the market tells me not to.
Yeah, I love Tom Hoag. He's such a no nonsense guy. I really like him.
100%.
Well, we got about 4 or 5 minutes left here before we're going to turn it over to Hoag for the afternoon recap. We'll talk about these trades that were made. After that, we have Power Hour. Be sure to get your stuff in. You still got time for hashtag Power Hour. You got something that's interesting, good, inspirational, or otherwise, send it to our X/Twitter account, and we will put it up during the 2 o'clock segment, which is Power Hour. Muhammad will be there. It's going to be a grand old time. Dolby and JD will be there. Hoag, you'll be there. Don't want to miss that.
All the cool kids.
Good times.
All the
Good times.
cool cats.
Anne-Marie, what are you seeing volume-wise here?
Well, it started tapering off at about, what time is that? About 12:30 Eastern. Started tapering off, and I got to tell you, the fact that it's holding above 85 is really great. The next thing it's got to do is get up to 215 if you're long, right? And you are long.
You're still in your short?
I am.
You're in a short up to, and I see your stop is 258. Is that right?
It's not really all the way up there. If it gets up and it starts filling me, I'll readjust. But again, at this juncture, I don't know that's what I'm seeing just yet.
Do you ever look at fractals?
I think all the time. Definitely all the time. Everything, if we make fractals just common language, we can go, listen, draw a box around a range, and then duplicate the box, move it down and up, and you got yourself a fractal, right? That's as easy as they get from there. But yeah, I look at fractal stuff all the time on all kinds of time frames. So I know Hoag is getting ready to hop in there. So,
right.
Hey, it was nice being on with you. I'm so happy that you saw Murder at the End of the World. I'm so
It was
happy.
fantastic. It was fantastic. And here, I'll make a recommendation for you.
All right, I'm on it.
If you haven't seen it, Cross. It's a new show on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Not recently. Slow
Alex.
start. Yeah. Took me a while to get into it, but it's
the bad guy is very scary.
He was in Blacklist, which is also a great show if you haven't seen.
Yeah. Yes, I love that show.
Very nice. Well, love us some scary bad guys. This is the end of Back to the Futures. Hoag, we'll see you in a few minutes, but let's say goodbye first. James D, always a pleasure to have you there. Hope you come back sometime soon and have fun in Orlando.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anne-Marie, glad you're back in the saddle.
Me
Look
too.
forward next time you're on. Great to see you. And
Thanks. To see you too.
All wall.
Take it easy, everybody.
Great to hang with
Will
you guys.
do. We're going to take a quick break right here. We're going to be back in just a few, very quickly. We're going to do a quick turnaround and get Hoag back here to throw down some afternoon recap. And then we got Power Hour with Muhammad. This is TopstepTV. We'll see you in just a few.
Hey, Hoag here with the afternoon recap. Hope everybody's having a good trading day. First day back from the long weekend. Really going to focus on the NASDAQ because, well, that's pretty much what everybody's been trading on screen all day. We had some early action. Going to kind of go over that, but I want to kind of point out why I believe the NASDAQ was probably one of the better markets to trade today. And a large part of that is because Friday's high, we did leave a gap above Friday's high. So that kind of gives us an idea of possible direction. If we can't close the gap relatively early, it says right here on my clipboard, if we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs. Not only that, the only equity market that left the opening range at one extreme or the other was the NASDAQ. The opening range, dead ass low of the session. The first minute is the opening range that I look at. A lot of folks look at different opening ranges. Our guest today, Jerome, was looking at the 15-minute opening range high. So take a look. We'll go to the 5-minute on this. So he was looking initially at, once we broke out above that 15-minute opening range high, he was talking a lot about looking for opportunities for longs. Unfortunately, I think maybe some of the price action that occurred after we put in the high, after we put in a failed upside auction above the initial balance high. So the initial balance high, a lot of stuff written on this chart. Apologize for that. So the IB high in the NASDAQ was 21,196.50. We put in a failed upside auction. In other words, price broke out above it and then came right back inside the initial balance, which can be a reversal signal, which it most certainly was. Price really kind of fell off of that. I mean, what was the initial balance high? 96, came all the way down to this 96. So about a 50-point pullback off of that failed upside auction, where price action got a little bit hairy to the short side. Now, Dakota on the way to the failed upside auction looked at this. I think, of course, I don't, I'm not in everybody's head, but from watching up in the bleachers up there, Dakota's always looking for those 3-bar reversals, and we got a pretty good 3-bar reversal here. As a matter of fact, this was also a bearish engulfing pattern. So Dakota was looking for shorts, looking for perhaps a return back down to that 15-minute opening range high for per Jeremy. His initial risk was going to be above the high. It was going to be above that high there. It was going to be right around 21,199. As price just wouldn't go his way, he wasn't giving it to him. He got out early, which was a good idea because eventually the stop did get hit, and that's when we put in that failed upside auction. Jerome, we watched this market come all the way back down, and Jerome was looking at a potential short. And I even asked him, I said, Jerome, you were talking earlier about, looking for potential long around this 15-minute opening range high, but now you're looking for shorts. And of course, there is logic and reason for everything Jerome does. He's a very, very smart trader and a lot of fun to watch from the rafters up here. Unfortunately, that one did not work out. He got his stop hit around 21,183.75. However, he opted for a long after that happened. He took a long of about 2 contracts at 21,177. His risk, I think his initial risk was down here around 21,151. So about a 25 point risk on that. But he actually ended up taking a very nice long, very nice trade, putting him up on the day. And as for the rest of the day, well, I don't really know what Jerome did after that, but we did take some trades here most recently in Back to the Futures, right around the IB area, IB high, again, right around that 21,196.50. That's usually an area where I'm going to get chopped up. We did take a short with our guest, James D. Very limited risk on that trade. We did take a small stop on it. That's all right. No problemo. So NASDAQ, I think, was probably the better trade, the better market to trade today. The S&Ps, we opened in range and in value with no gap, no real direction as far as trading outside of the range from today. One of the things that I did that was a little bit surprising today was the amount of time that the market spent at the late spike base from Friday in crude oil. The market opened above, broke down through it. I thought, oh boy, we're rejecting higher pricing, which we actually did. So just again, to kind of talk about the late spike. Market opened on Friday, looked higher, a little bit of a establishment of balance, rejecting that balance, now a new area of balance. And then right at the end of the day, in the last 30 minutes, the price was extended below the current range and closed below it. That creates the late spike. The base of the late spike, 68.50. Well, if the market opens the following session above the base of a late spike to the upside, it usually is indicative of eventual acceptance of higher pricing. Market drove right down through that late spike, did a fair amount of barcoding in and around that. This is unusual behavior in and around a late spike. This would have been a very tough day to trade in and around this late spike, but eventually showing possible acceptance of lower pricing. Back below the base of the late spike, closing below the base of the late spike. Very, very difficult day. No real repair to the upside, the upper distribution of time and volume that occurred early on Friday. Right to the lower distribution, and then pushing and holding, or at least trying to hold below the base of that late spike. The gold. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for gold. So we had a base of a late spike back on the 25th. Every time price has gotten down below that, it has been rejected. Today, all we really did was close the gap to Friday's session and then see that as resistance, rejecting that level, continuing this push to the downside. We did not necessarily have a failed upside auction. This was the high of the initial balance, which basically closed the gap to the tick. No acceptance inside the range from Friday, has the market continuing to try and push lower. It's going to be an interesting week. There's a lot of new information coming out as far as the employment situation is coming tomorrow morning. The first of those will be out with the job opens labor turnover survey. We'll be keeping an eye, and let's have a good rest of the week. Let's have a good rest of the day. We've got JD Dolby, myself, and don't go crying to Mohammed. He is trading in 2 brand new express funded accounts. Can't wait to see how he trades, how he's doing, and what we're going to cry to Mohammed about next. So stick around, folks. This is TopstepTV. Let's go. We'll see you in a minute.
And we're back. Welcome to Power Hour. We got Dolby Hoag and the man himself, Muhammad. Don't go cry to Muhammad if you didn't carve up these markets this afternoon, or today, I should say. Mr. Muhammad, we were just talking in the green room. You were having a spectacular day trading in your express funded accounts. What is going on? What are you trading? Tell us about your day.
Thank you very much, and happy Thanksgiving for everyone. I haven't had the chance to congratulate everybody last week. I just forget. I don't know why. So hopefully that you have a wonderful weekend, wonderful Thanksgiving holiday, and back to market. I wasn't expected the market to be so nice today, especially with the December start of the month. Usually we have the feeling that the market will be, choppy, and it will not be. It could be very difficult to trade. However, I just trade it as usual. You can see those arrows today. Just it's too. What? It's like too.
Too easy.
Too good to be true. It's too good to be true. Taking my setups on the 100 tick chart. I just use the 100 tick chart. Whenever I see the market is ripping higher like this, so we can see today the market, what type of day? The first question. It was a reversal up day. The market started lower. Just look at the overnight. That's it. What was happening? Markets pushing lower and then rip higher. Whenever I see this, I always delete the sell button until I see the market is getting back to the original IB, the original range, let's say around 21.20. So until then, I will just be looking for longs. And because my setup around this area wasn't give me a signal in the 1000 tick and there is strong momentum breaking out, I went to the 100 and say, okay, it will not harm the 100 ticks. I will just trade the strategy as it is with very tight stop loss, because this is what happened when you are trading with a momentum market. So here we go. Finally, I get it here. So I have this confirmation that buyers has control. I didn't take this one. I saw it, but I didn't take it because just too early. We're still in the range. As you can see, we're still in the downtrend, going lower. So I didn't take this. Doesn't mean if you have a buyer took control in the small time frame, just don't get trapped, because it's just small time frame. It's just something that you cannot be trading off. However, when I see this market is testing here, I didn't even took the first one. I took the second one. I was very careful placing my time. That was my first trade, around 6 points of risk. I took it and I exited here. And then I said, oh no, you know what? I will do it again. I did it again. I lost, small loss, about another 6 points. Then I did it again. All right. Another stop loss with maybe 5. And then I said, you know what? This is not going well. I didn't took that one. I took this one. And this one is the correction. And I keep watching the 1000 tick chart to make sure that we are not around the moving average. So I better wait for the signal in the bigger time frame, because it will give me bigger ATR and bigger movement. But still, the market didn't test the moving average there. So I took that trade until here. And I stopped buying around this area. So the market was so nice to me. Then I shifted to 1000 tick chart. And here, maybe you see how that one, I took it in the 1000 tick chart, this one. I took a loss and the market get out of that range. I took the short, took the short, took the short, and they took 2 short here, lost, and then now I'm long. I was long actually, and I get out of my point of entry in this trade. So that was the story. Market wasn't difficult for me to just take a trade. So what I'm doing today, first I go to the 5000 tick chart. Who has control? buyers. Fine. That means I might find a lot of buying opportunity within the 2000, the 1000, the 100. So the 2000 now is telling, oh, 1 second. The 5000 buyers has control. However, we might find ourselves in a range because the strength of the market is weakening right now. It is weakening. As long as the smoothing line is inside the Bollinger or the moving averages, and we can see clearly the moving averages are flattening now. So don't be so optimistic about buying the market. Maybe there will be nice short opportunity. So be open for that. Then we go to the 2000 here. Okay, the 2000 is suggesting that stay short. The 2000 suggesting stay short because the sellers who took the control and they still have the control. The moving average is getting inside the smoothened one. So maybe we are in a range in the 2000 as well. So 5000 a range, 2000 a range. What about the 1000? Oh, 1000 is also in a range. So that means be careful believing whoever have control. Maybe they will have a control for a short period of time and then the control will be shifted to the other side. So that would help me to see the bigger picture going up to down. Then last thing is the 100 tick chart. Is if you're looking for a scalp, that is where you do it. However, even in the 100, we are in a range. We're still in a range. So having said that, what should we do? We wait until we find the confirmation for all of them. So far, I'm waiting for the 1000 tick chart to get out of that range. Should I take a short? Of course not. Sellers, buyers, they have the control. Should I take a long? The 5000 in a range, 2000 in a range. So I will take a pause on that.
Mo, if I could ask you a question, one of the things that we've been seeing is you pretty much center everything off of the 1000 tick chart. But if the market is really directional and you're not getting the opportunity to trade against your moving average levels, you'll go to a shorter time frame, like a 100 tick chart, to see if you can use those moving averages to get into the trade. Is that what I'm reading here?
Exactly. That's what happened in the morning today. I didn't have. I saw the breakout. I saw the breakout here. Was clear breakout. I have two options. Either I wait for the market to touch the moving average, or I will go to the 100, risking small points to gain small point, taking advantage of the momentum that we have at that point. And then once the market gets back to the moving average in the 1000 tick, I stop the 100 because the momentum is getting less. Now we are recharging again in the 1000. So stop looking to the 100 and look for the bigger piece of cake now, which was this area. It was very nice long. I exited this one. Yeah, I didn't exit until even after the opening came. And yeah, I exited here from that one. I get around 100 or 120 points. That was the big bucks that I got in my accounts today. Even I exit here, I entered again in this one, small profit and out at point of entry. I do it again and again and again today. It was very fantastic, taking the market from bigger picture to the smaller picture. So yes, I do go to the 100 if there is a strong momentum and it's away from my moving average. I could take 2-3 trades until the market correct there. But I never go short doing the same way. So I don't go to the 100, okay, I will short it because it will get back to the moving average. Who knows? Maybe it will not. Maybe the moving average will go higher, as what happened here. if you expect that, the market will, let's say that I wanted to short here because I expect the market will visit the moving average again here. So what happened? The moving average went higher to the price, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a very risky thought. Just move it away from your strategy. Don't get against the market in a smaller time frame. Come on, you're killing yourself here.
Mm.
Mo putting on an absolute clinic trading both sides of the market today. I hope everybody was paying attention to that analysis. Mo's having a great day.
I like this long. However, whenever I see the moving average inside, my strategy suggests please wait. Market is not going anywhere. So I will wait for this one. Although I see it a nice, strong try for the buyers. I mean, they do it here in this bin bar. And they protected the stop. And now they are trying one more time, looking for their goals, which I see actually when I see it in the 100 tick, there is a spike. This spike and channel. So that will be AB equal CD going higher. However, I will wait for either. Maybe I will do it again. Either the market will get back to my moving average in my time frame. If there is strong momentum, I will shift to the 100 and we'll see it together live. How I will, should I say, catch the market or what they say it? Don't chase the market. Yeah,
chase the market.
How to chase the market in the correct way, with a strategy. Yeah, see, now we have it in the one, even in the 100, it's going very strong. Even in the 100, I cannot jump in here. So 1,000, we might wait for the market to get back to 209. And in the 100, 219. So it is 10 points difference between the 1,000 tick and the 100 tick. How much is my stop? 6 points. Oh, that means I might get out and get in again. I will not do it. That's not far enough for me to take a trade in the 100.
You don't think 6 points is a little too tight when you're trading the NASDAQ? You like?
Yeah, because I have it now. The ATR in the 100 is 2.3. It depends on the ATR there because I'm trading through the swings. So the ATR is 2.3. That will give me a swing of around 6 points for each swing. So my stop in this time frame will be 6. But if I calculate the difference between the two moving average, it's 10. So that means I might get in this time frame with a top 6 point, and then I find myself in a nice trade in the 1,000 tick shorts. I will not do that.
Real quick, Mo, for the people in the chat, can you really quick just run through the moving averages you have on your screen right now?
Sure.
Sure.
I have made a video out of the settings of these moving average that quickly will say it. Those basically are simply the 21 EMAs. Okay? They will never, the three of them will never intersect together. The middle one is the closes of the last 21 candles. The higher one is the highs of the candles. The lower one, the source, is the lows of the candle. The blue one is the moving average of the middle moving average. So it is a smoothing line. Just double click on the moving average and go to the smoothing line and make it EMA 21 and make sure to check this on so you can see it visible in the chart. And thank you for that question, because you prevented me to take a wrong trade.
Good job, Chad. Good job.
So now we will focus on the 1,000. Yeah, we are getting back to our EMA now. waiting for the market to come to us. Moving average is outside. They have control. However, don't forget that in the 2000, it's a range. In the 5,000, 5,000 is not true, something that I worry about, but still a range. In the 2000, it is a range. So you have to stick to your stop loss because the rotation in the 2000 tick chart will be very strong to your stop. So for example, the rotation for the 2000, it will be all the way here. So if I take a trade here, I will make sure my stop loss should be only here, only below the whatever pivot that is in the making. So I expect the market will give me a strong green candle in this area. My stop will be here, entry at the trigger, looking for higher price because buyers has control. But we need to see a signal similar to this one. Some people say, what do you mean by signal? A signal is simply a strong green candle that makes a new higher low.
Makes perfect sense. All right, Hoag, Dobie, we got the keys to the house count open. We know what we're looking for now. If Mohammed's going to put a trade on, we should be right on his coattails when that happens.
Yeah,
Everybody
but we'll not do that. Look, guys,
we're ready.
I'm sick today. I get back from Dubai, yesterday with a shift in the weather in Riyadh. So I get cold, and I don't have the energy to ask for likes. I am really sick, so please give me some likes. I'm really, really sick. So begging you to give me some likes here. I'm dying.
Everybody.
I'm dying. I'm dying
Make Mohammed,
here.
help Mohammed
no.
feel better. Give the man some likes.
Give the man
Isn't
some
that
likes.
And love. And love too.
Remember that Saturday Night Live skit with Chris Farley and Adam Sandler? Won't you let
Which
the
one?
boy mow your lawn? Never mind.
Is that a deep
Bad
cut?
timing on that joke. Bad timing on that joke. For Christ's sakes, let the boy mow your lawn.
I gotta look that one
I
up.
had terrible mucus coming out from inside my nose. And it was just awful. Oh, just awful.
Apparently,
All right, we got-
Waller might have spoke. It looks like there was that in chat. Maybe Eddie can confirm. Yep, looks like we got Eddie back there. He did speak, right?
Yeah, I posted it. It's just a speech that's already pre-made, sort of the TV dinner of speeches. Some of the things that are coming out, though, that leaning towards supporting a cut in December, like they're all saying here also. This coming in here, U.S. interest rate slightly raised odds. 25 basis points cut this month to 70%. So, like I said, just same old stuff we're hearing. I did post the full speech in the room. I'll post that again if you want to take a look at it. Back
Thank
to
you,
you, Double
Eddie.
Time, and JD, and everybody.
Everybody, we're all here. House count's flat. Nobody's got a trade on. Mohammed's flat. House count's flat. Oh, Dolby, what are you guys looking at right now? Is anything piquing your interest?
Not really. If it was reversal challenge, I'd probably just go long. But I agree with Mo. It's very range bound. I'm looking at a 30-minute range right now, which is 21,225 down to 21,178. And we kind of peeked our head above it, I believe, on Waller's pre-release notes. Then we kind of dipped back below again. The only other thing I'm really kind of looking at is the higher lows that we're maintaining kind of in this V bounce that we've seen. And those have maintained. So for really ambitious, maybe there are some longs to be taken along the higher low kind of trend line there. But that's, kind of just speculation. But I like Mo's take on this one. I think the better trade was a little bit earlier today.
Finally getting
it's
some
not too
range
late.
extension in the S&Ps.
Look at this. The market is not touching my moving average. So I have to wait. It's not touching moving average. Even in the 100 tick. In the 100 tick, look, it's not always like that. It's not always if you miss it in the 1000, you can find it in the 100. No, in the 100, the market is suggesting to sell actually. So that means wait for my signal. Let's wait for the market to get back to my 1000 tick, and then we'll see. I like this candle. However, it is not touching the moving average. So the rules, the conditions are not met. We don't
You're
have.
only looking at the 100 tick during momentum markets, moving directional
In the
markets.
direction. In the direction of the 1000, not against that.
Checking in on the markets, the tilt is pretty flat right now. We got 55% long in the S&P, 60% long in the NASDAQ. Crude oil, 68% long, and gold, 55% long. We just saw some minor range extension in the S&P. We're kind of hovering right around highs as we speak. Mo, you ever look at the S&P? When's the last time you put an S&P trade on? You ever put an S&P trade on?
Me?
Yeah, Mohammed.
Yeah, you.
I don't have S&P.
No
right
S&P.
now, but
Answers that question, JD.
Just asking. Just asking.
I took it. Yeah, look at the S&P. S&P actually in the 1000. Yeah, it gives a signal, but the candles are not so convincing for me. You can see those wicks of these candles. I mean, market is just grinding higher at this level, so it's not so strong, especially after the strong two red candles going lower. So maybe I will wait for a try for the sellers. Failure, I go long in the S&P. Let's check the 2000 tick. Even the 2000 tick is not touching the moving average, so wait. So even S&P is suggesting that I should wait for the trade. Yeah, maybe now because we are about to touch the moving average. See that? We stick to the NQ. My friend today, he was very nice today with me. So don't cheat on NQ.
Nice.
What if I traded S&P today? So wow, if I did trade the S&P, same thing, strong move lower, then the market went higher. That was a nice signal. You can see it here. Moving higher, and then a bad signal here. A bad signal here. Sellers took control. A nice sell signal here to the low. A bad signal here for the short. Then the market went into a range. Then a nice signal. Yeah, it would not. This is what I hate. This is where I stop trading. Whenever I see the moving average gets in and stay inside for a long time. That was around maybe 2 hours staying inside, half an hour during the open. But you wait for the signal here. This one. Not bad. This is not good. Yeah, so maybe the S&P is not so nice. Yeah, not so nice today. Not as nice as the NQ. So let me
bread and butter
to
bread and butter in the NQ today. Let's stick to it. All right, we're seeing another little push higher right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see if we can sustain price over 21,225. But it is offering some opportunities on pullbacks to.
How'd you come up with 21,225?
Unlike Hoag, I do not use chicken bones and tea leaves. I was
previous
looking, yeah, just 30. I was just trying to draw a 30-minute range. I mean, to be honest, I'm not seeing great ranges in NASDAQ today. but it was the 30-minute high at 12:30, and we kind of just had three 30-minute candlesticks kind of smushed together, and that's kind of how I drew it. But it's not really a great range day for NQ. It's
does this look like an aggressive 15-minute bull flag in the NQ to you right now? I just drew it on my chart.
Yeah, let me see it on your chart. Yeah, it does. Yep.
Broke through it a few
100%.
bars ago. Yeah. Volume creeping up. Longside looks like the play from this chart right now.
Yeah, it does.
I would lean long and just set stops below lower highs and just see if we could, if we're interested in bidding, maybe see if we can get like a 20-point pullback or a 15-point pullback, and then see if it maintains. But I agree with that sentiment. I think after hitting those highs, I think the market sold off, found new liquidity. I kind of have that, not me personally, but the little concept of like that the 50% of the 50% of a previous range. We got really, really close to it. I had like 21,173. So we broke out of the range, came back, kind of got about in the middle of it, and then buyers came back in. And so maybe that's the liquidity we needed to go and get new highs. I would not be super interested in shorting NASDAQ, but I'm also never interested in shorting NASDAQ.
I'm looking for a short, by the way, at 42.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Yeah, this is what they want.
Give the people what they want.
This is a supply area. A supply area at this 42 and a half with a tight stop at 52. I don't know why I cannot place an order. What's
Well, keep an eye on that.
Short, I'll go short too.
Yeah, 42 and a half. I don't know why I cannot place the order. Right click. So where is the sell? Where is the buy?
Oh, maybe just try refreshing it. Yeah, it's kind of weird that it's gone.
While Mo's reloading his account,
there you go.
You've got Gabe in the back. We got Gabe in the back. Gabe will be coming in a few minutes. We're going to do some, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Power hour.
Power hour.
Yeah, I got you, JD.
I was about to say Series 3 question, but
no.
Power hour submissions.
Yeah, we got James cooking up a Series 3 question for us right now. But let me run through. We got a few submissions on Twitter for Power Hour. So first up, we have Daniel, trading cat, watching his NQ position. Figured Dolby would get a kick out of that. Outside of that, we have a couple other trader wins. We got Mr. Wolf, day number 10 for 5 150K XFAs. First day of the month, didn't trade well, hit my DLL. He does have a personal daily loss limit of $500, so he's cutting himself a little bit more breathing room to survive. Thank you, Eddie. Caught the long at the open, but after that started anticipating reversal in the strong uptrend market and gave back the gains plus more. So lesson today for him was focus and do not anticipate trend reversals. That's at least, I don't know about y'all, but I'd be getting burnt trying to pick bottoms and pick tops. So that's, I can relate to that, Mr. Wolf.
You're sending the wolf?
Yeah. We got Victoria.
You happy now? You feel better?
We got Victoria with her first month trading futures in November, made close to $4,000. Got an $1,800 payout on my first trading combine challenge. Thanks to TopstepTV for creating an amazing prop firm where traders can thrive. Shout out to MP. And last but not least, we got Nick for a tick. What a nice surprise from the TopstepTV team. Mrs. Nick has been over the moon with all the love and support shown from the community. We're in the home stretch and can't wait to meet our little girl this week.
Awesome. Big shout out to Nick for a tick.
Congratulations,
Nick.
Nick.
The family. Congrats, Nick.
But back to you
Can't
guys.
wait to have him back on. Yeah. Thank you, Gabe.
He's helping humanity not to, to grow. So we'll have more human now.
More humans.
More traders.
People.
We need
Keep
more
making-
liquidity.
Keep making people,
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. Nick was actually on last night. He started his
So let's-
started back up again.
Yep. Oh yeah, just for clarification, Nick for a tick, his family already had the baby, so that submission might have been a little behind the eight, but yes.
Yeah,
The
that's confusing.
Nick for a tick family has indeed grown. Just
NQ's still bidding.
So
Higher
we're
lows,
waiting for a
higher highs.
pullback. We are now waiting for a pullback to get in on the NQ. Looking for a long trade. Actually, always looking for a short trade.
Yeah, we can
you
play it both way. Yeah, so if it goes higher without touching the moving average, that is setting up a nice short at 42 because we still have the 5,000 tick inside. So it could be a range in the 5,000 tick. So we are setting the highs, looking for the lows. So I'm waiting for 42 and a half. If the market decided to go lower and test the moving average, I will take the long if I have the signal. This one, I don't need a signal. This is the level that I will sell at.
What would be your stop on that short? Just over 247?
10 points. 52 and a half.
252. Yep. 252
Yeah.
stop.
Why?
I get.
Yeah. Why? Because we have
Got the ordering at
ATR
42.
Yeah, ATR is 6.96 times 5. This is my formula. So that's 34 points, almost 34 points. Over 4, that's 8.7. So I make it 10.
Anne Marie in the
So I
chat pointing
multiply-
out. Anne Marie's in there reading the tape right now. There's 100 lot sitting at 250. Nice big
Yes,
fat
there
round
is.
number. Thanks for the heads up, Anne Marie.
Thanks, Anne Marie.
They're going to
250.
come for that liquidity.
Oh, yeah.
Watch it happen.
I
I've
will
got an
stop
order
them.
in at 42.
You
Do
have
we
an
like
order
it?
in at 42?
Yeah.
You want to
Yep,
place an order
yep,
at 42?
I already have
You
it.
think?
in.
You think
Well,
they're
you
going
already
to run
have
that?
it. Let's go.
Yeah.
You think they're going to run that liquidity up to 50? Should we wait for a better trade entry if we're going short?
Now, canceled.
Maybe you can.
What, you don't like it, Hoag?
For me, if
We're
this
talking about running that
breaks,
liquidity up there.
yeah, if this breaks 52, the price might go to, according to my back testing, so this will go to 62. So this is why I don't want to lose another 10. So either I have my stop loss at 52 or at 65. I prefer 10 points.
Yeah, prefer 52. If we can get a little better trade location, though, Hoag, if the belief is that the market loves to run, take out liquidity, then we might be able to get a better entry than 42. But at the same time, or we could even scale into it.
Yeah, the liquidity could goes up to 62 or something. So I would like to be long. Actually, this is the bias. This is the momentum in the market. This will be a quick win. See money, take money, because the target is only at 29.
Okay. So 10-point stop for roughly 15 points a gain. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right. With that said, Hoag, maybe we do. Let's work the 42s. How you feeling?
How many?
Two.
Throw a couple guys
50.
on.
Two.
All of them.
Two. So yeah. So if
What's
this
offered? Double
works,
all of them?
2 at 42, 42 and a half. 42 and a half. We take a profit first contract at 29 and a half, and we leave a runner if this works as a range.
Sounds good.
2 at 42 and a half working.
Working them. House accountant's working on an offer. Not much movement in the last 10 minutes or so, though.
Yeah.
Been really
No, it's
quiet.
quiet, isn't it?
We got MOC out in about 14 minutes. Call it 15 minutes. Yeah.
I mean, by reversal challenge standards, this is actually relatively active. There's 40-point move since the beginning of the segment.
For reversal challenge standards, yes.
But it is slow. It feels a little bit slow today. Or at least right now.
So this this short will be cancelled or invalidated if we touch the moving average. So that means, yeah, we have a pullback, continue. But because we don't have a pullback in here so far, so maybe this one is the pullback because it is a supply area.
And that's about 220 on your chart, Mo?
Yeah, the moving average is 26.
Yeah. 26. Okay, thank you.
This is why our target for this short, if it is activated, will be 29. And usually this kind of trades should have very little heat on it. If it has a lot of heat, that gives it, yeah, it should happen not quickly, but at least staying there.
Exactly. Yeah. What's our offer at, Hoag? 42? 42 and a half?
42 and a half, JD. 42 and a
Got it.
half. Just like Mo suggested, that's where it's at.
Yeah, and why 42 and a half? Because we have this intersection. Okay, why I don't take it at intersection? Because this correction, it makes a stronger wave here. Whenever you see a stronger wave, the price closed above the moving averages, you go and take it to the higher end of the moving average, a little bit higher. If there is no wave, no strong wave, just the market dumped immediately, you take the level exactly from the intersection. Wow, we missed it, don't we? Didn't we?
By a point and a half. 6 ticks. 6 little tickies. 241 was the highest of that last move.
They say in Cicero.
What
do they say, Hoag?
And maybe
6 ticks is 6 ticks.
6 tickies is 6 tickies.
And leave the gun, take the cannoli.
What is it? 21,238. It's also the high of a 1 hour of the 10 a.m. 1 hour candle. That's about where we kind of tested and pulled back. So kind of curious to see. So it's just a lot of space. If you just draw a little box, everything from 238 up to 259 is not a lot traded up there. So kind of curious to see if we can push higher. Is that kind of what you're looking at, Mo, as far as your short thesis? It's just that kind of void of space.
Yeah. You can see this long wick indicates a selling area, a strong. A lot of people are interested to sell there. So this is why I want to sell around that area with a tight stop loss, because if the run liquidity, so I exit early from a wrong trade.
Here's another question. Since we're approaching the first profit target area, do you like the trade as much now?
Yes.
If we got back up to 42, would you still like to take that short, even though we're hitting your first profit target right now? You still like it? Okay.
Yes, because we haven't touched the moving average yet.
Okay.
If we did touch the moving average, of course, I will cancel that trade and look for a long, actually.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Getting closer. Just a couple ticks away.
It is interesting. Even the long one, I missed it here. Even the long one, this is the long trade. The market didn't go there, just run higher without taking it. And that's the challenge in the market. Sometimes you wait for your level, the market never gets there. So you live with it.
Which
Well, that's what
of
you-
those moving? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Hoag.
It's for waiting for good trade locations. Sometimes you don't get it. It happens.
Yeah.
I know.
Yep.
Don't go chasing.
Which what?
There's always-
Moving average? What?
Oh, sorry. Which moving average are you looking at for a pullback long? Because I know you have a couple of them.
No, the
They're all the
original
same
one.
moving average. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all the same.
The close, the one that indicates
Ah.
the close of. Yeah.
It's a 21.
Close.
It's a 21 EMA. The
Middle
three
source
lines
is
are
closed.
open.
Oh, they're all the same. Cool. I gotta go and watch
They're
your
all
video,
21
bro.
EMAs. Just open
Yeah,
or
that's 20,
high low close.
all 21.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
the
Cool,
source
cool.
is different. Only the source is different. So actually, if you notice, this Bollinger, it makes a Bollinger. The length or the magnitude of this Bollinger is the ATR. It is the ATR. So it tells you, whenever I see the price is inside, that means there is a fight now between buyers and sellers. If the price is above, that means that buyers are not giving the sellers any time to breathe. But as you see, if the price going away from the moving average, it tends to get back to it. Either the moving average going higher to it, or the price getting back to the moving averages. So now I think we will cancel our sell if we touch the moving average. Come on, do it.
Do it.
I mean,
dare ya.
it's
Coming
taking
for you.
energy from. So
There it goes.
yeah, now let's see now. If we find a strong green candle, we'll take our shot to buy NQ, looking for same area, 46, 42, maybe for the run of liquidity higher there. If you see the signal. So sometime, no signal, the market is protecting you actually, not to take a wrong trade. No.
All right. So offer is out. We no longer want to get short because we hit that
Yes.
moving
Yes.
average.
Offers out now. And now.
Here's all Hoag.
Yeah, we might wait for the market now at the other side below around 200. 21,200 is another demand area now. Now we take it from the middle exactly, from the intersection.
RBI.
Because here
96.
Yeah.
the market didn't do any correction before the intersection. So we take it exactly from 21,200. Exactly. Still we can buy if we see a strong green candle. This one, no. This is not strong green candle. Why? It closes below the moving average. So the signal is
Very
not
good.
complete.
Excellent analysis. Thank you, Mohammed.
And that one closes above moving average, but it didn't touch the moving average. See? So
Yep.
5 rules. 5 rules. Touch the moving average, close strong, no long wick in the other direction, close above the moving average, and you have acceptable risk and enough room to the target. So let's see now. If we see the signal now, we can take it. Strong green candle closing above moving average. We take it at the close, actually. Stop will be at 21,219. So you're ready?
19. Going long right here. Above the moving average.
If it closes above the other moving average, that will be even better. See, now I want to buy as high as I can. It's different,
Give me the worst price.
To buy. Yeah, give me the worst price. Show me, because that means confirmation. That means this is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm waiting for.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, but of course, not give me this long wick. No.
Like the NQ is going to make it hard to get filled today.
Thank you, NQ. Thank you very much, NQ. You said no. Don't take
No
a
trade.
trade.
No trade.
No trade. No trade.
Well,
what is this?
while we're waiting on the last trade, I think you guys know what time it is. Ding, 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 ding. Let's test out how smart everybody is.
It is time.
Yeah, I call it
Alrighty.
sick today. I call it sick.
You calling
today,
it
so I
sick?
cannot answer. Yeah, so
Okay.
no quiz for me.
All right, Mom.
No quiz for Mo.
You can vote anonymously in chat if you'd like to participate.
Sure.
All right, guys. Question of the day.
All right.
An IB is permitted to accept a check from a customer only if A, it is only to be deposited to the omnibus account of the FCM. B, neither of these. C, it is made payable to the FCM and the IB has written permission from the FCM to do so. Or D, both of these.
Oh, this is a good question, which means I hate it.
I know IBs aren't allowed to accept checks in their name, but they can accept checks on behalf of the clearing merchant. Isn't that correct?
Only
Does
if
that
they
sound
have
correct?
permission.
Only if they have permission.
All right. So 1 more minute.
Both.
We'll give chat an opportunity to answer. Sounds like the consensus for most of y'all is D.
C. C.
All right.
is the correct.
Eddie, pull it.
Do it.
I'm pulling
Let's
it.
go
I'm
ahead.
pulling it. There it is. Done.
And the answer is
C. There it
Nice.
is.
John the Goat
30%.
Hoagland is correct.
Pass
All right, guys,
that in
back
its
to you.
sleep.
Very good. Very good. Rules and regulations, folks. If you're taking the Series 3, you
Such
have
a
to
pain,
pass the
man.
rules and regs portion.
Such a pain.
Yeah.
2 sections of the
So
test.
now-
If you fail either one, you fail the whole test.
Yes, you do. That's not fun.
What's up, Mohammed? What are you looking at now?
Yeah, I'm looking at the wonderful decision that we took not to take a trade.
Yes.
You can
Sometimes no
see
trade
this.
is the best trade.
Yeah, you can see this. You can see this doji looking at highs and lows of this one. So indecision. So it's not only me that I'm not taking the trade. The market is still not deciding where to go.
Indecision.
Yep.
MOC?
So nothing for me.
There's a wiggle.
Now, if we see a
Is that
strong green
MOC
candle, I
wiggle?
will take it. My
MOC?
buy at 200. I have a buy order at 200, 21,200. In case the market jumps there with a stop. See? Oh, it will be around 90. Yeah, another 10 points from the button.
All right, we're in with
We
you.
got our
We get
MOC
it.
here. MOC just hitting the wire here.
There we
Sell
go.
side. S&P's 1,377,000,000. NASDAQ 817 million sell side. Dow 797 million sell side. Mag 7 692 sell side. So we're sell side clean across the board. Remember, these numbers do fluctuate. I will keep an eye on these. Anything that does change, I will let you know. Back to you guys.
Thank you,
Nothing
Eddie.
for us.
Wow.
So we just avoided a losing trade, not buying in this horrible signal. So the market told me, don't buy,
geez.
wait.
Indecision.
Yep. So if we see a strong green candle now, closing above the moving average, still the long is in play because they still have the control.
And
Very
we're
good, very
waiting in
good.
the weeds down here around 200.
We have a buy order at 200.
Oh, we're working a 200 bid also?
Yeah.
All right. See what
Yeah,
happens.
we're laying in the weeds here waiting for him.
I got a feeling we're gonna get this after that MOC imbalance. It was pretty strong to the sell side.
It was
couple billion to the sell side MOC.
Okay,
Cumulative
so
total.
let's get ready for the buy if we have it now. If this candle closes above 24, 25, I will jump in the long with a stop at 13 and 13, yeah, 213.
Very
Give
good.
me a signal. Give me a signal. You want me in? Tell me. Just wink, wink, wink. Give me a wink.
Let me in.
Yeah.
Blink one
So
for
just
long, two for short.
Once for long, two for short. One blink for long, two blinks for short. You guys heard it.
Yep.
This close, I will take it. Close at 24, 25 with a stop at 13.
It was
So
right on it, didn't it?
He's long, Hoag.
was
Are you
long.
in?
We're not in. We're not in.
You can buy him now. You get a better price
Buy,
right
it's
now if you
better.
bought him.
Yeah, it's 21. It's 21. Your stop is 13. 213.
We're in it now.
What's our price?
221.75.
Nice.
House count long from 21,000 to 21,775.
I will take one.
Couple.
I will take one at 38, 238. We're going there. Get ready. What is that?
Going to 38.
Ooh, what is that? Yeah, we should go there. If we are right, we go 38.
We've only got 6 minutes left in the day. It's going to be a little hairy from here.
And we get above 225s. I think we're in good shape.
Mm-hmm. It wants to.
Yep.
We keep seeing
Feels
buyers
like
step
it.
in.
Oh,
Then they get
just
smacked.
kidding. What was that?
Keep getting smacked right around that 28 level.
Yeah, it's just
Wiggle for
throwing
you there,
water.
Toby.
Yeah.
Right. Does not like it when I talk, so Mel, you have to keep on talking, then I'll go back up again.
We're getting some news here. Sad news that Art Cashin has passed. At age 83, New York Stock Exchange fixture for decades. I tell you, 83 years old. It's a good age. Good age. Well, rest in peace.
Wonder if Tuckman knows him. Maybe we should ask Tuckman on Friday.
Sure he
if he has
does.
any stories
Sure
about cashing.
those ships have passed in the night. Yeah.
That'd be fun. Ooh, we stopped. This is kind of
Oh, did we get stopped on that? No, just missed the
No,
stop.
no.
We're
13. Stop
It
is
popped
13.
right back.
Man, if you blink, you
Oh, come
miss
on.
it.
Did we miss
Ooh,
our
jumpy.
stop by a tick? Is that what happened? We missed our stop by a tick?
Yeah.
A single tick? Incredible.
I believe so.
Come on, don't take us out now.
by a
That's
tick.
so. Yeah,
Happens a lot.
yeah. They remember us. Oh, come on, you're there.
They're coming to tick us out now. They hear us talking about it.
They do.
We're toast.
I dare you. I dare them. There's a lot of buyers in here. Go away.
Where are they?
Yeah.
5 minutes ago, S&P tilt 59% short, NASDAQ 54% short. Pretty much a non-event in the tilt.
Yeah, that's
Balance.
the last try for buyers. They want to take it. They should take it here. They should protect that low. Otherwise, we have a control for the sellers is happening right now. So exit whenever sellers have control. So that's fine. We lose 11 points.
Where are the buyers? Here they come. I can hear them on their horses.
Drum.
Someone run upstairs and grab a box of upticks. We need them for the close.
Or drum. I think they are.
This is a tricky day after the initial move.
We're all waiting patiently for the buyers to step in, folks.
Get a box of upticks. I love that, JD.
Send the new guy to the back office. Tell him we need a couple boxes of upticks.
Good thing that we know that our stop is correct.
Yeah,
know by now.
very.
We do. Yep. Come on, pop it. Pop it.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. 150 seconds. Here we go.
Because it's going to be after the close.
Yeah, we'll exit before that.
You'll exit before the bell, Mohammed?
No, of course not. But I mean, if it's our target, I think it could. I'm still believing in that. But if it's already bell, we will just close the trade.
We're just about back to our break-even price. Let's call it 22.
Inside of 2 minutes here, kids.
2 minutes remaining.
Yep.
Break even.
I like turtles.
Let's go.
Do it.
Here we go.
Do it. Look at this magical stop.
Right. My favorite acronym too. NHOTC. New high on the close. Let's do it.
Okay.
225s. Yep.
Just doesn't want to go, does it?
No. And after we made highs, it got really choppy in the NQ. Real choppy, and it's funny because you go back to like 8 or 9, like 8 o'clock. I mean, it shot straight up, did super hard, and then just faded. And that is a tricky trade.
Yeah, it's just algos. I think playing the market right now.
Cannibalizing each
Yes,
other. It seems like that, doesn't
sellers,
it? Hope so.
Sellers are not so happy.
Algo cannibalization. I think that's my new metal band, JD. Thank you for that one.
Let's do it. Let's do it. It's 4 o'clock. Okay, let's close this trade. I'm out. Yeah, it's 4 o'clock already. So
out. 10 seconds to the bell. 5 seconds to the bell.
Keep us posted, JD. How much longer?
Whoa, look at that
There's
volume.
the bell.
Dingity ding ding.
And here's the pop. Come on, pop it. Pop it.
Still in.
Still in. We're hanging in there.
Still in.
I'm out.
Mo is
Is
flat.
after
House count
4.
still long. Still long a pair in the NASDAQ.
Wow.
Give us the pop.
Diamond hands house account.
Look at that stop.
We'll stop that could.
Incredible.
That will be so bad if they took the stop after all of this.
After all this.
Well, we took the heat. Now we got to see what happens. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen now.
It's got to happen now.
Yeah, we said that 4 times already.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I would exit at point of entry. Sellers has control, buyers.
Long at 221.75. We are right at entry. We are sitting right on top of entry price right now.
Yep.
Last push.
Anything can happen.
Out of 1.
Real quiet. Getting real quick. You took one? Scratch one?
Yep.
Super.
The donation. Now it can go. We just had to feed one. We had to feed it.
Yes. Gotta feed the market.
We deserve. We deserve more likes. We are giving more times now. Than regular.
We're all working overtime.
We're in overtime now. We're in overtime. All right. We're just gonna all this a day.
Yeah. We tried.
Closing
We
it
waited
out.
for our. We waited for our signal. When it comes, we took it. Our stop still holding, but the time is against us. So.
And we're out.
There it is.
Have a great day, boys.
That was exhausting. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Mohammed, always appreciate your commentary. Hoag the GOAT, Dolby time. We're going to kick it over to Eddie. Eddie's going to close us out. Eddie, what's happening tomorrow, bud?
We got a lot going on tomorrow here. Remember, we are in December. Coming up tomorrow, the 3rd already. We're 3 days in here. We got Jack's going to join us here for Fast Markets. Rips, Coach Dakota, Coach Hoop. We've got Power Players with Isaac. We also do have Mick for Shoulder Tap. Robert going to be doing group coaching. I love when Robert does it. Always something interesting. Not to say that Mr. Hoagland isn't interesting, but Robert very technical. Of course, to close out the day here, we got John London going to be joining JD and Dolby. As far as our numbers for tomorrow, we're going to be here early. Not too early, but a 9 o'clock Jolts. Job openings for October. That's going to be the big one. That's going to be the meat on the bone. We also do have Kugler going to be speaking. Remember, Kugler going to be speaking Goolsby. We also do have an API weekly crude stock. So not too much, but we have some important things here. And today, I tell you, we had some feds coming in here today that weren't on the list, and a little surprise. But we'll keep an eye on that next time. And once again, I'd like to thank all of our guests here, all of our educators, all of the Topstep team, and especially that very handsome and beautiful community we have here at YouTube. Great stuff going across the board here once again. And yes, Jim, go Blackhawks. I tell you, I bleed black, red, and white. So keep that up. Keep that up. Now, it is time. Let's not forget about our 3:15 at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. It's going to be coming up here very shortly right here on the YouTube channel. Also, Coach Ray at 6 p.m. in the Discord. Coach Vince, 7 p.m. Discord. Coming back here to our YouTube, we got Coach Dakota, 7:30 slow market, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Remember, if you're new here, we use Central Times. We go off those. Anything that we talk about is always a Central Time. So right now here it is 3:05 here in Chicago. So keep that up there. But otherwise, don't forget about the London Open. Okay, early bird London Open here at 3:30 a.m. Central Time, Monday through Thursday with Deanna. All right, get here early and get your levels and see how the market is reacting on that London Open. And I think that might be it for what we've got here. Just making sure. I think that'll be it. Yes, and of course, remember, it's your time now. Go relax, go re-energize. I know we came off a four-day holiday here for Topstep, pretty much energized here. But you know what? You need to sort of step back here. Shut it down here. Get yourself ready for tomorrow. All right, another day tomorrow, more opportunity, and we'll see what we can do. So, orders from headquarters. Stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
I've never felt so good in my life. I'm on an absolute roll, podiuming at every single competition during the year.
7-5 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing.
And this is our 5th contest, and I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9.
First thing with this system is the winds starting at 20 to 30 mile per hour range with gusts easily up and over 40.
And then in one fell swoop, literally 1 second, and my whole season, my whole world flips upside down on itself. I thought for sure I had broken my ankle, at least torn some tendons in my ankle, maybe have torn my ACL in my knee, and all the work I'd put in was coming to a screeching halt. When the doctor read the MRIs, it looked like he couldn't even believe the screen. No ligaments were torn, and I couldn't believe it. The dream is still alive. It had really only just begun. And I knew that I needed to work so hard in order to make it happen. My life 100% consisted of healing, day after day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, morning meditation, PT exercises, eat breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, physical therapy, an hour, hyperbaric chamber, an hour, Novathor bed, 30 minutes, drive to the gym, stretch 20 minutes, bike 20 minutes, workout 45 minutes, hot tub 20 minutes, drive home, sauna with visualization, every run over and over again. Heat, ice, heat, ice, heat, ice, over and over and over again. Go to sleep, do it all again. Wake up, 7:30 sharp. The only thing on my mind, the only thing I could focus on, the only thing I could possibly do was get better. Feels like the bone and the bone. I'm gonna do every single minute detail that I possibly can, because if I leave anything on the table, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The day after I got injured in Mammoth, I was probably at 30%, exactly a month and 2 days after, close to 100%. I'm feeling like me and me more and more every day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, repeat, every day, every day. The reality is there's no roadmap to tell you, okay, I can do this trick right now, or I can't do this trick right now. It's like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel pretty good. Can I do a 540? Okay, can I do a 900? Okay, I can do the 900. Can I do the 900 the other way, to the right?
Getting better every one. All right, switch left tab. Nice and big, good takeoff. You got this. Come on, baby.
Backwards to the left, switch left. That feels good. Can I do backwards to the right, switch right? But that hurts pretty bad, actually. Can I do a double? Because I won't be able to compete the way I want to without being able to do a double.
Right up 12. Same trick I hurt myself on in Mammoth. All right, I got this. I can do this. I was freaking nervous for that.
There's a difference between going to the Olympics and just going, and then going knowing that you can do something great. And I'm nervous because I know I can do something great, and I believe I will, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm excited, I'm ready, I'm prepared, but yes, I'm nervous. And I think being nervous is actually a benefit. It makes me more focused. do the left side double cork 1620. My heart's pounding out of my chest. Never been so nervous in my life. Oh my God, am I going to be the same? Am I the same? Can I do this? Does my ankle feel good? So many different thoughts running through my head. What if I fall here? If I fall here now, this is going to be really bad. But if I land, I'll have so much more confidence in order to bring it into the Olympics. Okay. Boom, drop in. Take off. Land. It's like, got it. Got it. And that was the moment I was kind of thinking to myself, this is doable. I believe in myself again. This is good. This is really good.
I can do this. I got this. I am this.
Man, today was so much better than yesterday. Just wait till tomorrow. That's what I tell myself every day.
James is his name, always on the grind. Running TopstepTV's one of a kind. James Harden, the unsung star, behind the scenes he'll go far. Producing TopstepTV with flair. His reliability on compare. Spotlight, yet his presence strong. James Harden.